All right, good morning, everybody. We're back for day three from Milton Keynes, UK at the MGI International Scrabble Classics. Sorry for my misleading 6 a.m. start here, 5 a.m. for my co commentator, Austin Shin. But we are on the verge of getting started with our coverage today, picking up with round 21. And Austin, we're going to have Harshan Lamabadu Surya versus Josh Sokol, a wonderful mix of our leader in the field and our esteemed content creator, Josh.
Yeah, very much so. Definitely looking forward to seeing the last five games today. And yeah, we'll probably show you the standings pretty soon. I guess we were maybe showing you already, but you'll see that the standings have changed a little bit since yesterday. And yeah, there's still a lot to play for. It's getting close, and I think Josh is towards the back end of potentially of the players that could potentially still win. So we're going to start eliminating players from contention very soon, since there are going to be very few games left to be able to catch up. So you can see the standings here that Harshan is currently now leading. He's now a game ahead of Ed Martin with a much superior spread. And you can see that Harshan's opponent in the next game, Josh Sokol, is in ninth position on the lowest spread of the 13 and 7 players who are on that record. So essentially, if Harshan wins this game, this might eliminate players like Josh, who are perhaps 3 games behind. But this also gives a fair shot at players like Josh, who are 3 games behind, to actually catch up and bring Harshan back closer to the pack. So it's going to be very interesting, a very pivotal game for not just the players who are 3 games behind, but also the players who are immediately behind Harshan as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this turns out.
Yeah, going on a winning streak, if you're in Josh Sokol's position right now and winning 5 games in a row, is incredibly impactful because he is going to be paired with people ahead of him or around him in the standings. So every win you get is knocking somebody else down. And meanwhile, all the other top contenders are also playing each other. So you're going to get a lot of help each round in the form of a bunch of losses from some of those other players. The key, though, as Austin said, you got to make sure that at least one of those players losing some games is Harshan, who definitely controls his own destiny. He has to lose some games to open the door for these other players. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at here. 5 more games today. It should be very, very exciting to follow it all the way through. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure if our players are seated, but I know it's going to be shortly that they'll get started. So maybe we'll cut to our board here and see what's going on. It looks like Harshan has sat down. I actually feel like Austin, every time we've seen Harshan, he's gone second. He's been on the other side of the table. So he gets to go first, which is typically a small advantage. We haven't seen that yet.
Yes, that's correct. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone is potentially superstitious in terms of what side of the board they like to sit on. And especially being on the stream, it might have been good luck for Harshan to be going second each time. But yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter in the end of the day. Harshan has won 16 out of the 20 games, no matter where he's been sitting. So he's doing very well. And just as a quick fact, that both players have now won 9 of their last 11 games. So they're
Wow.
both doing very well of late. And yeah, we'll see if either which player here will actually be able to keep this going.
Yeah, it's the unstoppable force meeting the immovable object, as is often the case. I feel like these Scrabble tournaments are so often like that, where you just have so many people who are really good going up against each other, and somebody has to lose. So it's tough. Definitely something to note. Our leader, who was 13-0 and was continuing to sort of blaze a trail through the field in Ed Martin. He's still right at the top. He definitely has a great shot at this, but he has lost his first 2 games today. He's down to 15-5. He was 13-0, so it's a little bit of a losing streak for him, including in this previous round. He lost to Brett Smitheram, 2016 World Scrabble Champion, by 1 point, 477 to 476. So look for that. If Brett ends up working his way back into contention, or if Ed falls 1 game short, it's going to be hard not to look at that game. Kind of wish we woke up at 3 a.m. or whatever we needed to do, Austin, to try to cover that game. But
Yeah,
so it
definitely.
goes.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a lot of games, very top games, or top very close games going up throughout the day that we may have missed in the first two games today. But yeah, we're hoping for more of that kind of action. And yeah, I'm also going to put out a prediction as well in the Twitch chat. I know we're very early right now and in the stream, but I'm going to set the betting line at Harshan to win by 15 points. So for option one, if you think Harshan's going to win by at least 15 points, any other result, so Harshan to win by one, well, I guess a tie, or Harshan to win by less than 15, or Josh to win, work for option two. So go get involved with the prediction on Twitch. And yeah, we'll see if you can predict that correctly.
And you also got a raid. It's incredible. You were literally raided on Twitch by none other than Josh Sokol, who was probably doing his, personal POV setup before we went live here. So what a guy! He raids you and then gets to hop on the live stream, and we still get to watch him. So nicely done by Josh for sure.
Yes, there again, thank you, Josh, for covering at least something of this tournament. And before we get started, and I'm very happy that he is reaping the rewards, I guess, for being on stream right now. So yeah, going to be a very interesting game. I don't know if these players have actually played each other before, but yeah, it should be for an interesting and tactical affair here.
Yeah, it's I definitely feel like these are two very cagey players. I don't think that either one is necessarily uncomfortable with a massive shootout, but not necessarily the two most aggressive players. These are two players that like to restrict their opponent's options, and are taking into account even the most minute details of each board. So very excited for this matchup on that basis. So there we go. I had a request in to tilt the camera ever so slightly, and it's perfect. There we go. We got him. I'm just
Josh is almost too tall for the camera here.
yeah, perfect. He is framed up quite nicely. So everything looking good. But of course, as always, the first game or first game of the day. If anybody notices anything weird with, my volume or Austin's volume too low, please let us know so we can get that sorted for the rest of the broadcast. But here we go, getting underway. This is it, day 3 of the MGI International Scrabble Classics about to kick off here on stream for us. Again, there have been 2 games already, but have to forgive us for our feeble human limitations of our ability to wake up. So,
yep, that's true. And yeah, we're going to see what Harshan's first rack is very soon.
yeah, we'll get that. But I think Harshan in general is a pretty deliberate player. I feel like Josh has the ability to kick into very fast gear, and every now and then a game will come along where he plays fast, but he also is more than willing to think very deeply about particular positions. So if I had to guess, I would give Josh maybe a slight advantage. And it looks like a nice draw for Josh to start, but he's got to wait to
Yeah.
see what Harshan plays.
Yep, he's got a bingo, a 7-letter word down his rack, and it combines with a lot of other tiles to make 8-letter words. So we'll have to see what Harshan has on his rack, and if he gives anything away potentially.
So we don't have his rack yet, but we're seeing a lot of it right there. Churn.
Okay.
Hard to imagine 2 other tiles that wouldn't make that at least a solid play, as long as it's not a bingo that he's missed. Oh, UW. Okay, there you have it. So
Yep.
churn with UW left behind. That is an interesting choice, just because I feel like it's probably the best choice, Austin, but that is among the worst 2-tile combinations you could get. Although he actually also had Runch there, an anagram for 2 more points.
Yes, so he had Runch. I guess the only downside to Runch is that you could put the U next to the double letter squares, and if your opponent has an X, it makes it pretty easy to parallel play. And yeah, churn. Yeah, I guess you can't really fault that whatsoever. But yeah, these are bunch of tiles here do actually give Josh a playable 8-letter word. So he can't play his seven-letter word. I believe so. I believe three of these floating tiles give him a bingo, and it's just a matter of will Josh find the best one?
Yeah, and I think he will. Again, the backstory with Josh, he is the current North American Scrabble champion, but he achieved that milestone by playing in the North American Dictionary, and this event is taking place using the worldwide Collins Dictionary. So that is always a bit of an adjustment for a North American player. Josh has made that adjustment relatively smoothly, but you always have to think what words he has available in this game that are valid in the North American Dictionary and which are not. I think in this case, his best options are North American words that I would absolutely expect him to see and be very surprised if he were to miss. There is one word available from the H, Hyelaman. Hyelaman. That word is not valid in North American play, and I would not expect him to see that just yet in his journey as a Collins player. But the best play here, I think, Melanian, pertaining to melanin, I guess, going into that N. That's the best play here. I expect him to see it, but it looks like Austin, he may be going for the C. Yeah, he had it spelled out on his rack that way. So a slight inaccuracy here with calamine.
Yeah, slightly, a slight misstep, I think. It scores, I think it's 7 points less than Millennium. Actually, it would have been nice to see Millennium because the S hook for Millennium is actually a Collins only bingo.
Oh,
I've just checked. So Millenniums would have been a hook that Josh may not have covered. So I would have liked to have seen that potentially, but see if that came up. But yeah, Calamine at least gets a bingo down. So all good there. And yeah, Harshan has now picked up another U for uwu. Unfortunately, that's not a word just yet, but he's got plays that parallel above Calamine.
yeah, for sure. There's some good plays up there. So, yeah, I mean, this is it's not really going to hurt Josh too much. There are certainly instances where, so instead of playing a bingo into this N, which makes it very, very difficult to access any good scoring spots, if you write like after a play to this N, like Melanian, how are you going to hit a triple word score on the board? Well, it would just be a massive 8-letter bingo, which is not all that likely. But Calamine, of course, exposing an E, making it pretty easy to hit a triple. So yeah, a few more points on offer for this play and a little bit less damaging of a counterplay. But in fact, in this particular scenario, Harshan doesn't really have the tools to punish this that hard. If we look, it looks like I feel like he's poised to make a play here. And there it comes down, is unwet. So this makes some sense to break up that UW combination. That's definitely a top goal for him on that move. But there was that overlap, Austin, of Taboon on top, which maybe he didn't want to keep UW for another turn, but scoring a little bit better.
Yep, I think that's probably, I think part of the reason probably is because he kept UW already and he doesn't want to keep it again. So, but yeah, he wants to get a little bit closer towards playing a bingo now that he's trailing. So probably, so I definitely do understand him playing unwet. But yeah, Josh has a lot of R's and E's, and I don't think there's a real great way to cash in the X above him just playing the EX, but not really being able to shift those R's. But he's got that for 40. So again, a very good score. But yeah, he's going to have to hope not to pull out too many more constants here.
Yeah, never want to keep the three R's, but as we say in Scrabble, all of the rules of the game kind of have a price that you're willing to break for the right price on the scoreboard. So, of course, Josh does not want to keep his three R's on his rack. But for 40 points, sorry, I didn't. Let me try again with a much better. There we go. For 40 points, you will take it. So, yeah, definitely to me, that's a forced play on his part. He did have other places to play his X there. For example, he could have just popped one down XI right here, but he did have two E's and only one I. So choosing that option, at least with the three R's, yeah, it's actually funny. I was by keeping EI, he opened the door to drawing seven-letter words with ERRIER, and it looks like he's actually drawn one.
Yes. And it plays just above the EM as well, so making RAM. Isn't that like a brand of water or something?
It is, but I think it
Yeah.
means something else. I'm not
But
sure what it means. We'll define it over on your Twitch channel, and
yeah, we can.
for those
Yeah.
on YouTube, I'll just define it and see what it actually means. And a short mortar used formerly for throwing stone shot,
Yeah.
Perrier.
But it's also a Collins only bingo, which is
Yeah,
actually quite far down the list. So it's going to be interesting to see if Josh has studied that far or if he is aware of that word. So yeah, it's about 20, almost 22,000 in probability in the sevens. So yeah, we'll soon see if he has got that far in his Collins studying. But
yeah.
yeah, at the moment, Harshan is still playing here. He's still wondering what to do. He's been thinking for about 2 minutes. And I'm sure one of the objectives for him is to play off the U and try and score some points. So something like AU underneath the L, A, and M of Calamine,
Nice.
which would score 29, or even just playing YU if he wants to keep the A. Both good options here, which would actually block Perrier. So
Oh
um,
yeah.
is it possible? Oh, he's not actually going anywhere near there. He's going to play Morby,
Okay,
which
that's another competitive option
yeah.
here in the sense of it gets a lot more of those clunky letters off your rack at once. The B, the Y, the U, and maybe the M if you want to lump that in, leaving just the I and E, two good bingo tiles as long as he can get some.
Oh,
Do we
there's
have
still
it?
another bingo.
Uh, wow. I didn't even see that. Oh my gosh.
Nice play.
Tremendous. I didn't even see that on his rack. That's
Yeah,
great.
yeah. It was slightly obscured by that EX that he played, but he played around that in a
Tremendous.
different way with rare ripe. So the anagram of that is repairer, which wouldn't quite fit with PEX not being a word, but this scores, I guess, a lot more, and he doesn't even need to know if Perry is good or not.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
great.
very good
I
play.
absolutely did not see that. And yeah, he can score better and not worry. Obviously, he likely did not see or know Perrier, but he didn't need to. This is probably a better play. And oddly, I didn't even see Mobby as an option. I thought IU was going to come down, which would have blocked both Perrier and that play. So it's a kind of a big swing for Harshan not to play there, although I really don't fault him for making this play. I don't think it's any kind of massive
Yeah.
mistake on his part. But the nice thing about Mobby from Josh's POV, Austin, is that it cuts off this giant S hook that's on the board. You can't, normally, this would be terrifying to play such a big word one square short of a double, which allows a seven-letter word to come down, hitting both double word scores. But thanks to Mobby, Josh has no worries.
Yep, that's true. And of course, you can still play a bingo underneath rare ripe if the S is in the third or fourth position. So it's still possible to play something there, but at least it's definitely nowhere near as dangerous or as scary to play something. So I'm sure when Morby came down, Josh was actually kind of happy about that. Not only because it didn't block his bingo, but because it kind of restricts that S hook, which neither player, well, we actually don't know what Harshan has yet. But Josh does have the blank and the Q, but we're going to see what Harshan has picked out with his I and E that he left in his rack still. But yeah, we're seeing that Josh is going out to a 121 point lead early on in this game, and we'll see if he can well, he can navigate through these difficult racks, with especially with the Q, for the next turn or so.
Yeah, the nice thing about that Q is he has one spot where he
Yeah,
can play Q OPH, cough, this really important word. Very easy to miss because how often are you thinking about playing a Q and an O together without a U? But this is definitely a spot Josh is looking at to dump that Q right now. He doesn't really have an open U. It's worth noting that Harshan has been churning through the U's, no pun intended. He's played all three of these. He just played that. We don't have his updated rack yet, unfortunately. And
Ooh,
he is
what is this?
very nice. So this is a nice play.
Challenge. Is it a challenge?
Yeah, so it looks like a challenge, which makes total sense if Josh has never seen this word. And the likelihood is that he hasn't because there is no sizer. This is not a valid word. You have to put the S on to make this a valid word because it's an it's an archaic word that means scissors. Pass me the scissors. I need to, cut something. And you can see part of why Josh immediately challenged it. I think is more, well, it's probably equally that he had never seen that word before, and it blocks his desired place to dump his cue. Now he really doesn't have an as easy of a location to play off his cue, if he has one at all, in fact.
Yep, that's correct. He would have to burn the blank to play off the cue in this spot, but he does have a very good play that kind of sheds all the other kind of bad tiles that he has. That is YODH, which I would expect that he would know because it is in the North American lexicon. So he'll probably play that next to rare right, just to the left of the E. But yeah, Harshan took a little bit of time to find sizes, and you can see that Josh is playing, I think, the optimal play here, keeping QT blank and hoping that he can get rid of that Q on the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, part of we didn't have, and I totally like this play for Josh for the reasons Austin described, but part of why Harshan likely took this time with sizers is that he had a Z spot right here. He could have played ZE for a very, very good score, but probably decided that the leave that he would have kept would have been a little consonant heavy, would have kept an F and a C together, which isn't a great combination. So I really like Harshan's choice, even though it spent a couple of these other really good bingo tiles. It scores better, and it gave him a little bit more flexibility going into next turn. But not the best draw for him here.
Yeah, so if you guys didn't see the rack that he had while he played sizes, he did keep FI. So he's now drawn the J, the L, and the V together on this rack. And yeah, there's not really many huge great options here. I mean, he has the F to go next to the Y of Morby potentially. But yeah, he can't get rid of the FJ and the V altogether. He's going to have to spend a couple of moves on doing that. But yeah, he can play something like Hefe onto the E of Rarite, the first E. That would get rid of two of those tiles there. And the aforementioned the FY spot next to Morby, you could play 5, or even Jiving onto the Y as well. So there's ways that you can get rid of at least the J and one of the F or V for at least a okay score. So those are the options that are presented to Harshan here. He's going to decide now that he's still about a bingo behind, what is going to be best for him going forward. So yeah, I guess that remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's tricky too for Josh. He desperately wanted to play Cough. That was now blocked. But now
Oh, for
Jivey
the
is going to
eye.
give him
Yeah,
an
perfect.
opening. And I do expect this is just great
Instant.
for Josh. He sees this eye and he's going to be thinking, wow,
Thank you.
I'm definitely going to play through there. And as predicted, he plays there almost immediately because
Yeah.
that does instantly become his best lifeline to dump the queue. And now Josh is really in business because with the rest of those tiles, DELT blank, he is a huge favorite to get the next bingo down in this game. So could be a turning point here. I mean, Harshan didn't have, as you said, Austin, it was going to be very difficult for Harshan to come away from that turn with a leave that he really liked, leftover tiles that made him feel good. Maybe he's going to get some kind of miraculous draw here that lets him play a bingo. But if not, Josh definitely is poised to seize command of the game.
Yeah, very much so. Harshan's going to need a little bit of help here. And you see his tiles have updated. He's going to play something like GIF, I think, Jiff, next to, well, underneath the J, of course. Keeping line, which is a very strong leave here. And we can see also that Josh has drawn into a billion different bingos available there. So QAN has really helped Josh in this spot. Um, and then Josh will play something like castled and Yod. I think it's Yod takes an S,
It
so
does, yeah.
that will block the bottom part and also a lot of the lands on the right side. So I kind of expect something like that to come down. So GIF has been played, and then I'm expecting something like castle, which would make things a lot more blocked with the C. Not really helping with bingo lanes, especially in the Collins lexicon. Only the H goes after the C, and both H's have already been played. So that looks like to me, looks like a very nice defensive playing kind of bingo and trying to lock up the board a bit more there.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Austin. It makes total sense. Maybe we look at it here, just looking at it on the board. So Castled would play in this spot with Yodes for 82 points. It actually plays here for 86. So that's a 4 point improvement. But this allows very big counterplay on the lower triple, and it leaves these lanes completely open to Harshan. Whereas moving Castled over, so the C, notorious for being difficult to hook with. The two H's that could possibly play there are already on the board, so there's no threat of playing here. And for only a 4 point sacrifice, you block all of these lanes at once. So a huge amount of restriction going on with this play for only a 4 point sacrifice. Harshan would be left with very specific bingos, for example, through this D and maybe 7 letter words making emu here. That's about it. It's a really difficult board to work with and a really difficult board to make a comeback on. So I think this is a classic Josh Sokol moment where I do expect him to spot this play. That's part of what makes him so strong of a player, is he's going to pick up on that nuance. That being said, he still is going to be in pretty good shape, but wow, look at Harshan's draw. I feel like this is a perfect case of why your suggested positioning will be the best one for Josh here.
Yeah, so Harshan has a number of bingos with the R, most likely retiling. Ironically enough, is what we were playing right now. But retiling would actually play down from the R sizes, which I would expect Josh to play something like castling, a castle, sorry, underneath Yod. So that would actually completely take out that spot, and yeah, that will frustrate Harshan. And there we go. I think he's seen it. So there you go.
So good.
Find the best play, I think. The winningest play, I think, is this.
It's a great play. It's so good. I think this is clearly best. It's not that obvious to come up with this with higher scoring plays all over the place. I mean, with that rack, those letters are very strong. And we get a chess word here, castled. So
The whole, and then I think Harshan let it go also.
I see. Harshan thought about it. Yeah, I think he knows this is a word. There's no point in giving Josh an extra 5 points. If he was at all doubtful, then yes, it does make a lot of sense for Harshan to challenge it, just because he just had his bingo blocked and Josh went up by over 100 points. So yeah, really nice play by Josh, and this has been a very expertly played game. Again, I guess the only blemish at all for Josh is that miss of Melanian in the early going, but it didn't really hurt him, and he's played beautifully other than that.
Yep. I mean, you obviously need a little bit of luck in these kind of games, and the fact that Josh has bingo 3 times without Harshan having landed anything. Harshan's bingo of diligent will not fit on this board through that D of Yod. It's too far to the right. This now leaves Harshan with no immediate way back with this bingo being played in this way, and it will now kind of force Harshan to open up the board somehow. So I don't really know what he's going to have to do here. He might do something like GIE next to GIF. I mean, it might give him some kind of lane with the uh, a Jin hook maybe. But obviously he doesn't have an A, and he's getting rid of the E that he might need to hook onto Emu near the middle of the board through the Morby and Churn. So yeah, things are already looking pretty bad for him. We're just over halfway through this game as well. So, but Harshan knows he needs to kind of open something up before Josh kind of takes out pretty much every single lane possible, and then all he needs to do is just react to whatever Harshan does, and then it's just game over. So, it really depends on how Harshan wants to go forward with this, and how he wants to open up the board in some way that's beneficial to him. But he also needs to do it in a way where he could potentially still catch up because he's still a long way behind. And you can see that Josh has things like walk in the bottom right corner or whack WACK through the Sea of Castled, and he's going to get about 40, almost 40 points the next turn anyway. So
Yeah.
Harshan might end up needing multiple bingos in order to actually catch up in this game.
Yeah, that's all true. And I think it feels grim. It feels like there's no way to it feels like there's no way to accomplish all the objectives that Harshan wants to do here, and that's for good reason because it's probably impossible. It's probably impossible to score very well on this turn with those low point tiles while also opening up the board. And I think you know what? This is about as good as I can see here. So playing this obscure word of Gene, it scores about as well as he can get here. This is a suggestion of maybe playing GEIT instead and trying to draw an S hook that would still just barely fit with an S in that third position. Of course, we know that Josh is about to block that anyway. Oh, he's going to go totally different.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep,
nice.
that looks better actually.
Good play. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there was some in the Twitch chat. The Adam555 also suggested maybe lift through the F of GIF, setting up the G. That's also very good
It's a cool play.
option. Yeah, we
Yeah.
saw. So glyph is also a good word. And Anand Budev in the YouTube chat just suggested something similar like if, playing with less variants, just playing that and setting up the G. You can see that Josh actually has the K, which would go there with Kif, and it'd be a little bit more difficult to block maybe with lift. But still, Josh has a lot in the tank here in terms of the score differential, and Josh has now picked up the other blank to make things even worse for him,
Yeah, and
and some A's.
the thing about Josh's tiles is I was gonna say from Harshan's POV, placing the G here is nice because you get a sneaky hook here. There are letters that you could have put like a T or something in this spot that don't allow any hooks, but Gin allows for the archaic Agin, which actually it's not that archaic. I feel like it's more like country. But it's going to allow him to play Palooka.
Yep.
So Palooka in this spot will go down. Pretty sure. So the question is if he sees it. He doesn't even need to at this score. But there we have Harshan's rack, and it's not very good, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's down. Yeah, he's got very few options right now. He needed a little bit of help with that, picking out some A's. There are a lot of A's on scene from his point of view. I think 5 A's on scene. So I was hoping to pick out something from there. But otherwise, he might need to try and carve out some kind of opening. But at the same time, his spread is still about 325 better than Ed Martin, who's a game behind as well. So it's quite possible that he could be playing with a little bit of damage limitation here. He might already think he's already lost, and he might just try and save up on the spread that he has accumulated. And Josh plays very nice here.
No
The only
hesitation.
bingo, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very nice.
79 points.
Yep. It's the only playable bingo. It's going to be a blank L. This is a fun word, of course. I feel like this is, I've seen this word from time to time. I think it's, some kind of negative connotation that you would It's more of a stylish way to insult somebody, I think, or maybe I'm
Yes, you're
misremembering.
right.
Um, so yeah, okay, I see that. A clumsy, inept, or untalented boxer, or a stupid, clumsy, or obnoxious person. Okay, Harshan's going to challenge it. Makes sense if you got any doubt. Um,
Yeah.
and oh, nice, yeah, nice tiles for Harshan. But again,
Yep.
um, I
Not
don't
close
think
enough.
it's not good enough, right?
Yeah, and this challenge will give Josh an extra 5 points, which will actually now put him just over 200 points ahead. So this is like the perfect game for not only for Josh to stay in the hunt and to get his spread up, but also for the other players in the field in the chase here. They want Harshan to lose, and if he can lose by a lot, that would help, especially Ed Martin, who's just behind him on spread. So this is I say objectively a very good result for the pack or even the neutrals who are watching right now in terms of keeping this tournament as exciting as possible. But yeah, Josh with 4 bingos, 4-0 in terms of bingos in this game, and it's not looking likely that Hashem will pretty much get anything at this rate.
Yeah, and four bingos, and pretty much all of them have had some impressive element. Even though, again, we're harping on this one miss on the first play, that's still a pretty nice play by Josh.
Yep.
But more so, this is an incredible find by him. Rare ripe. I didn't see that until he played
Yep.
it. We love the strategic choice of castled to use up a ton of space. That was a huge turning point, too. Blocking Harshan's bingo from the R, sacrificing points. He could have played this same word, moved over with GIF. And now, of course, finding his only bingo with a blank of Palooka. It's kind of a clinic here by Josh. And now he's drawn for his efforts
Oh, another bingo.
7-letter bingo,
That fits to the right of Palooka, so
which
he might end up getting.
amazingly still fits. And this one is a Collins only word of Dulea. However, that is a word that really is likely to be in Josh's vocabulary now.
Yeah.
It is one of the more probable words that you will see in the Collins lexicon, just because you are going to have a lot of these vowel heavy racks, and knowing this, that there's a bingo in this word, is very, very helpful. I feel like I must have played this once or twice in my career, and probably you too, Austin.
Yep. Obviously, since I've been playing to the World Lexicon for a lot longer than you have, I probably played it more than 20, 50 times or something. It's just comes up so often. But we're going to see Harshan play something. Is he going to play a cross? If he plays a cross, he might end up blocking
Yeah.
Dahlia. But again, doesn't really matter because he's so far behind or ahead, slash ahead, depending who you're looking at it. Oh wait, this still fits. EL. Oh wait, no, it doesn't.
Not quite.
EL.
Yeah,
Not
almost.
quite.
Looks like
Um,
Harshan's going to get in the way, which was always very
yeah.
plausible, of course. After Palooka, this is just the most logical place to play. And he doesn't have any vowels that let him overlap the P. So, yeah, he's going to just play elt there, which is a valid if obscure word. And look at the clocks, too. I mentioned at the beginning of the game that I feel like Josh has gears that he can get to and play a lot of games quickly. The clock disparity, not that it matters, is enormous right now.
Yeah, I think that really highlights I think what Evil Budgie just said in the chat and on Twitch, saying some games work out nicely where once you spot the best play, it's obviously the best play. And I think that really shows here with Josh's time. All the moves that he's played. I mean, if he literally just had like the engine in front of him and then just like picked whatever one he wanted, he would easily just pick it straight away. Like doesn't even need to think about, oh, this the second one or the third one looks really good, and maybe I should choose that one instead. But you just look at it and be like, bang, that one's the best, this one's the best, this one's the best, and you just, as long as you can generate that move, I think he will, yeah, as I said, he will notice or very easily work out that it is quite obviously the best play, and saves up a lot of time as well. And it also puts Harshan on a little bit of a time crunch as well. But in this case, it doesn't matter too much because obviously the score is so separated. But yeah, this is obviously a nice game to have. You're going to get some of these games from time to time from obviously from both sides of this. But but yeah, Josh is obviously must be feeling good about this, and he must be also be glad that he raided my channel just before this game, so we all get to see this.
There's a direct causation between him having anything to do with Austin's Twitch channel and his luck getting much better. So let that be a lesson to you all. If anybody on YouTube is trying to get in on that luck, why not head over to Austin's Twitch channel? You see the links popping up right here as they swap my little trick of OBS. So why not head over there, give him a follow, and maybe you'll draw tiles like Josh. But yeah, it's definitely worth noting that Harshan has hardly made a misstep in this game to warrant this outcome. It really, like, the worst that you could say really is, like, instead of unwet, maybe he's supposed to play Taboon for 30, leaving UW. That is a very, very, very minor, maybe borderline stylistic choice. So truly no mistake that Harshan has made in this game to warrant this. As you said, Austin, it just happens.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the game's over before it's even started. So again, there's I know you covered in your YouTube videos that there's I think you said 20% of games where it's just unwinnable. I can't remember what percentage you say.
I say 25. I say
25
like because Nigel's winning percentage is 74.6 or something like that.
Okay.
So
Yeah, something like that. So around 20, I guess around 25% of all games that you play, in theory, if your opponent plays perfectly, I guess, you really just can't win just due to the luck factor. And I guess for Harshan, this is going to be part of that as well. And I guess you can also tell that both by his record as well, 16-4. So in theory, it's around that percentage, especially if you play as well as you can. But yeah, I mean, this is just just part of Scrabble. Looks like Pulau is coming down. I guess Josh didn't want to play something like audio.
yeah, I think the reasoning there, I feel like he wants to block this last line. I think that's what this is about. This is the last, before Pulau, this was the last place that a 7-letter bingo could productively play. And instead of something like audio right here, leaving that spot open, Josh has elected to reach over, block this lane at a cost of maybe every now and then you give Harshan a bingo through the L, but that's very, very unlikely compared to 7-letter words that are going to fit quite a lot in that spot. So I think that's what Josh is thinking, and Harshan quickly answers with Inia from his vowel-heavy rack.
Yep, yeah, especially if you're trying to get your first bingo down, and this would be Harshan's 10th move, and he's playing Inia for 23. It's looking pretty bad here, and he's just really just looking to get to the end of the game. And but yeah, there's still 3 tiles left, and Harshan has betters on his rack there, so Josh still has to kind of avoid any potential missteps here with that. But I can't obviously see Josh opening up and giving Harshan any kind of relief, so to speak, with by playing a bingo here. Something like Vogued through the U of Pulau looks very strong here, keeping DI. He'll empty the bag. He puts the V out in space, which is not going to help. Well, in theory, it could help him. Could help Harshan due to the unseen letters. Something like overbets could be playable still.
Overbets, oversets.
Yeah, so he might be worried about playing the V there. So we might not see something like that get played, but another option is to play Ogled next to Rex, making Grex, ER, and DE, which would be much more safe. I don't think there are no.
You got to worry. There is a B hook to this that you might worry
there is
about.
A B hook. Okay.
The question, though, is does Josh know that hook? I think that's probably a Collins only one. So also it's not, I mean, there's definitely words in this set of letters that have a B in them, but some of them, like strobes and things like that are definitely possible. So this has its own issue, but I worry that maybe Josh won't know the B hook to be valid, or maybe he will be leery of this because he knows he doesn't know and he doesn't want to be surprised by it. So he can definitely play something even just leaving the O off looks like
Oh,
it's going to be. I guess you sometimes get hit with
Bataro.
Batero, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe there isn't a play that's totally ironclad from Josh's POV in that spot with the Grex hook, but surely, totally regardless of whatever he plays, even if Harshan gets a
Yeah.
bingo, Josh is totally fine. It's really up to, in his case here, his goal is to do his best to minimize any potential chance of Harshan bingoing, and evaluate all those options to the best of his ability. I don't know. I'm not sure which of those is gives back the most. I kind of feel like I might be willing to try Vogued just because you're at least there's probably some stuff through this L like
Yeah. This is like
stablist and things like
yeah.
that. So you are giving
Battlers.
you're giving a few things. If you play Vogued right here, you are giving
Oh,
some
he's playing
stuff,
Ogled.
and he is playing Ogled. So
Yeah.
this is absolutely ironclad if you don't know the B hook here, which he may not. But it's also just a really good play on its own merits. It scores 34 points. It does empty the bag, but it scores really, really well, and it's still going to win 100% of the time here without question.
Yeah, he's not going to give Harshan another chance to fish for a bingo. And as you said, there were some bingos through the L, so like other things like battlers or settlers, things like that, which there are actually quite a number of bingos that would, or combinations that would fit through that L. But yeah, interestingly, for those that don't play to the North American lexicon, Bogle, Bogle, and the S hook are both in the North American dictionary, but just the D hook is not. So Josh, that's the reason why Josh is probably unaware of the B hook for Bogle to get to that triple. But in the end, it doesn't really matter because Harshan doesn't have any scary bingo to go up there anyway, and no bingo through the L. Um, and yeah, his options are relatively limited here. I think one of his best plays is to hook actually that S onto rare right, making Rosit Rosit, keeping Beet on his rack.
That would be
But
really nice.
yeah, it would be a nice play if you can see it. I mean, he's got the S in his hand. He's probably might be looking at that S hook. There's nowhere really else to go, so he might end up seeing that. But Josh has avoids on his rack as well, so I'm just wondering what the best move is with that. You could play something like Vax, VACS through the Sea of Castle, just as an example. Something like that. So yeah, Josh has probably still got another good score in him as well. But yeah, Josh should be winning this game somewhere close to about 200 points when all this is done.
Yeah, I had a question of what the blank is. It's an L, Palooka, really fun word that Josh spotted. But yeah, good analysis by Austin. I think this is going to be the most points on offer with that S hook. Josh will probably see and consider playing Vax just to get rid of his highest point tile. And Harshan would then have BEET, which he could play with
Oh yeah,
Betel.
that's
That
true.
would be the
Combination,
sequence
yeah.
for him. But instead, his clock is ticking down quite low. It's going to be very difficult for him to do all the end game mathematics that he would want to. Oh, sorry, I jumped the gun with Josh's last play there, just doing the analysis. Instead, it was bets is the play for Harshan. And back to Josh now. We'll see if he plays Vax quickly or if there's some other idea, but it seems pretty reasonable playing through this blank C.
Yep, I think that's his highest score. So I think yep, he's going to see it. So again,
Yeah,
very well played from Josh in this game.
yeah, true.
Yeah, there's you know, you want to at least have a shot at winning the game and also playing really well. And Josh had both of those. Unfortunately for Harshan, he didn't really have any real shot at winning this game. But I agree, he's won too many games already. He's won too many. It's time to take him down a peg, and he will fall a little bit closer towards the chasing pack, and this will make it interesting for us who are watching right now. So, roulette is going to be the play for 10 points to go out, and that will end the game. And what is the final score? It's going to be 349 to Harshan and 543 to Josh. So, a 194-point victory for Josh. So, yeah, again, well played to Josh for getting that big win. And yeah, unlucky to Harshan. He's just unlucky in this game. Again, you're going to get these games from time to time. And yeah, he will move slightly closer to the pack. We haven't got any other results. Well, actually, I do have some
A
other
few,
results.
yeah. I
Yeah,
was looking and a few just all came in here. So,
yeah.
but not the
So
one we really care about, which is Ed Martin. That's a key one.
yes. So yeah, this will bring Harshan down to 16 and 5 and a spread of around 1600 or so, or just below 1600. We can see that Lewis McKay has just beaten Brett Smitheram by 85 points. So Lewis now improves to 15 and 6 and now a spread of over 1,000. Rashid Balagan has just beaten Kevin McMahon by 105 points, also up to 15 and 6. Phil Robertshaw has just beaten Sami Okasaga. So he's in a 14 and 7 with a 732 spread. And then you can see that Sammy, Brett are 6th and 7th, but they'll both be overtaken by Josh due to Josh's big win here. Josh
Yeah.
moved up to 14 and 7 with a just over 800 spread. So
Josh is
just
going to
a
shoot
big
up.
surge.
He is
Yeah.
going to shoot up the standings with that big win. If Josh had only won by 1 point, he would only be moving one space up in the standings. But because he won by such a big margin, he's going to be popping all the way up to 5th place ahead of Phil Robertshaw. So
Oh, wow.
Josh is
Yeah.
still, that's a big leap from 8th right now to 5th. And his spread is in a position where if he can log a couple more big wins, he can get back up into that top group where he could potentially control his own destiny in the last couple of games. So that would be an amazing comeback by Josh to work his way back up and give himself an actual shot at this. If he can run the table going forward, there's a real chance for him. So
Yep.
certainly everybody rooting against Harshan in that match and Austin getting the result they want.
Yes, and I think that people might be rooting against Ed also because he is playing against Paul Allen, who and on the scoreboard is in 13th position, who isn't really too much of a threat in terms of at this moment in time. And you can see Paul Allen just moves up, so it looks like
Oh,
Ed has just also lost. So
three,
this is a
three
perfect
straight,
result.
three straight
Yes,
losses for Ed. So
yeah.
Ed is certainly got to be happy that Harshan lost his game. That keeps him very much alive despite his losing streak. So he's
Actually, Ed has lost his last 5 games now. It's actually within
five.
five.
Oh, he was 15-1.
Yes,
Oh
yes.
my gosh. Okay. Well, look, you gotta shake that off as best he can. Hopefully, he's still in a good frame of mind to play his best going forward because he's still very much alive after his 15-1 start. You can afford to go on a 5 game losing streak and still have your winning chances
Yeah.
not be completely torpedoed here. So, yeah, we are going to see in the near future Harshan. His record will get updated to 16-5, and there it
There he is.
is.
So
So
yeah, really the main question now. I mean, there's still other. So this is just the scoreboard, obviously for the top 15 players. There's still a game between Chris Leiper and Terry Kirk on that list, who are right at the bottom of that. That's still not come through yet, but there's still a lot of other games still going on in the division further down the list. I see Chris Leiper's just beaten Terry Kirk by 2 points, so he is up to 13th. Don't forget that the top 10 players, you can see all in green, are the places where you will win a prize. So even though we're not necessarily, you might not necessarily be, you might be 15th or something, and you might not necessarily be winning the tournament, but you can definitely cash or get some money here or get some prizes. You're getting into the top 10. But yeah, there's still a lot of games still going on, and I think this tournament is actually waiting for all the results to come through before we kind of get paired with the next round. We want to make sure that all the results are in. So the scoreboard, I've got the scoreboard up right above my head right here. I can see it moving around. There's still quite a number of games still left to go. But yeah, this makes things very interesting now in terms of at the business end of things. Harshan and Ed both losing this game. Um, and it really bunches the pack up now. So in terms of the pairings, I think generally towards the end of this tournament, there's now 4 games to go. The pairings will kind of work themselves out in a way where it gives as many people as possible a chance to win, which is why Harshan was paired against at that time, ninth position, Josh Sokol. Um, and some players will now start getting eliminated from being paired up with other people that could win the tournament. So that could mean that one person potentially got eliminated from that, and that could have been Kevin McMahon, unfortunately there. So maybe the top eight might get paired amongst each other. Realistically, one of those eight players could win all four games and win the tournament potentially. I'm not quite sure how the pairings will be situated for the next game. We'll soon find out. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see who Harshan plays next, since he is still a game and some spread ahead.
Yeah, the result of this game really justifies the pairing of Josh versus Harshan. You
Yes,
might have
definitely.
looked at it. You might have looked at it and said, "Well, why is Harshan playing Josh? Josh is in whatever ninth place. Seems like he's pretty far away." But with this many games left and things, it really this is so common, Austin, when these tournaments where somebody races out to a big start, it is so difficult to maintain that
Yeah,
winning pace because when you're in that top spot, you're getting these challengers that they're actually two factors, right? When you're in first place, you're the quality of your opposition is going to skyrocket. You're going to be getting all these other strong players who are nipping at your heels, and you're going to get no easy pairings, really. Even somebody in ninth place like Josh, you just saw him put forth pretty much a masterclass there. But it's more than that. I actually feel like there's a psychological component too. When you're in first, for everybody except like Nigel, I feel like people get amped up to play you. I feel like you play people who are all trying to summon their absolute best effort to take you down. And I'm sure you have had situations, as anybody at your level would, where you race out to a lead and then you just feel like, damn, there's too many good players all playing their ass off against me.
yeah, definitely. And again, I'm sure that you have also. But yeah, it's like almost playing like the boss in a video game. You're just playing against the one who's number one, and you're just getting your crack at it. And you're just having to, if you're the one who's sitting in that top table, like what Ed has been doing for most of this tournament, and what Harshan is doing now. You're just trying to beat whoever's been put in front of you, and you're just trying to send them back to wherever they were, and you just say bring on the next person, and that's what you're trying to do. But over time, as we can see with a tournament like this, which is 25 games, or even 21 so far, that the luck kind of will even out over time. So
Yeah.
generally, the best player will come out on top, or at least the best players will be near the top anyway. And just with like the final game of these kind of tournaments, I always say that there's always somebody who's nowhere near this top 15 scoreboard that you probably have not even seen whatsoever, like throughout this whole tournament, will win the last five games and will just suddenly just randomly finish in ninth place or 10th place or something. And you're like, where did they even come from? But there's always somebody that does that, and we'll end up seeing towards the end of this tournament who that might be. I can also
Yeah.
guarantee it. Someone's going to do that.
Yeah, no question. Like some even higher than 10th, like somebody could
Yeah.
easily vault much higher just with that late streak. So, most of these players, it's a good observation on YouTube that if you actually look at the seeds here, look at the numbers to the
Yeah.
far right after the players' names where it says Harshan Lamabadu Surya number 3, right? So, if you just think there was such a cross, mismatch of those numbers on day two and day one. You getting people in the 40s and 30s and all of that stuff. But as you said, Austin, with enough time, sort of enough time for these top players to really let that luck even out and let their skills come to the fore. You can see that pretty much all of the top seeds, and again, this is a 66 player division, I believe.
Yep.
So there are people whose numbers go all the way down in the 60s, but look at who's in the top group, right? Brett Smitheram, number 1, he's in 8th. Kevin McMahon, number 2, in 11th. Harshan, number 3, he's in 1st. Number 4, Paul Allen is in 10th. Number 5, Olaya Kabir. We haven't seen Olaya on the stream, but a very strong player in
Yep.
his own
Very
right.
strong.
Chris Lipe, Lewis Mackay is number 8 on there. I guess whoever number 8 is probably lurking just beyond, but then Phil
Well,
Robert.
it's Opiyemi Oloro. He's not doing
Oh,
quite so well, but you could
okay.
also work out the other way and be like, whose play number is not in the top 15, and it's just number 4 Rashid and number 9 Chris Cummins. All the other players you see on this list are seeded in the top 15,
Yeah.
and So that's 13 of the top 15 players seeded in this division, all in the top 15 right at this moment in time. So again, if there's anyone that thinks that this is not a skill-based game over this kind of period of time, there you go. It's right there in front of you. And arguably Rashid, who's just outside the top 15 anyway, and he's in fourth position, really doing very well there. And
Would be
he's coming
surprised
to,
by
yeah,
that.
very
Yeah.
strong play also.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Rashid's had a number of strong events in his career. Nobody's surprised to see him in the mix for
No,
sure.
no.
So, yeah, what we're waiting for here, of course, if you're wondering, at this late juncture in the tournament, it tends to be the case that we wait for all the results, all the relevant results, and really the entire division's results to be finalized before we pair the next round. So we're just sort of breaking that down. We just saw a really, really great game between Josh Sokol and Harshan, and that pulled Harshan back to the pack a little bit. And I see Josh in Austin's Twitch saying,
Yep.
I am luck, but also I am skill. We got to say that that was a very skillful game put forth by Josh. Of course, he's too humble to ever accept
Yeah.
that praise, but that's okay. We'll do it for him. So
Yeah.
we do not know what table we're streaming next, but I think there's a great chance that it's going to be Harshan versus a top challenger again, or maybe if it's Ed in a particularly juicy matchup. Although having just lost 5 games in a row, I'm not sure I would want to be told that I'm on the stream right now if I'm Ed.
Yeah, you're probably not feeling too good about it right now. But again, if you're 50, if someone just said you were 15 and 6, no matter how you got there, I think you would take it at this stage. But again, in terms of like the pairings, we're still waiting for one more result out of these 33 games to
It's
come
just
through.
Olaya. It's just the Olaya game.
Um, Wait, where's Elia? He's no, Elia's already finished. He's already up to
Oh
15th.
yeah, you're right.
He's
All these
already
are
he
finished. Sorry, my mistake. You're right.
yeah, it's just kind of somewhere mid-table. There's just one game that's not been logged yet, and then once we have that, they should be able to, just press the button, and then the
Yeah.
pairings get made, and then we'll see and who will be playing who in the next round. But yeah, these the results of this round is going to determine who will play in the next round because we're getting to the nitty-gritty business end of this tournament. We want to make sure that all the best players are playing each other and the most accurate way to for people who are with an outside chance of winning have a shot at winning. So that's what we're waiting for right now. But we should be getting that over to you very soon.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe with that, we take just the shortest break. Give us a
Yep.
minute to rest our vocal cords, and then we'll be back as soon as we know what round we're going to be. Well, we know what round. As soon as we know what game we're going to be covering, we will get right back. Probably in just I'm worried that I'm going to hit the break button and the next round
It's going to
pairing
come
is going to come
out.
through. But if that happens, we'll be right back. So bear with us for just a couple minutes longer, and we will be back with coverage of round 22. All right, everybody. We got our matchup here. The players are seated, and it is our leader, Harshan Lamabadu Surya, continuing his defense of that top position against our first timer on the stream. Certainly not a first timer to this situation or to streaming in general. Rashid Balagan, very strong player in his own right. Austin, you must have, I'm sure the both of us have played him a bunch of times in our careers.
Yeah, Rashid is a very, very strong player. He's now based, well, I say now based. He's been based in, I think he's based in around in Texas for a little while now. But yeah, he's a very prominent player in the US, obviously based where in the country that we reside in. But yeah, he's always a very strong player. He's always there or thereabouts, and he's been playing for a very long time. So his acumen is there to see. He's in fourth position right now. I guess he's at the moment he's one of these players, one of the two players that are currently in the top 15 that are not seeded in the top 15. But again, not surprised that he's doing this well. Of the last 8 games, he's also won 7 of the last 8 games right now. So he's also on a good winning streak, and there's no better person to continue that against the leader himself. So we'll see if Rashid can continue that and make it 8 out of 9.
Yeah, you mentioned it that these late streaks can send
Yep.
people, charging into contention very, very late. I'm going to give the go ahead to our producers that we are
Yep.
good to go. Yeah, this is not surprising, and usually it is a strong player that maybe in the early going was mired in sort of the tile drawing doldrums or something like that. So you get the pregame handshake. I don't think that is Harshan's rack, as he has not actually drawn the tiles yet.
He hopes not.
Yeah, that would not be the best rack for him. I bet things are going to improve once he actually draws tiles here. So you see him quickly plucking them, laying them off to the side, one after another, and we'll figure out. Does he? Wouldn't it be funny if he had the same rack after?
Yeah, for those mathematicians out there, you can put in the chat what you think the actual probability of that happening is. But yeah, we'll hope that well, for him, he hopes that it's not going to be that, but we'll see what his real rack is going to be.
Yeah, odds are very, very good that it will be better than this, but we'll find out quickly. So, yeah, it's I think. Do you have a betting line for this
Oh,
one,
yeah,
Austin?
I had it ready and I hadn't pressed the button yet. So
Okay.
yes, I have a betting line of 25 points in favor of Harshan. So go ahead, use your channel points. If you're watching on Twitch, go and predict what you think the outcome will be. So if you think that Harshan will win by 25 points or more, go for option one. And any other result is option two. So any win for Rashid or any win for Harshan that's 24 points or less, or obviously also any draw or tie, that is. That'd be option two. So go ahead and use your coins wisely, get predicting. And as always, you've got about 4 or 5 minutes left to do it.
And maybe some early action on Rashid here. A very nice play by Harshan. He plays Hauer. He could have played the normal word horror in that spot, but this word is a little more obscure. I'm not sure if there's any positional benefits to this other than I think it doesn't hook with the same letters, the D in particular. But either way, Rashid has bingos available here. It's just a question of is he going to spot them? And they score quite a lot, Austin.
Yes, so the only other say another thing is that with that O in the four timer lane, it's often a lot easier to bingo and hit those two double word squares with the O rather than the H. But yeah, Rashid does have a standout play here onto the H right now as well. So it would put the Y on the double letter square. It's the word heraldry for 88 points. That is his standout play. If he sees it, I'm sure that he obviously knows the word. It's just a matter if he actually looks through that H and finds that word. There's only one other bingo available, other aside from that, which is readily through the E of Howard. Of course, you can fit it on whichever way you want to
Yeah, two
put
E's
it
in that
through.
word.
Two E's, so they both score 25 points fewer than a heraldry. So they're the only, technically the three plays that he could play, of course, heraldry, and then the two different positions for readily, and then all the others are not bingos. So we'll see if Rashid finds it. And again, if the longer that he takes not playing this makes us think that he has not found it. He's already taken 2 minutes on this rack. Um, and yeah, we'll have to see. He could just be doing his due diligence again, making sure that he has no bigger scores through that O potentially. But yeah, we'll see if he has seen heraldry or not.
Yeah, you're right. We've mentioned it a number of times now. Every second that ticks off, I
Yeah.
worry. Like, typically with words like this, the way that a top player's brain at this level is probably functioning is because of your preparation in the days and weeks and years leading up to these tournaments. If you are going to see heraldry on your rack here, it's almost certainly going to happen in a split second as soon as you see your tiles, just based on, oh, yeah, I've seen these letters before. There's a word in here, and this is it. Finding words like that via your natural anagramming skills, much tougher. It's definitely still doable to sort of shift the tiles around and think about the different suffixes like ly and ry and things like that. But you would really want to sort of,
Oh, hard.
oh, okay. So that's a bit of a miss there for sure of hardly. Of course, if, it's, you can say if not for the bingos, that would be a solid play, but there are bingos. So that's definitely, he's going to wish he had that one back.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that again, it's one of those moves where if you told Rashid that there is a bingo through the H, he would find it. Again, there's nobody there telling you if there is a bingo or not. There's no hints, so he needs to work it out himself. But Hardley scores 26 points. And yeah, it's a bit of a mess here, but I mean, well, the scores are still very even, so there's still plenty of time for Rashid to bingo on a future turn.
Yeah, he kept ER. Oh, and look at that. He's got the Z as well. I don't know if he has anything.
Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, just a Z play is going to be a nice follow up here, even right here. Is that what you're seeing,
Yes,
Austin?
yes.
Yeah, it should be pretty good. Um, but Harshan, after playing Hauer, leaving AE, I think was his leave on that first move. He's drawn the S, which he likes, but not so much the OOV. So he's going to be struggling to score very much and keep a nice balanced leave. There's definitely so you know he could okay he's gonna play Vireo, which I was gonna get to suggesting this play. The computer engine is suggesting that he play something here like Ova, but no human is ever gonna do that to open this up. And of course in this particular situation, that is even works out better for him blocking the Z spot for Rashid, which he can't have known, but in fact, that is a factor here too.
Yep, definitely. Over would actually give away Azion, tripling the doubled Z,
Yeah.
which would have been 75 points. So again, that's the reason why a human player would probably not play something like that. But yeah, Harshan had 5 vowels in his rack. He got rid of 3 of them. Seemed like a very solid play doing that. Another option I saw was just playing vow onto the W, setting up the A hook. But yeah, Vireo is still a very good play here. And it blocks that zoo play that we
Yeah.
kind of mentioned earlier.
No,
So
no going through there anymore, sadly. So it's gonna definitely clamp down on the points that Rashid can score here. He still can play Zoo in a couple
yeah,
different spots. If he wants to play it right here, that does okay. This is a very concerning positioning, though, just because ZO, which might for a newer viewer, if you're just tuning in to Scrabble, you might not realize that ZO, actually you can put an A here for AZO, you could put a D in that spot for DZO, and in fact if we do see Rashid play this here, we're pretty likely to see an overlap. I'm wondering if because he has all these O's, he's not going to use the AZO hook. He might just play something like HOO down
yeah.
from this because of those 3 O's on his rack. But there are certainly many, many situations where Harshan would make use of the hook to Zo.
Yep, I think that's very likely. We're likely to see probably 4 O's come down in the next 2 turns. But looks like he's playing Visor. Okay,
Hmm.
so maybe Who will still play above it anyway. I don't think there's any move with Visors, so or good enough move with Visors. So I think that HOO will play above Visor, making Ho and Or, which will do again kind of the similar thing of getting rid of those two O's, two of those three O's in this turn. But yeah, Visor, solid play here, 34 points. He doesn't have an S, unlike Harshan. Um, but yeah, I don't know, maybe he was too scared by putting that ZO and OW spot. Maybe he thinks that Visor actually gives away even less just because this that spot is too much. But yeah, we can see who comes down for 25 points as we expected. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see what Rashid has next.
Yeah, pretty reasonable choice with the three O's by Harshan. I think Harshan has to be a little worried too about this particular play. It looks like a play that you might make from Rashid's POV with an S in hand to make a really good S hook. Now Harshan does have an S of his own,
Yeah.
but I think he has to at least honor the possibility that Rashid has one and is going to be able to do something big there before Harshan can. So he does that. Um, playing in that upper right corner blocks off that possibility of, you want to prevent some kind of massive S play. And if you can force it to be here instead, you're going to save yourself 20 odd points in those scenarios. And Rashid's quickly going to play
Owned,
debone.
or with the D on the end of it
Oh,
too.
deboned. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, this gets rid of a lot of his junk. He keeps an E on his rack. This scores very well. Again, you could always make the case maybe keeping the D as well if you want to hook onto it. But I think playing the D here is actually not a bad option. Um, but yeah, this scores very well and keeps a good tile. So this is good. But Harshan has drawn horrifically, to say the least. And he doesn't have many options to play anything on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is where for Harshan, he has to sort of hold his nerve. He just had a pretty rough loss to Josh Sokol where he did almost nothing wrong except just draw poorly. So he's drawing kind of challenging tiles again, and he has to realize that these are the ebbs and flows of playing in these games. And I do like Harshan's chances. He's very I think Harshan's pretty big into the mental side of the game. He's very active at controlling his emotions and making sure that he is not getting rattled by situations like this. But many players would start to feel that pressure of, yeah, you just lost a big game to Josh Sokol. You drew poorly. You're drawing poorly again. Woe is me, etc. And it starts to affect your decision making. But he's going to play Gao here, which I think is a pretty reasonable choice.
Yeah, Gao looks good. And the only other option is to play our AUA in the same spot. So basically, the A and the U in the same spot, but just the A underneath,
Yeah.
keeping an extra constant in this case. Even though the G is not great, but you're a bit short of constants after Gao. They're the only two really like plays that you could really do here. Again, neither of them particularly inspiring. But yeah, this is again just one of the strongest plays that he has.
Says a
Uh,
lot about how weak his position is when that's true.
Yeah, exactly. And you can move over to Rashid. He has drawn the X, so he kept an E on his rack. He drawn the X and the blank. No bingos available here, but he does have Ibex. So not only can you play it just hooking onto onto where Will is putting it down now, but that you can play. Would he see that? That's the question. Would he see the four tile overlap? It's pretty easy to see something like just going down from that D,
Yeah, if not,
even
maybe
yeah,
here.
yeah, or even just to the left of the N or something. But I don't think that scores anywhere near as much. But we're going to see that if Rashid finds that four tile overlap, that actually is the highest scoring play that he has. But he's going to play something like Bag, I think, here in Gore, keeping hold of that X. So I don't hate this move. It's not the worst move in the world. You can still bingo pretty often with the EXI blank if he draws a bit more favorably here. But he also might be wondering if Gao is a setup for Harshan's J, which he doesn't
Mm,
have, like JO something or
good
Ra
point.
or something like that. So he might be kind of trying to infer something with the Gao play.
Yeah, even if he doesn't have the J, he could have drawn it. It's also a very, very strong scoring spot in general. So rather than play Ibex and really pump up his chances of bingoing by ditching that X, this does represent probably the easiest and biggest scoring spot on the board. So Rashid has elected to block that off before Harshan can play there, and he's drawn pretty nicely now.
Yeah, he's got mixtape at the very least.
Mm.
I don't know if there's any other potential
Taxi
thing.
men.
Taxi Men as well. Yeah, that would actually be a lot. Yeah, that would be I guess around the same.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite overlap everything, but yeah, Harshan after Gal still has too many vowels. He still has an extra A that he could have potentially have got rid of previously, but it wouldn't really have helped him too much in this turn. Um, but yeah, he could even get rid of the AUA again. But
Yeah.
there's not really much available. That would AUA would be next to the BON of deboned, making OBA, OU, and A. At least that way you keep two vowels, two consonants. Again, the L and the two O's not particularly great, but again, you could draw into things potentially there.
He's
It looks like that's
exchanging. Yeah,
exchanged.
he's
Yeah.
exchanging. I think he's tired of these plays like Awa, which are getting him in trouble. I actually think Awa was clearly slightly better than exchanging, but not so much so that I'm, gonna rip him too hard for this. He's probably keeping something like ALS, which is going to greatly improve his chances of bingoing next turn, which as we know, he is going to need.
Yep, very much so. And here it really depends on whether or not Rashid will find his optimal bingos here. So we mentioned Mixtape, which actually is the highest scoring play for 89 points. Will mentioned Taxi Men for 85. There's two other bingos available. Toxemia for 86, and there's also Taxi Mick for 85. Another notable move here, which is also mentioned by Swoosh in the chat, good to see you here as well, is Max for 51 and making Homie,
Huh.
which scores really well and preserves the blank. And we're just kind of doing a quick simulation, and
That
actually
looks great.
Max comes out on top ahead of the bingos. So it actually seems to be worth playing Max here instead of the bingo just because it scores so well. And you're likely to bingo on the next turn or the next sometime very soon. So you're going
Yeah.
to get 51 plus, I don't know, 70 rather than 80, 89 plus maybe a 20. So it's a very interesting move or option to take into account, but does score 38 points fewer than Mixtape, which does open up the triple at the bottom, but Max doesn't really give away anything. So it does have some positional merit as well. So let's see if
Yeah, he's
okay.
going
So
for
it
the
looks like
blank
Rashid
slip.
circling the blank. So the bingo is about to come down, but which one? It looks like oh, it could be anything with a T here.
Yeah, we don't know yet. Okay, it's going to be
Toxemia, it looks like.
toxemia. Yeah, it's going to be toxemia. So
Okay.
obviously a great find by
Yep.
Rashid. No real quarrel with
Not an
this.
error. Not an error.
But yeah, really interesting choice of playing Max instead in the upper right of the board, making Homie. That would have been such an interesting choice. I mean, obviously, you are deferring a lot of points by doing that, but Max, as you said, Austin, putting the X out in that positioning is essentially completely harmless. There's really, you're not about to see
Oh.
xylophone get played very often there. And now the board after Toxemia is certainly a little bit more open. You can see there's now triple open. There are overlapping possibilities alongside Toxemia. In fact, a lot of them. So it looks like Harshan's drawn well, but maybe not quite well enough here.
Yeah, I think Hashem was kind of licking his lips when he's seeing some floating tiles going on the board, but the three vowels, the E, I, and the A, would duplicate his tiles again and doesn't give anything, and the M gives you two bingos that start with an M. So they are Melius and Metalize, which obviously don't fit. So Harshan has got a rack here that actually doesn't bingo, and I can expect that he will be fishing off the E or maybe an E and some other tile. Maybe he might play EL and Holy at the top between Byers and Hardley. That looks like a pretty strong play. And in the meantime, Rashid has drawn seconds on his rack, which will play again. There might be something potentially better than that, maybe through the floating tiles that he created. But it looks like Rashid should be able to find that and at least play a bingo the next turn. He might even play seconds down next to the E just to try and block the 9 timer lane and keep things a bit more blocked, rather than
Oh,
hooking the S of
yeah, here.
powers.
Sacrificing
Yeah,
some
he might play
points.
something like that. He's
Hmm.
already 100 ahead, so he
Yeah.
might do something like that.
Yeah, playing that
Um,
here looks as you suggest, Austin. I'll just draw it on the board. You can
yeah.
see seconds in that spot would
Ooh.
block things off, and that looks like a pretty good play by Harshan. He could have
Yeah,
just played EL in that spot
yeah, I
as
think so
well,
too.
which you get the extra points for the Z, but this looks pretty solid as well.
Yeah, I think this looks very solid. EO actually scores 7 more points, but this move here actually opens another bingo lane starting with the A. So there's another thing for Rashid to kind of watch out for. And I don't know if that actually would kind of be more in favor of playing seconds down from the E or not, because now there's another spot to kind of look out for. But yeah, doing something like seconds down that way would block any bingo hooking onto the ET and the DO of Debonotoxemia as well. That kind of obscures that lane.
Oh, an
Uh,
overdraw. Look at this.
oh, what just happened? Oh, yeah, an overdraw from Harshan. So clock stopped.
Wow.
And the rule here is that however many tiles Harshan has overdrawn by, Rashid gets to turn over those tiles plus an extra 2 tiles. And then Rashid gets to throw back however many tiles over that Harshan has picked out. And then,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
you get to
that's
see
rare.
whatever, yeah, you get to
You
see tiles that Harshan has.
You rarely, yeah. So that's rare. Harshan
Could be the
picking
S, who knows?
exactly. So I've asked our producer to try to help us understand: did Harshan just lose his S on that overdraw? So as Austin said, when you overdraw tiles, there's a whole procedure. It is an infraction, not a serious one, but sometimes it can really damage your chances because what happens when you mix your overdrawn tiles, your
There we
opponent,
go.
and nice, good call, Austin. He is playing more defensive one, as you suggested. But there is a chance that Harshan just lost his S, and we can see that he clearly didn't. He has 2 of them on his rack. So, but his rack did suffer
Yeah.
quite a bit. He lost some vowels there.
Yeah, he lost a vowel, which I think he needed really. But yeah, he only has one vowel left, and both players at that point had all 4 S's combined between them. So we won't be seeing any more S's coming out the bag, hopefully. But there's just a blank that is the kind of the big main tile now that will help Harshan come back. Another good thing about seconds also is that it doesn't make it very difficult to parallel play to the left of it to hit that triple. So you need kind of 3 vowels next to the ND and the S to kind of reach there. But it does give an S floater. So we'll see if Harshan can get something down pretty soon, or if Rashid blocks that S, or if Rashid decides to just keep scoring well. He's up by 148. This is not, again, and not another game that looking good for Harshan here. He lost the last game to Josh Sokol by 189. So it's again kind of almost like a carbon copy. The first 2 bingos coming down against him, and he's not really looking like he's going to bingo again right now either.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble, but it is worth noting that even with the brutal game that Harshan just endured against Josh, and this game is headed in the same direction again through very little fault of Harshan's.
Yeah.
Even if he loses this game by a lot, the only way he won't still be in first place afterwards is if Ed Martin wins his game by a solid margin as well. So he's still in the driver's seat even after this has happened. We know that Ed Martin, who is in second, we saw him a couple of times yesterday and probably on day one. We know that he was 15-1 and then lost 5 games in a row to be 15-6. This is very natural. This happens. It's really, really difficult to maintain this type of winning pace. You just have to expect that you're going to drop some games, and hopefully the tiles cooperate just enough over the long haul that when you hit that rough patch, you can get back in the saddle quickly and get back to winning all the games that are available for you to win. I don't think these last two have qualified as that for Harshan.
Yeah, very much so. And yeah, this is not looking good for Harsh, and he plays lands in the bottom corner. Rashid, I think his winningest play here is playing something like Atelic down from the A, putting that C on that next to that triple word square. That will kill off all the lanes created from lands ending with D and the S, and of course the A from Leah. And any parallel players next to the C won't play, so it just leaves Harshan with the floating tiles of seconds, which I don't think really suit him at this stage either. So it kind of narrows down all the bingos to just those lanes.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's worth noting that Rashid can score more points with a play like a Acetal in this spot, but it doesn't have the benefit of placing the C in that lower spot.
Yeah.
The reason why you would want to put the C there is to really restrict access
Mm.
to this D as well. But this also gets the job
Yep.
done pretty well. I have no real quarrel with this
Yep, that does
move.
actually. Yeah.
Blocking the
Yep.
S, putting the C out in space as a defender, um, makes a lot of sense to me.
Yep, and yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I was trying to think of some words like that as well. That one is obviously very good. And also noticing that both H's have already been played, so you're going to need a blank to play next to it, and in a uh, very specific situation for the H to be played that's not somewhere in the middle of the word, and for it to still fit there
As a
uh,
blank, yeah,
as
that's
the blank.
quite unlikely.
Very unlikely to happen. So again, this scores I think slightly better. Well, yes, it's like 2 points more than Italic. So yeah, again, this kind of gets the job done, and bingos from the A do not fit now because it needs to
True.
end in H.
Yeah, that's very, very difficult. So that is pretty much what we're suggesting is that this play is an almost completely ironclad way of blocking the entire right side of the board, blocking this S, blocking this A. Bingo's going down here. So good job to Rashid for using up that space and really deploying his C in the best possible way with that nice big lead that he has.
Yep, definitely. And now over to Harshan. Like, wow, you're really in bad shape here. 160 behind. The question is now, does he just play like a good score like Atrium onto the A of Leah, which does not really do anything to help open the board up. He could play something like Numb onto the B of Bag just to try to start opening up things on the side of the board now and create more threats. Otherwise, he's just going to have to be, he would just end up being blocked up and get suffocated here. Looks like he's going for Atrium.
Yeah,
So that's the option that he's going to go with here, but he still does have
it's
a blue floaters with seconds though still. But yeah,
It
not
is. It's just a brutal situation. Of course, you're never going to be that happy with any play that you make with the score line so out of reach. Of course, I'm sure Harshan would prefer not to use so many tiles and race to the end of the game when he really needs as the game to extend as long as possible if he's actually going to come back in this game. But at the same time, as Rashid immediately responding with Paya, which looks like his highest scoring play in that spot. So very quick action from him and an accurate play, in my opinion.
Yep, I think this is a very good play. Didn't take long to figure that out. Another option that I kind of looked at here, if you want to really go ultra defensive, you could play Pyat, Pyat, to the right of seconds, which will then kill off pretty much four of the five
Oh,
the floating tiles, especially the S, which will make it at least a lot more difficult. Although you're keeping three vowels and no
clever.
consonants, but this would at least kind of make you feel a little bit better about the next turn. Now that Hashin decided not to open anything up, and you're just going to continue closing it some more. So that's something that I was thinking about as well, and it's not really a huge point sacrifice. But yeah, it does at least make things a lot more difficult for Harshan. But we'll see if Harshan drew favorably here or not.
Yeah, his rack hasn't updated, so he played Atrium from this set of letters,
Yeah,
leaving
NS.
NS, which is
Yeah.
certainly a solid combo, though, of course, really no place on the board to end a word with a 7 letter word with S at that last position. So that's often how you evaluate how good is my S here. Of course, we all love the
Oh,
S as Scrabble players, but yeah, oh, we got the update. There it is, and it's not a very good update for Harshan.
no, and as every move goes by and he's not picking out very good tiles, it's not looking good.
That's
He,
that
he,
play. Yeah, that says a
yeah, he,
lot there. This play for
yeah,
11, Austin.
11 points. He's setting up bingo lanes above and below the F and the A of favor, seven letter bingo lanes. Should be easily blocked here if even if Rashid wants to just play down from the F or down through the A, and also try and block the S at the same time if he wants to. So yeah, this is kind of one of the more say favorable options. Haha. With the with
Nice.
what
Took me a
with what he
second.
has. With what he has. So yeah, his win percentage is pretty much zero at this stage to be honest, but again, you got to try and make something happen, and this would be a way of doing it. But yeah, this is just really depending on what Rashid has just picked out next and what he can do to at least play. He'll be playing down in the bottom left somewhere somehow.
Yeah, getting another bingo down would actually go a long way for Harshan. If we just get, again, a quick peek of the standings, you can see he's in first place, Ed Martin behind him on a 5-game losing streak, but that's going to end at some point. He's not going to lose every game forever. So you can see the gap between them, 230 points. So I do feel like, as we
Oh,
see
yeah, he got the cue.
Nikab, yeah, sorry to miss that play. But yeah, Nikab the quickly comes down for Rashid to get rid of that Q, which is very nice. But that gap between the players is such that if Harshan gets another bingo down to narrow things, 230 points distance between the players, Harshan narrowing this gap to 100, less than 100 points loss would actually go a long way to keeping him in first place. So he's still grinding. He's trying to get another bingo down, and Rashid is just continuing to pour it on.
Yeah, Nakaba, yeah, interesting play actually. Again, because he could have played. I mean, chins. I know that opens up the bottom part of the board. You could get hit pretty badly with that. Blocks the ass. He could have played caddy as well onto that D if he wanted to block things even more. It does take a bit of a sacrifice of points if he wanted to block at least two of those lanes. Nikab does open up the board as well, so now there's maybe three different possibilities or places that he can that Kashin can come back from. So,
Yeah, like
but yeah, at the same time,
here,
yeah,
maybe here, and
yes,
now playing something
yeah.
through the N and
So
the I.
yeah, it's quite possible that Rashid now thinks he's just so far ahead, it doesn't really matter what what he's going to do next. So, and I think I think is Unfetter good, or am I imagining that?
It is.
Okay,
So
okay,
Rashid
oh,
is
good.
definitely unfetter. He's gonna have that as an option. So that would make things even worse for
Oh,
Harshan if
then
Rashid's
then
able to
yeah,
get that.
Rashid, great move then, great move.
Yeah, for sure. Um, so yeah, we'll see. But good comment. This is the point. This is the point in the Will Anderson video where Harshan plays an 8-letter word from the queue. Yes. Well, unfortunately, I have to very carefully pick which games get into those videos, and as you learn quickly watching these streams, usually there are a handful of games in let's say a 20 or 30 game stream where there are games that are so special that I feel like a video would make sense. Of course, not every game is like that. You get a lot of these games that are kind of lopsided based on the draws. But yeah, when Scrabble cooperates and gives the players really even draws and a chance to make really amazing plays, that's when the magic happens. But this is unfortunately not to, obviously I want everybody to stay here and enjoy the Scrabble coverage on my channel as well as Austin's Twitch channel. This is not going to be one of those games that gets featured on my channel unless maybe Harshan does something crazy from here on out.
Yeah, yeah. As again, we kind of mentioned in the last game that the 20 or 25% of the games will be kind of pretty lopsided to a point where the losing player probably can't win the game no matter what they do, just based on the luck factor. Does so happen that we have two of those games back to back to start the stream today.
Rip
But
to
yeah,
Unfetter.
yeah. Oh yes, that does mean that Unfettered won't play now, even if Rashid found it or not. But Pato, yeah, I think he's just trying to open up some lanes and just hope for the best. Now that the board is now not so relatively open, but there's a lot more options on the board now to bingo through and try and claw back some spread. Um, Even though he is still 230 points and spread better off than Ed Martin in second place. So Harshan will be thinking about that because he is about 160 points behind. And if Ed wins his game against third place Lewis McKay by, I don't know, 70 or so at this stage, then his spread would not be better than Ed's as well. So he is definitely got to think about the long game here. And I know it's kind of a bit weird with Scrabble that even though you're 160 odd behind and you're now playing to not lose by more and not necessarily go for a win at this stage, you're definitely looking in terms of the bigger picture in terms of the tournament here.
Yeah, no question. I see the space on the. I can probably fix that on the Harshan rack, even though I'm not the one doing it. Give me a second. But
Yeah.
where
Yeah,
is
I just
it?
wonder what Rashid's best move is here. He's got future through that U, and he will see that Harshan. Well, he doesn't see that Harshan has an ass, but there's still a blank unseen as well. So this will, well, I mean, future would block a lot of lanes actually. So it would actually only leave the N of Niqab and
Yeah,
the future's hook after that. So it kind of takes up a lot of space
it does. Let's look
which
at.
actually might be good.
Yeah, this looks like a nice idea. So again, with 13 tiles unseen, that means there are 6 tiles in the bag. That means you can play 5 tiles if you're Rashid, and the game would not immediately end if Harshan has a bingo. So from his POV, playing 5 tiles is a perfect amount. This play does exactly that. It blocks the D, it blocks the S, it blocks these letters for playing bingos, and it scores decently well and gives very little back. Maybe you will get hit with a J play like Jock or something like that, but you can easily live with that given the a number of bingos that you are preventing from Harshan. So I think that looks like a great play. I think it's a good chance Rashid finds it and plays it here.
Yeah, I think so. Another option also is to play something like Feta through the T of Pato, which does a similar job.
True.
It does still allow some bingos through that eye of Niqab, and it doesn't open up a triple spot for the ass, and does leave the P open, which is not quite as problematic as a tile to play through anyway. So if he wants to do that, he could play that. It kind of does a very similar job. If he's too worried about the S and blank that's currently unseen. Again, Harshan just played off 5 tiles, so he might think that he has a blank or an S or something, especially if it's kind of opening up the board a little bit. But um, yeah, I mean, I'm expecting to see one of those two words come down, or he's playing futures with futured. Is that a word? I
It
think it's
is a
felt.
word.
It is.
I think it is. Yeah, I think this is a word.
It is.
But
Okay.
it's the surprising thing about it is that by playing 6 tiles,
Yeah,
you
he's
are
empty the
you are
bag.
conceding a little bit of spread on the scoreboard, a little bit of margin of victory. Anytime Harshan has that second blank and bingos through the letters of Niqab, which isn't that likely, but it's definitely not impossible. So I think a 5 tile play would have been preferred as opposed to Rashid's choice, which uses all 6 tiles here. But either way, it's not going to be a threat, and Rashid's going to get the good news that the second blank is going to find its way onto his rack here.
Yep, very much so. I guess he kind of has the idea of kind of blocking things. I guess he did it in a different way with this move. And yeah, he's left himself open to bingos, but again, playing through the N that just kind of leaves the N and the I open, and they have to be in the fourth position, which is so relatively unlikely given the circumstances of just picking 5 random tiles. So again, Rashid he could have seen all those options and was just like, well, I'm just not gonna let Harshan mess around anymore. I'm just gonna empty the bag and that'll be it. Rashid picks up the J and the K, so he has Jack and Kago through the A of Nikab, which will score a lot of points.
Oh, nice.
Harshan, yeah, he has something like Wayne maybe above the F and the E of Futured. So maybe those two moves will be the next two moves that we'll see on the board. So Wayne is about to play right now, sets up wins, which unfortunately does not allow him to win the game.
It would be the strategy of Scrabble would change a lot if anytime you played the word bingo, you got 50 extra points. Anytime you played the word wins, you instantly win. The W would get that would be quite the buff to the normally not well regarded W tile if you could just secure an instant win by playing that word. But yeah, this seems like a good endgame sequence for Harshan. But really, I can't point to a move that Harshan made in this game that was an obvious mistake, and yet he's barely cracking 200 points here. That
Oh
is
wow. Yeah.
astounding. A player of his level, that I think it's more, much more, a testament to Scrabble being kind of a crazy game of variance than it is that Harshan somehow earned this result in any way, shape, or form. So actually, there is
Yeah.
one crazy play here for Rashid. So Jack, the play that you pointed out, Austin, a very, very
Yep.
strong choice. It is. We'll just show it on the. Oh wait, are they? Oh, it looks like Harshan didn't actually commit that move until moments ago. So, in any case, it is over to Rashid now, and this is the play that you pointed out. Jack using the J and the K, scoring very well. However, there is one play which is technically evaluated higher, and that is Jinko through
Oh,
through
yeah.
the N, making the blank an O. That would be a next level play. That's technically the best that Rashid could do here. I think most players at the expert level would be very, very content to play Jack and get out of this with a pretty big win.
Yep. Yeah, that would be the icing on the cake, but he's gonna go with Jack here. And actually, you know what? I'm actually looking up what Harshan's lowest ever score is in an
Oh,
Wesper rated tournament. So this is rated by Wesper, the world governing body of Scrabble. And you can see Harshan currently has 227 points, and Harshan's been playing in Wesper rated tournaments since 1998. So he does go back a long way, 26 years now. His lowest score in any tournament of any kind, that actually goes back for 45 tournaments. And how many game on over 1,000 games, his lowest score is 243, which he will just crack over with wins. It won't be much more than that, but this is going to be one of his lowest ever games recorded, and he's only ever scored less than 300 points in 13 of those games. So this will now make it 14, scoring 258, and I can't imagine many of those 13 would have been less than less than this amount. So this is a something that you don't necessarily see, and just for scale, that tournament that he got 243 was actually in the 2017 World Championships, where I think he was runner-up. So
wow.
things like that can happen in tournaments that
Incredible.
you play well in.
Yeah, for sure. The tournament where it was the first matchup between Harshan and our current world champion, David Eldar. The two of them have met twice in the finals of the Worlds, with David winning both times, but Harshan giving an excellent account of himself. And that says a lot that he was in content. I was about to say, oh, I was poo pooing that this game could possibly be relevant for Scrabble history, but if it was Harshan's lowest scoring game of all time, maybe I would consider putting it on there. Of course, not to shame him in any way, but just to show that Scrabble can be cruel sometimes. Maybe especially if Harshan ends up winning this event. And as you just said, when he had that other lowest score in his career, he did end up making the finals of the World Championship. So you really can't draw any conclusions beyond this happens in Scrabble, even to the very best players. So
Very much so.
now, yeah, I mean, this was a big loss. You can see almost 200 points. So, really, any reasonable sized win by Ed Martin is very likely to propel him back to the top spot in the standings, which he held for the better part of 2 days. So, yeah, if we just cut back to here. Actually, I think I have it here, so you can see both us and the standings now. Yeah, it's going to be a big loss for Harshan. He's currently 230 ahead in the spread department. He's going to drop this game and move to 16-6. If Ed wins by even, like 20
65 or something.
points or something, or is it that? Yeah, it's something
Yeah.
minimal.
Yeah, it's not
Um,
much. Yeah,
that
it feels like whoever's leading this tournament doesn't want to win the tournament, and it's moving closer and closer to everyone else, which is obviously great for all of us watching. And this also means, don't forget that Rashid now moves onto 16-6, now tied for the lead. So you can see that Brett has just won his game against Phil Robert Shaw by 164, so that pushes him into contention. Arguably that moves players like Phil, who are 2 games behind and a much lower spread, out of contention now. So that so you can see that the scoreboard is updating as we kind of talk. But yeah, I think only players now that are 1 game behind the lead is probably the cutoff now in terms of who can win this tournament. So as long as you stay within that, I think you still have a shot. So we currently have 7 players who are at least having a shot at this as it stands. But yeah, I think Josh is playing against Sammy, so one of those will probably move out of contention. So I think that we'll have 6 players left in contention going into the final 3 games.
Yeah, some of these matchups with the players who are currently at 14-7, Josh Sokol, Sammy Okasaga, a couple more of those people, and there you can see the
There
result
it is.
popping up. Rashid temporarily moving up to second, but certainly a chance for Ed or Lewis to pass him with wins here. But Rashid, with that big win over Harshan, very much still in the mix. So things have well and truly knotted up here at the top. There was a while that Ed was multiple games clear of the field. There was a time that Harshan was 1 game up and a lot of spread points clear of the field. None of that is the case anymore. It really could be any of the top 5 or 6, or who knows, probably something like the top 6 or 7 players still have a shot at this. If any of those people can run the table from here on out, there are 3 more rounds. If we just take a quick look at the schedule, we just completed round 22. Please ignore that little countdown timer, but that timer is going to come active shortly because it is going to be lunch break for the players. I think they're in the 1 o'clock hour. As you can see, 1300 hours there. It's 1 o'clock over in the UK. 8 o'clock for me and 7 o'clock for you, Austin. I'm going to probably grab some breakfast as I did yesterday. You have a nice filling breakfast planned for us to dive into the next 3 games.
I think so. I had a little bit to eat before we went on the stream.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, basically it would be my lunchtime, I guess, at this stage. I'm gonna have another meal. But yeah, I'm gonna stick my body clock to the same as the UK time right now. But yeah, because the tournament is kind of running a little bit slower based on waiting for results to come through. I guess this lunch break will be slightly shorter than what it was yesterday. Now that we're technically 38 minutes away from the next round. Some of these players are still playing. Actually, a lot of the games are now coming through on the scoreboard. And yeah, they'll be able to pair the next game pretty quickly. But yeah, we've got some good games still to come. There's still 3 games to go, all to play for. And again, looking at the scoreboard, you'll now be able to see that the second tiebreaker of the spread comes in very, very useful now for players like Harshan and Ed. And also not so favorably for players like Brett, who has a very low spread and have no chance of really overtaking anybody on spread. And he'll have to win this tournament outright on wins, which basically makes it even more difficult for him. But he is still within the hunt, and I think it probably is still mathematically possible for him to still win with 19 wins or 18 wins or whatever it is.
He probably needs some help.
Yeah, he would.
With that, he certainly will need to win all 3 of his games, and then get a fair bit of help. I think primarily he could really use Harshan and Rashid to both or whoever, any of the players who are at 16 need to probably go 1-2, and he probably needs to help push them into 1-2 over their record in the next 3 games. Maybe he can pull it off, but certainly the road is a little bit clearer if you have a good point margin. And you can see it looks like Ed Martin has won his game,
There we
but by
go.
an incredibly small margin,
40 points.
seemingly.
40, yeah.
40. Okay, so as you said, I said 20, but you were right. It was closer to 60 that he would have needed to win by to pass Harshan, but by winning by only 40, he still trails. So even after we just saw Harshan really have a rough 2 games on the stream, drawing really terrible tiles against Josh Sokol and Rashid Balagun, he is still in first place. So he has to look at that and take heart that he definitely controls his own destiny here. I think those are most. I would say that the Josh and Sammy. What happened? Are those two playing each other?
Yeah, they're playing each other. Yeah, they're the only game that's still left within the top like 20 or so. So
Yeah.
this score shouldn't really be changing much apart from those two. But the winner of that game should decide who still stays in the hunt for the title.
Yeah, a big win for Josh in particular because you can see Josh has, about 160-ish more spread points, 170 almost, or 172 more spread points than Sammy. Excuse me. If Josh were to have a big win in that game, he would vault up again ahead of players like Lewis. He would need to win by quite a lot to pull that off, but it is possible. So, in any case, it is lunch break for the players. We'll get some confirmation over whether they're going to adhere to the schedule and try to be back in roughly 35 minutes time. Oh, look at that. This is not
Oh, there it is.
this is not my production wizardry. So you can see the lunch break has been pushed to 15 minutes later. So we have almost an hour of downtime, a little bit less. So yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to stay idle. We'll cut to our little break screen, and we'll come back in just a tick sooner than 50 minutes from now, and we'll be uninterrupted from that point on with the climactic final 3 games from the MGI International Scrabble Classics in Milton Keynes. So don't go anywhere. Well, I guess you can go anywhere, but come back, please. Yeah, go take a walk, play some Scrabble, get a game in, and try to make it back in a little bit less than an hour. And we'll see you
And
then.
watch Will's video too.
Oh, yes, if you want to, no pressure. All right, thanks everybody. Break time. We'll see you soon. All right, everybody, we're back and we've got our matchup. I actually sent a poll into the field there on YouTube, and I sort of put my finger on the scale by saying that a really good game for us to watch would be the matchup between number 5 and number 6, Josh Sokol and Brett Smitheram. And Austin, that is a really great matchup for us to focus on.
Yes, it is, and you can see next to our faces, this is the current standings. Being very close. The top three, the top three players. Actually, pointing at me there. I'm not the
Oh,
standings.
past you. I don't
I'm
know.
this
I
way.
can't. Oh,
The top three players are on 16 wins, and the next three players are on 15 wins. So we're going to see two players here who are on kind of the cusp of contention, and effectively the winner will continue their path to potentially winning this tournament, and the loser will be kind of effectively be eliminated from winning. So you can see that both players are at the table right now, and we're about to start the game. Josh is to go first. And a quick thing is that I'm going to put out a prediction in the Twitch chat right now. If you're watching on Twitch, I put the betting line in favor of Brett. 15 points is the betting line here. So if you think that Brett will win by at least 15 points, go for option one. And if any other result will be option two. So go use your channel points wisely, get predicting on what you think the outcome will be. As we wait for the first rack for Josh, who is staring into space. He's probably thinking, is there a bingo that he has recognized with that rack? And that I don't think there is. So something like Danio might be a strong play here, keeping a vowel and a consonant. Or maybe Dolia, something like that. But yeah, it remains to be seen what he is going to do here.
yeah, nothing with those low point tiles that will let him play all 7. Certainly a handful of 8-letter words, but that is not. And Brett's rack is not updated yet. So just for the record, that was the previous. I think that was Rashid's endgame rack. So we'll see what Brett has. It would be great if Brett drew that blank. And it looks like he has. So the blank was correct after all. So
Okay.
Josh is in a challenging situation. You have, like I was saying, the low point tiles are suggesting that you want to try to get a bingo down. He doesn't quite have one. The question then becomes what to play. I don't think he's going to play something long here. I think he knows that he's pretty close, and he's either going to play something short like a do or Oda or something like that, or he may even exchange, although I don't know. It's kind of marginal. Those leaves aren't that great either. And it looks like he is going to play long. I'm starting to come around to this idea as maybe there isn't actually that good of a leave to keep. I don't know. What do you think, Austin?
Um,
Ooh,
yeah, he's playing it. He's trying to find the right or the so-called correct way of putting it down.
yes, the most
Um,
defensive location.
yeah. The anagram Ladino is Dolina, which would put some vowels next to the double letter squares. So he's opting for, I guess, the slightly lower scoring option here. Yeah, I would have probably played slightly fewer tiles, but Ladino gets what 16 points. Maybe something like you can really go any way here. You could play something slightly shorter with Dolia, which would score same number of points, keeping an N. You could play Odal, Odal, which would although keep extra vowels, but you could play Oda or something, and keep Lane or Nail, which would also be a good play here. So this I guess at this situation in that one, it's kind of down to however way you want to play.
Looks like
But Brett,
Brett
yeah,
Brett just
circle the blank.
circled his slip. Yeah, he's gonna play.
Oh,
This is funny. We saw this word come up earlier. I think in Natalie's Ulti's game, where I think this
could have
word
been played,
was
yeah.
possible or either it got blocked or maybe I can't
Yeah,
remember
it
if
got
she
blocked,
missed
yeah.
it or if it. Oh, but so this is one of 2 plays going through that end, scoring the maximum number of points for Brett, 78 points. So well done to him to spot one of the 2 plays there. And now, very quickly, I think we have a word knowledge check for Josh. We've mentioned it before. Coming from the North American background, picking up the extra words in the World Dictionary takes a little bit of time. Will Josh see the Collins only verb of clotting through the first I of ritenuto? I'm Not really sure what his depth level is, but he has that 8 letter bingo through this I. I really wouldn't be surprised to see him miss this, nor would I be surprised to see him find it. It's like right on the cusp of a word that he might know.
Yeah, I was just actually just looking at the probability list. So as with most top players, they kind of go down the list in terms of how likely these words are about to come up. So clotting is just around 11,000 in terms of the 8 letter word bingo. So it's about a quarter of the way down. Again, it depends if he's actually got that far. But also clotted with a TED at the end is actually about 7,000. So if he's got that far down with the 7 letter words with clotted, he might be able to work out clotting. But again, it's the only playable bingo here. I'm sure he's probably at least come up with that idea, and he might just be wondering if that actually is good or not, or if there's any other bingo that he could play that's something that's a bit more sure about. But as we know from where we're sitting, clotting is the only playable bingo here. And the next best play is actually just to play something using the C and the U, which doesn't really score very many points. So there's actually a big drop off in this space here. So clouting in that spot through that I. Kurt is actually one of
Kurt,
the next best plays.
yes,
Doesn't
12
score much. Yeah,
points. 12 points for this. It's such a
yeah.
big gap, and it is unfortunate to, be in this situation. I wonder what he's writing. He might even be writing CLAUT down and looking at it, and maybe he's thinking, man, have I seen this before? Give Josh another year, certainly like a maximum of like 2 years, and you're going to see like he's already firmly in contention here. He could easily come back and win this game and win two more games and potentially win this incredibly, challenging event full of seasoned Collins players. But give Josh another year or two and he will be laying down words like clotting quickly, and it's going to make him even more fearsome. But for now, I don't know, if I had to guess, I would say he's probably not going to play it, just because it's still fresh, switching over to that other lexicon, and it's going to take a little time for these words to become second nature. So we'll see what he ends up doing.
Yeah, he spent over 3 minutes in this turn already, which again, when we say about every second that goes past and he hasn't played, I would say in theory, a simple, obvious play, obviously best play that is. And he plays Glucan to the right of Ladino. So obviously he's not sure enough of clotting, or maybe just dismissed it. So another 6 letter play that comes down from his side, and he's well, both of them actually didn't score that many points, I guess, 16 and 17. So he has 33 points and played 12 tiles.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that you see that.
That's rare. Yeah, 2 6s to open the game. So this one is, pretty clear. Unlike the first turn, where I do think that Ladino was a defensible choice, and there are many different ways he could go. Obviously, if Josh had the complete knowledge of all of his options available on that turn, he would have played clotting. That's by far the best, without question. But if you haven't seen that word yet, or aren't 100% sure what part of speech it is, and you could see he's paid a steep price with his replenishment draw there, Austin. Ouch.
Yeah, he's I mean, we always talk about the tile gods, and if they will come and punish you if you don't play the best play, so to speak. But Brad is playing a lay here through the L. I think a slightly better play might be to play IE and getting rid of the I, playing it underneath the T and the O of Ritenuto, as Josh turns the board around. So IE doesn't take any hooks, so there's no
IE right here.
no problem with any S hooks there. But yeah, still a very strong play, scoring 18 points. And yeah, I feel like Josh has got some very few options, but he's going to play through some vowel on the board, and I think his next play might resemble how he feels about what this rack is.
Self-descriptive,
Yep.
potentially. What are and there it is. Let me get my chicken scratch off the screen. So the nice thing about this, of course, Josh has the duplicated D's, the duplicated R's. He plays turd, and that gets rid of at least one of those two. So D, R and T off the rack. If he can manage to draw a couple of vowels, he will be in extremely good shape to bingo with this leave. Of course, there is the risk of him drawing more consonants and being in another grim situation next turn. He did just score 11 points. This is what tends to happen. This is why we try to avoid those imbalanced racks. We'll see what Josh draws, but Brett's drawn the second blank, and I'm quite sure that he's going to be bingoing here. A player of Brett's caliber, who he is our lone former world champion in the field. Pretty sure he's going to come up with a bingo here.
Yes. So we saw the word ibex played in the last game. You can hook that with a V and make vibex, and I guess the plural of that is vibices. But he's actually found
Oh,
a very stylish play of vibrances through the AN, which doesn't open up the triple at the bottom, which would be with vibices, VIBICES, and turds. Although the placement of the V and the C would make it very difficult to underlap anyway. But again, this kind of blocks off a lot of bingo lanes. Just played straight through the middle of the board, and just like a sword, just kind of going straight through there. Scoring one fewer point, I think, than Vibaces, but again, very, very strong play. And yeah, got the second blank bingo on the board.
yeah, just going through it, it's a great play. So there are only two bingos available. As Austin said, the plural of Vibex hooking onto turds. The thing about this play is that it does nothing to address any of the openness here. I guess technically you could play through this O as well. So by taking a 1 point sacrifice and playing here, all of a sudden it becomes next to impossible to play an 8-letter word on this board. It's so much more difficult to fit an 8. Of course, you still would have a 7 with an S. Maybe some hooks to allay, but it's just a way, way more constrictive play against bingos from Josh. And frankly, after a play like Turd, yes, Josh could be struggling with consonants, but he could also have a really nice bingo leave as well. So playing something more blocky on Brett's part there makes a lot of sense. I think it's a great move on his part.
Yep, very much so. Definitely can't fault that. And yeah, as you said, not very easy to get any kind of counterplays as a result of this. Well, I guess a good thing for Josh is that he has the S. He can still play underneath turn, but he still doesn't have any playable bingos here, I think.
It's true. Yeah,
But
nothing.
yeah, I mean, wondering what his best play is. He's got to put something down. Maybe playing Dork, setting up the S hook.
Yeah, he's just really taking the S on his rack and pumping its value up even more. It was already useful in the sense of, excuse me, playing with right here or potentially here if you draw just right. But now the S is extremely strong, and it's not going to be easy for Brett to address that spot.
Yeah, definitely not. With that K in that position, it's difficult to play basically anything really off there without opening something else, potentially something even more lucrative. So yeah, I think Brett just has to, in this case, just play his normal move and just hope that Josh doesn't hit that space too hard or even at all, which might mean something like Page playing underneath the R of Ritenuto, getting rid of the really the P, the E, and the G, which he doesn't really want, and shedding another vowel with an otherwise vowel heavy rack. So that looks pretty good in terms of scoring well, in terms of number of points. I think it gets 24 points. There are a number of other options that he can play that potentially are slightly longer or gets rid of more vowels though.
Yeah, it's interesting. My eye is drawn. So with wanting to address dorks, it's not really that easy to do.
Hmm.
And Brett's plays Peeg instead. He could have popped his other E down for a few more points. But I think the nice thing here is that at least this does a little bit to address some of the S hooking possibility onto dork. It's going to be a little bit tougher now for words with S in earlier position. It's almost impossible. I guess you could still get a word with SE, something like that, with like STER. That would still
Yep.
fit and be incredibly damaging, but the odds of that are extremely low. So makes sense to even if you can't conclusively block this S hook certainly I think Brett's eye would be drawn to this spot. It would be great to play a word here that doesn't hook, that really addresses the dorks spot more concretely. But Josh drawing the three A's, and let's keep in mind, Austin, that effectively spread, assuming both of these players are solely focused on winning the tournament, which I believe players at this level definitely are, this is kind of a must-win game. There's no need to worry about your point spread or your tiebreaker at this point. Josh is trailing in this game. He really, really needs to win this game, and I think he's going to play very aggressively, even if it might lead to a slightly larger loss as a result.
Yep, I think so too. And well, first of all, Brett's spread is already much lower than everyone else's. So for him, the spread really doesn't matter at this stage. In terms of winning the tournament, Josh has actually got the next lowest spread out of everybody. So this is going to be just a matter of just getting over the line first. You can see that, well, Josh played AA, setting up his S and the L, and Brett has a bingo that doesn't play, but he plays merit. And again, I agree, a lot of merit to this move because it blocks the S hook for dorks as well. Although Josh is now drawn into low knees and AAS, so he should be bingoing on the next turn and will at least start his comeback now.
Yeah, it's a good point by Squish on the Twitch that Peeg here leaving the E off was a direct. That was the 1-2 sequence that Brett envisioned there. By keeping the E on his rack for next turn, he knew that even if he can't block Dork right now, he can play this word here, leaving his E in reserve so that a 5-tile play here would effectively block it on the next turn. If you can't block a move on one go, don't just not try to block. You can do it in 2 moves, and he did that very effectively. And in fact, that did save him a little bit of damage, as NLAs was likely to go down all over the place with that or low knees, which would have played with dorks. So Brett saving himself a couple scoreboard points even there with that block, but it could have been even better from his POV. So very, very savvy play, and this is a big swing here to see what the 2 players are going to draw after this exchange. Brett is still up a bingo here. But if Brett has a really bad set of letters and Josh has a good set, maybe that's a turning point. But we know both blanks have already been used, and it looks like Brett has drawn pretty well.
Yeah, it looks very good. And actually, the fact that Josh did not play low knees and AAS, that actually would have set up the A just above the, no, just below the triple letter square on the bottom, kind of bottom middle left there. Which would have given Brett a very easy 60 or 70 point comeback play. So NLAs actually did save Josh in this case. So yeah, Brett will still have options to score very well with his Z. So he could play something like Azo above the Y and the E of Allay, which doesn't give away too much. It does have an N hook and potentially have some overlaps or underlaps about underneath it, but looks like Brett is opting for a little bit of defense here, playing Zoa, blocking off that bingo lane completely. And yeah, back to kind of where we were maybe 2 or 3 moves ago. There's still not very many places on this board to bingo through whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that sacrifice on the scoreboard was absolutely justified.
Yep.
So, AZO up here would have scored 40 points. This play here scored 36, so it was a 4-point sacrifice. But as you suggested, Austin, this word takes an N hook, so it actually does make a pretty decent line if you can manage to get a bingo with an N in it. That's something you're going to have to worry about if you're Brett after this move. And if you do nothing to address this spot, it's also going to sit there unblocked as well. So rather than make a new threat for Josh to potentially avail himself of, he's taken a very important threat on the board and neutralized it. Although I always wonder with this word, are we eventually going to see a very clever extension? There are a lot of sort of realistic extensions that the players could draw that will score decently well, and depending on how long the extensions are, potentially open up the board again. So we'll see if one of those materializes or not.
Yeah, there are a number of extensions like Endozoa, Entozoa, Protozoa, which actually are borderline like worth playing because it scores a good number of points and opens up other spaces. So we'll see if that actually becomes valuable or not. Josh, again, just like what he's doing with AA, he's now setting up another bingo lane at the top of the board with Yu. Although it does score only 11 points and he's still about 90 odd behind, but it sets up the A hook that Brett actually does not have. So it's going to be a matter of, is Brett going to try and address this spot in some way, or is he just going to let it go and just continue as normal?
Yeah, it's a really just another savvy play by Josh. He has to make stuff happen here at this score. He needs bingos, and he needs the bingos to be pretty hefty. So in this spot, setting up Agu with an A that he has, there actually are very, very few A's left. In fact, that was the last one. If we look at this from Brett's POV,
Oh, wow.
you can see the unseen tiles there are listed from Brett's POV. Only one A is left, and it is on Josh's rack. So that spot was very, very strongly favoring Josh to create, given that there is only one more hook and it's on Josh's rack. So just good recognition. Not surprised to see. I think what's most impressive is that it's actually pretty early on in this game. It's kind of still like just after the mid game. So making observations like that in the unseen tiles is you're sort of making a really careful observation early on. It gets so much easier when the number of unseen tiles has dwindled to really draw conclusions from that. So I'm impressed by that play. And it looks like Brett is going to block that off as best he can. This looks like a really good play for him responding to Josh's setup.
Yeah, scores 35 points. And again, he's pushing that lead out to a point where he's now 130 or so ahead, which would then mean that Josh needs two bingos. So he's kind of going for the scoreboard pressure here. Josh ends up drawing BX from the bag, which is not overly favorable as it from what I can see here. But yeah, I mean, it's a very good recognition from Josh to realize that that he's got the last A. I mean, you've got the case tile, especially this early. Normally, it becomes more apparent towards the end of a game when some of these tiles are more likely to have run out, especially when there's 9 A's in the bag. You don't necessarily expect it or even look at the tiles to be running out at this stage. But he's very aware of what's going on, and yeah, it'd be interesting to see what he does next with what he has, or maybe he might end up trying to stash that A away and waiting for that bingo to come. So maybe something like Pix, PYX, and Gup looks pretty good. But again, he's needing some better tiles to bingo through here.
Yeah, Pix looks good. It looks nice to score pretty well. Not use very many tiles. You keep your A just in case you draw something good. But the mix, and that is what he's going to play. Yep. So I think that it has a secret extra value, which is that it makes Josh's hook extremely difficult to block. So for example, there were other plays that Josh could have made on that move. For example, something like Radix right here would have scored decently well with the X, but that gives Brett a chance to potentially overlap through this Y. He might have had plays through that Y that much more concretely block the G, but now by playing Pix, he essentially makes it nearly impossible to address this spot. It's just going to sit there protected by this play until Josh decides to use it, pretty much. And I'm not really sure what recourse Brett has to block it.
Yep, that spot isn't going away anytime soon, and with Pix, he's kind of cordoned that spot off now even more. And really, the only ways you can really block this if he kind of starts building upwards from the I or the VI or the B from vibrances and start heading up the board that way to try and block that off. That's really realistically the fastest way that Brett can get to blocking that off. But doing that, you could potentially allow Josh to start opening up the left side of the board as well. So I think they're both laughing or sharing a joke at a table, which is always nice to see, especially in these high pressured games. But yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen how Brett is going to try and take out that spot. He doesn't have particularly that many high scoring plays that go from the VI or the B. Um, so yeah, I mean, I really am not quite sure what his approach is going to be here. And especially with players that play in the North American lexicon, I feel like there's a lot more setup plays that are played than playing in the world lexicon, which may not be something that Brett is necessarily used to, seeing AA come down and Dort come down and Gu come down pretty much all the time. And we're barely like halfway through the game, like just gone halfway through the game, and he's having to deal with these fires as and when they come.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's worth noting that Brett has, so he knows that Josh is very, very likely to have that last A, but Brett has something similarly valuable, maybe not on this board, but potentially something he can capitalize on, and that's the last S. We often in Scrabble really try to place an extra value on that last S, and is that what he's
Yeah, he
doing?
is.
Wow.
But there's a
So
Y unseen, I
oh
think.
yeah, that's true. So there is a Y. So it's not that Brett has the only hook to hurl. I wonder he can't really tell too much about whether
Yeah,
Josh has or does not have the
can't
Y.
tell.
So there is some risk associated with this move, but the idea of Brett spotting the fact that he has the last S, and I see the first rack is a little messed up. I'm going to fix that right now. So very savvy play by both players. Very similar considerations by both players here.
Yep, I think that I guess Brett is going to fight fire with fire here. If Josh is going to set up an A hook on one side, then Brett is going to set up a nearly in a different one on the other side. Yeah, Josh has found a very good play of whir underneath Peach, which scores a lot of points actually. Scores 38. So he needs to have some high scoring moves and getting rid of those kind of big tiles and keeping that A on his rack, and that kind of does everything he needs to do.
Yeah, does a
Um,
lot.
and and also to go with that, Brett has just picked out I think three O's, so he's going to slow down a little bit here.
Oof. That's
Ooh.
crazy. Yeah, oof. I should say. So Hurl left ENS, which means that Brett just drew OOOI. So he
Yeah.
is forced to, well, I guess he's not forced. I mean, he could have played OO parallel to the J. Has he? Oh, he hasn't. I thought he had put his tiles aside
No,
and
no, yeah.
exchanged. So I wonder, I don't think he's going to exchange here with a 24-point play on offer that gets rid of his two O's, even though there is certainly risk associated with this play. But getting the extra 24 points seems nice. Maybe he just won't want to open this overlap, but the fact that he has the last S, what is the situation with the N's as well? Because that's kind of a key here. If you
Yeah,
play
two
OO
left.
here, you have to be careful that your opponent has an N. That's really the key tile. If this were the last N, he could make a play like this with almost perfect impunity, knowing that there was no way that Josh could really block it. But that's not the case. So I wonder how Brett is going to proceed here.
Yeah, I mean, there's still two other ends unseen from Brett's point of view. Um, and that also plays a factor in terms of blocking his S hook, which he kind of just put out there for himself. As we can see, Josh actually draws the Y to go there, but it looks like Brett is going to have to play OO in that spot just because it scores so much. Um, so yeah, it's a tough spot to have there, but I think you just have to do it because the two O's are just not going to score anywhere else. And you kind of have to try and keep Josh around 100 behind here, and that's I think that's what he's deciding to do.
Yeah, staying up by about 100 is going to work out a lot of the time. Josh can eventually build towards a bingo that's going to score about that much. But if he does play something in that spot, then Brett again has set up a spot where if he draws high scoring tiles, he should be able to play down here. Um, I'm not sure we see that he has
Not
8
another
tiles
draw.
on the rack. Okay, there
Oh,
we
there it is.
go. A little bit better. Oh, Eno scene. I don't think
Yep,
that
doesn't
this
quite
doesn't
fit.
play anywhere, but that's okay. But yeah, it's I think as scary as making a play like this is with potential overlaps, taking a zero score on that move and making it so that Josh's eventual bingo actually puts him in the lead is also a consideration worth worrying about. And again, Brett knows that he has an N, right? So he is making a play that benefits him in the short term as long as he draws decently well. Josh could have an N, but he also could not, and this spot would do absolutely nothing for him, or close to nothing. Let me not say that, because Josh can still play BY or something up here if he wants for a decent score. So that's not nothing, but that's not devastating either. So calculated risk by Brett. It's tough to evaluate all the pathways that the game could unfold from here and figure out, well, what are the things that I'm giving, what opportunities am I giving to Josh, and what am I taking away by these different plays?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, all those considerations were going through Brett's mind on that turn. And yeah, I think he's going to play BY here. He's going to try and preserve that A hook. He could have played over E and egg and take that and cash in that spot for 50 points, but he still needs another 40 odd points to come back. And maybe he's waiting for a bingo to play there. He's going to keep ADORV. There's still lots of E's, I's, and N's unseen to him. So he can definitely improve on his rack. If he draws an E, he could draw into an over word that will guarantee that the A will that it will play in that A spot, which I think is definitely something that he is thinking about here. But yeah, it does. Well, Bai does score very well. He's 60 points behind. It does move him within range of catching him up with a bingo. But yeah, Brett doesn't have very many high-scoring options available here. Most of the options are basically just to get rid of any combination of the I, O, and the N. His bingo, as we said, his bingo of inner scene does not play on this block board. So he could play any of those things. He could even play noise and hurls if he wants to and cash in those tiles. But again, from his point of view, the Q and the V are both unseen. They're the words you really want to kind of ignore. I mean, not ignore, but to kind of to avoid. But the Q and the V are both on Josh's rack now.
Yeah, yikes.
So yeah, it's not looking good for Josh at this rate. But yeah, it's something that Brett has to bear in mind. He probably doesn't want to play too many tiles at the same time.
Yeah, it's there were a lot of interesting choices for Josh there on bye, which I think is a perfectly reasonable choice. He did draw the Y for Hurley too, so it's surprising. Yeah. It's surprising to see the Y drawn and not used in this spot. But then again, now that after this play, the hurls hook is kind of greatly diminished. So worrying about saving the Y and blocking it, it's not as red alert of a priority for Josh. He can afford to use it up here and not worry that he isn't blocking something really strong for Brett. But I just feel like, obviously the QV draw was fatal, but I would have been sorely tempted from Josh's POV to just play Ovary here because you still need a lot more points. So Bai scores well, but Ovary scores even better. In this case, though, it would have been met by an immediate counter bingo by Brett playing Enoscene there. So it's kind of like bullet dodged anyway. So, it's there were a lot of, could you play Hurley and Yode or something here? Could you play Bai? Perfectly reasonable. Could you play Ovary? All of those options feel like, first of all, the QV draw renders them somewhat irrelevant. And thirdly, bad things are going to happen to Josh no matter what.
Yes, I agree. And Nib has come down, which actually does kind of set up a sneaky bingo lane, making Snib. The S has to be in the 6th position. So he's keeping ISE is a very common ending to a word or British spelling of most IZE words, which would fit in that spot. But yeah, that's a sneaky play, but it also gives Josh a nice play to put the Q down. So you could put Caddy or just QI.
The agonizing thing is normally you would play Caddy here in a heartbeat, but that would give up that A, right? So this would surely be what his instinct is telling him to do. But you kind of want to hold on to this because it is your lifeline to steal this game away. So maybe just plopping Chi down. I mean, is that the problem with that is, does this actually lead to anything? Virando doesn't quite fit up here. If he knows that word, you could draw eyes. I don't really know if he actually, it's probably going to take one more turn after this Q gets plopped down for Josh to even have a possibility there.
Yeah, I think that he really needs to play off the N as well, potentially.
Oh,
At least
yeah,
you
true.
could draw an E for overwords, but I don't really know if there's anything that's going to allow him to bingo. But he could draw like over, and then he's going to keep an A, right? So maybe two other letters over eat or something, which might be doable. Oh, I'm sorry, he has the D as well, doesn't he? So yeah, that's not quite going to work. So yeah, it's going to be difficult actually. I don't see any bingos drawing an E and something else if he plays QAN. But there arguably might be just enough time to fish off again after this. So we'll have to see
Yeah.
what Josh kind of comes up with here.
It's a very interesting idea that's been put forth in the chat. What if he keeps the Q and tries to draw Trank? So that scores very well. The,
Oh yeah.
the problem is, does it score quite well enough? So this play would
Hmm.
score in the 70 range, which is pretty good, but that's kind of close to what the gap is right now. I think it would certainly make things interesting, and it depends a lot. Josh would need to keep these four letters, so he can only play DOV, and there isn't really a great place to do that. So instead, he has pivoted to just
Yeah.
play his Q now. I think it's a tempting idea, but Trank probably doesn't score quite enough. Maybe it does, actually, given that if you look at the score after that play, it's pretty close, such that a 70-point play would be a pretty big difference maker, especially if you're reading Brett after a play like Nib of having really low point tiles. How is he going to score that much? Maybe he'll try to play something with Hurls now. I don't know. Tricky.
Yep, definitely. I think Josh has made the inference that Brett has the S, especially with Hurl being played and Nib and playing OO. Like he's got very 1 point tiles so all across the board here really most of the time. Um, but yeah, QIN, similarly to GU, is unlikely to get blocked anytime soon as well. So we'll have to see if Brett can hit a bingo that has the S in sixth position. Um, but yeah, I mean, are we sure that this is the right rack for him? Um, but oh, inner sight is the right rack because he had inner sign before that, right? So yeah, this is
Yeah.
the correct rack.
He must
Yeah,
have drawn
yeah,
IT. Yeah, he must have drawn
yes,
IT.
yeah. So what we were saying earlier about Zoa extensions, Brett does have Entozoa to come down for 32 points, which will put him back up ahead by about 70 points. Um, But yeah, I mean, a very interesting idea about Trank as well, because he has four of the tiles he needs. And he just needed one of the two unseen T's. And he does actually have one of the T's now.
Yeah, he drew
So he
one.
could have played like Div or something in the same spot that he had, but he would actually be a little bit too far behind. Whereas if you try to fish for a bingo, you technically need more than one favorable tile and in the same spot that would score a similar number of points. So you could make the argument that you just need one tile for Trank, but you kind of need maybe two or three good tiles after Kin and maybe another turn to get a bingo at the top. So yeah, it's a close one. I'd be interested to see what the
The
engine
engine
would say,
says,
but yeah,
yeah,
it's hard. It's
it's
really difficult.
I just couldn't really find a good play that, I guess, probably something like Devo for Josh on that previous
Oh,
turn,
yeah,
right through this eye, that would have gotten rid of the DV and O and really maximized his chance
yeah,
of drawing a
sure.
T. So maybe if I go back and put that play in and see if it somehow likes that better than the other choices, and it seems to like it, yeah.
Yeah.
So it seems like a pretty reasonable pathway for him to take there. I think the extra reason why I kind of like going for Trank is it has to do with Brett's play of hurl, right? You pretty much know after this play, if you're Josh, you aren't getting the S. There's almost no way Brett would ever play this without holding the S.
Yeah.
So I really feel like you have to come up with some kind of alternative plan. A lot of the bingos that you can probably draw, hooking ague would involve the S. So the fact that you can't draw it might hurt your plan at least a little bit. There's certainly still things that you can hit without an S in this spot, but it might make you more inclined to go for Trank in that spot. And you can see it's hard to see if Brett doesn't play Entozoa, as you suggested, it's going to be tough for him to score that well. And the play of Trank in that spot would actually be a huge, damaging blow for Josh there.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Brett is playing Ruin. Now he notices that now he knows that the Q is not going to be a problem. So yeah, I'm wondering what his thinking is behind here with this move. Because there's still two tiles in the bag after this.
He hasn't hit his clock yet, I don't think.
Oh yeah, he hasn't hit the clock yet. It only scores 8 points.
There we go. He hit it.
There he goes. But yeah, Josh actually has the opportunity to potentially play something like Ted through the E of Ritanuto, or even Dit now through the I, and Fish for Overall through Egg, picking up 2 of the E's. There's lots of E's on the scene. You could easily draw out 2 E's, and that spot will never get blocked. Will not be possible to get blocked.
That's insane.
And if he puts Dit down, he can put Edit as well. So he will have 2 different spaces of edits, for example. He'll have 2 places for it. So it really depends what Brett leaves in the bag now.
If you're a Josh fan, you want to see Brett's rack get the Fs. You want to see 2 Fs go on to Brett's rack as soon as it gets updated. And if that's true, we'll see. We'll see. That creates serious possibilities. Oh, there's one. What is that last tile? It's the other F.
Oh, okay, the play is on.
So the play is on here. That's amazing. Brett drawing both Fs. This now means we don't have the 7th tile there yet, but
it's going to be an E.
If those 2 Fs, there it is. So we know, look at this, the bag, the unseen tiles in the bag. Brett has the 2 Fs, he has the I, he has the S and the T. That means the bag consists of 4 E's, and or rather 2 E's.
Yeah, 2 E's.
And if Josh correctly identifies Overawe as something that he could potentially draw, he will be able to play his D and his T. And there it is! Oh! Holy crap. Insane.
That is insane. When Brett now turns the board and now looks at what letters are left, he is going to say F. F's in the chat. Plenty of F's in the chat now for Brett.
That's incredible. That is absolutely bonkers, because now we know the rack hasn't updated yet, but we know these are Josh's tiles. And I don't think it is possible for Brett to block the out bingo of Overawe.
And Josh knows.
Absolute masterclass by Josh Sokol. Somebody in YouTube said, "There's your video, Will," and I'm pretty sure.
There we go. And yeah, just to also note that Wed in that same spot would also have given over Fat as well, I think. Is that right? It would have given something.
And Brett, to his credit,
overeat.
To Brett's credit, I think he basically realizes that there's absolutely nothing he can do, and there's no cause for him to even wait here. Like, he normally, with those 2 minutes, and he knows it. He's totally at peace. I wouldn't say at peace, but he's like completely aware that there's absolutely nothing he could do. In his shoes, I would have sat there for the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds and try to figure out, is there anything I could do here? And the answer, unless any of you guys out there see something we don't, is no. And Josh plays Overawe as an outplay to win an absolute classic, instant classic, 409 to 387. Amazing, Austin.
Wow, 22-point victory for Josh. And don't forget that the winner of or certainly the winner or loser of this game moves out of contention. So Brett is now not in contention to win this tournament. It keeps Josh's hopes alive, moving him up to 16-7. Just seeing that from other results going on right now, Ed Martin is now a game ahead. He has just beaten Rashid Balagun by 91. Harshan has just lost to Lewis McKay by 156. So Ed is now, with 2 games to go, a game ahead and about 200 points of spread ahead also of Harshan. We have Ed on 17, Harshan, Lewis, Rashid, and also now Josh Sokol also on 16 wins. So there's 4 players from second to fifth place going into the final 2 games. Of course, the big odds-on favorite now is back in the favor of Ed Martin, who is now holding the extra game and spread in hand. And I feel like potentially a win for Ed in the next game could potentially seal his put one hand on the trophy for him going into the final game.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I just want to cut back to the
Yeah,
board
this is
because
an amazing
obviously we're
play.
still seeing the post-mortem here, and we need to revel in this pretty epic game. And frankly, it's hard to. I don't really know. Yeah, see, look, Brett is
Yeah,
thinking of, was there a way for me to sort of get up there on a multiple turn sequence? I think he's sort of agonizing. Was there somehow a way that I could get up and obstruct that GU setup? And it's not that easy. The
yeah,
geometry of the board makes
yeah, and
that really
yeah.
difficult.
And I was also, yeah, and I was mentioning that towards maybe when there was like 20 or 25 letters left, like playing upwards from the V, I, or the B would have been the way that Brett could have got up there with a multi-turn sequence. I mean, he's thinking multiple moves ahead with Peak and then Merit, what he did to try and obstruct Dork. He could have done, in theory, he could have done a similar thing there. Could have given away a lot of equity points in order to try and block up that spot. But overall, it's pretty much the perfect move because it kind of scoots the A as far in as possible, which makes it as difficult as possible to get blocked. But yeah, that was the only way that really Brett could get to that spot without the A in hand. And yeah, it really justifies Josh's decision to not only open up GU and then corner it off even more with picks, which arguably is probably the winning play here. Really, the assist was the picks play, but also with sticking with that A and not playing it with ovary or anything like that a couple of turns before, and sticking with that end game end going out move with that A there as a bingo to win the game.
Yeah, incredibly instructive sequence as you described. All of those moves working in harmony together to secure this win. And I don't know what his winning chances were late in the game, but I think the
Low,
engine was
low.
saying like 2%, 1%. I mean, that is a real amazing one to pull out against a really legitimately, literally world class player, Brett Smitherham, world champion in 2016, and just Josh showing his pedigree right here. I just want to point out a couple people saying maybe Royne might have been the missed opportunity for Brett. That would have been, you see the score of the game, right? It's pretty close, 22-point margin. Royne scoring 8 points on that move. Entozoa available in this spot as an extension for significantly more points, enough to almost, it looks like, yeah, 8, 32, 24. All else being equal, it would have led to, the score gap here is 22 points. The score gap between Royne and Entozoa is 24 points. So very interesting sequence. Hard to fault Brett too much for anything
Yep.
other than that, really. And even that feels a little scary, just because you're leaving 2 eyes. But I think grabbing those points and leaving one tile in the bag to reduce the number of points Josh can get on his fish, because this also, the fact that Josh was able to play 2 tiles also helped him out there. He actually got a solid number of points for that play, 11 points. Every point counts. So,
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, yeah, it was just one of those moves where Royne, could that have been a better play, or could that have scored more, or could he have played an extra tile just to make it a bit more difficult for to Josh to kind of hit something, or even could you just not let Josh fish again, and maybe just play something that uses 5 tiles? those are all the options that Brett could have had. And again, he could have tried to play upwards from that end of nib, potentially to try and start getting closer to that A hook that would obstruct that bingo. So there's a lot of different avenues, especially with the tree of like possible ways that things could have happened. A lot of things could have worked out in different ways. And you can see that Brad is just kind of sitting there looking at his score sheet and
We've
very
all been
dejected.
there.
Yeah,
We've
but he's
all
looking at how it could have changed. How could things have been different?
Yeah, we've all been there, man.
Yeah,
Who among us? I mean, that's just you. Ultimately, a lot of this you just have to tip your cap to Josh for being
yeah.
incredibly
Oh, for sure.
resourceful and finding every last winning chance. You know, you could have, from Brett's POV, he could have just not drawn an F and he would be fine. So F's in the chat for Brett.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, that's brutal, amazing performance there by Josh in that game. Of course, he's gonna look at the Glucan turn, and he's gonna be upset that he
Yeah.
missed clotting or whatever. But he probably has never even seen that word. So with the words that he knows, and there are a lot of those, he just really ground out an incredible win there.
Yeah, very much so. And again, like Josh is one of the best players, especially in North America, and he's showing that he's one of the best players in the world, beating a top five in the world player here right in front of you. And Josh moves on to 16-7. So he's still in the hunt. He's now up to fourth position. And he is joining three other players on the same number of wins, as we said earlier. Ed Martin, one game ahead with some spread in hand. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they pair these players up because it really at the moment is now five players that have a shot at winning this, and really depends on who that fifth player is going to be, who's going to get paired with someone further down the list. But you can see that again, all the people in green are currently in line to win some kind of prize. So even if they may not be in contention to win the tournament, they still have a contention to win something. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Potentially, Rashid might be the player that will have to play someone else lower down based on his spread and his position. And that also means that because Josh just moves ahead of Rashid on spread, that difference there in terms of winning by just enough, that might actually end up keeping Josh with us by fingernails into playing one of the other top three players in the division to
Yeah,
hopefully bring them down himself.
Josh may get a crack at Ed. They may, or Rashid. I mean, one of these players at 16-7 that wins two games in a row, especially if one of them is against Ed, could earn themselves the right to play Ed again. So
Yeah.
it's tough. There are a lot of players that, depending on how things are paired, that could be mathematically alive here. But I certainly think Josh just saved any slim chances that he had. He saved them in absolutely epic fashion. Answer to the question: is there one game left or two? There are two games left. We just quickly get to the schedule, I should say. We finished our lunch break. We played round 23. We are about to embark soon on round 24. I don't really have a timer, understanding of when. So basically, this late in the tournament, as we've said before, every game needs to complete before we have enough information to get the pairings for the next round. So there are definitely still a handful of games left. For
Yeah.
example, the Paul Allen versus Phil Robertshaw. You see them right there on your screen as 9th and 10th. That game has yet to finish.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Phil Robertshaw winning to move up in the standings. So do you see? There must be other
Yeah, I'm just
games
looking at
down lower.
the full scoreboard. Only two other games with scores not in yet. So once those are have been put into the computers, again we're going to press the button and then repair or pair the penultimate game for you. But yeah, I can't imagine that Ed is going to be playing Harshan in this next game. I'm sure it's going to be 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 4, and then 2 versus whoever is left behind. Because if Ed beats Harshan, it's pretty much near enough game over if that happens. So I think with the way that the pairings are going to work out, they're going to keep Ed and Harshan separated. So if they both win, then at least Ed and Harshan can play, and then there's a straight, obvious way that Harshan can win that game if possible. But yeah, if the next game happens and Ed loses, then he's going to be fed to the wolves,
All bets are off. Yeah.
and who knows? Who knows after that?
Yeah, for sure. All bets would be off if that were to happen. But Ed is back in the driver's seat. He's weathered the storm. He lost 5 games in a row from a 15
Yeah.
and 1 vantage point, but he has rebounded to win his last two. So well done to him. That's how it goes in Scrabble tournaments. A lot of the time, you hit these streaks. We saw it with Harshan as well. The last game of the day yesterday was this incredible back and forth battle between him and Phil Robertshaw, where both players sort of handed the other one the victory, but it ended up that Harshan made the final blunder and lost that game. That's going to loom large going forward. But we also saw him in our first couple games on the stream today just absolutely get hosed on his draws. So he lost a couple more games that way. But yeah, still very much that top group is alive. We're definitely gonna. I think we're just gonna stay with you guys here as long as we can until we figure out who's playing who and which game do we want to bring you. I think I'll try to get a poll up quickly and see, but of course it's really winnowing down in terms of there's probably only going to be two choices here, I would think, between the players in that top group.
Yeah, if you're going to put a poll out, just let me know if you what your result will be. I can put mine out on Twitch also.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm just actually quickly looking at the top five and their current like form, so to speak, which is going to be very surprising to you guys. So over the last like 7 games, Ed lost 5 in a row and has now won the last 2 games. Harshan the last 6 games was loss, win, and now lost the last 3 games. We have
So
Lewis.
he's 2 and 4 in his last 6.
Yes. He's
Ouch.
lost the
Okay.
last 3 games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been
Lewis Lewis has gone one loss, one loss, one loss, one. So he's kind of in the middle. Josh has won the last 7 games, who's now in fourth
there.
place.
You go. He's on a
And then we have
roll.
Rashid, who's won 8 of his last 10 games. So the players that are slightly below, so maybe fourth and fifth, are in better form than the players who are first, second, and third. So this is heating up very, very nicely to potentially, hopefully, for the neutrals like you and me, and you guys out there, hopefully watching, a final round showdown that hopefully will bunch them up even more, and we're going to have a grandstand finish to the finish line.
Yeah, it feels like we're very likely to have a pretty epic finish
Yeah,
here.
it's shaping up to be.
And yeah, it's just a matter of getting those last few results in. So yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe it is okay to take a real short break. I don't want to necessarily take a break. Just not sure exactly. I guess we could just cut. I suppose we can always cut to the analysis here of we have Josh's. Oh, is Brett? It looks like Brett is still analyzing here.
Oh, you got to switch to the other. You got to switch to the other screen.
Yeah, let's just see. So Brett is describing, to Rick how he was supposed to get away, with a win in this game. I think he's. You can see most of the board is deconstructed, but he's showing how impossible that this setup is to block, and yeah, it's absolutely brutal. And Josh, so much credit to him for realizing that he had the last A so early in the game. If we actually go back and show the analysis board, as soon as Brett played Zoa, that was it. That was the final A, unseen to Josh at this standpoint. So this is just really early in the game to identify such a critical nuance.
Yeah, again, his win really stemmed from this play, and having that A in hand really kind of confused Brett, I guess, to a certain degree in terms of what he should be doing next. Brett did have options to potentially obscure that spot straight afterwards. Again, might not necessarily be the best play to
plays like right here, right? Like
so like it wasn't necessary, and there's still so much of the game left. Even though Brett was pretty far, he's actually 100 or so points ahead at that point. But yeah, you're not expecting to lose this game. Even with an A play here, you're like, well, I could still score enough for the rest of the game, and even if you do the worst kind of thing with overall, I would still probably win. But yeah, especially on this board here, it looks so ugly. There's really no way you can really do anything with this. And even when he plays Jism the next move, he's like 120, 130 points ahead. Like there's the chances of winning in this place right now is even lower. Like Josh's chances of winning, I would like, almost put your house Brett winning this game. So it's just
Yeah,
really
just look.
well, yeah, really well done from Josh to be able to move closer on the scoreboard and move close enough that a bingo would actually manage to overtake Brett right when it mattered most.
Yeah, you can see I'm showing the full window that's hidden behind here for everybody. Brett's play is evaluated at 99.3% to
Wow.
win. And it is I mean, obviously, simulation, you can't always trust it. I think one of the big lessons from this game is that, even though Brett's play was 99% to win, and I think that was probably, I don't really view that play as a mistake
No,
necessarily
pretty not.
by Brett at all. I think it's totally reasonable to play that, but I would say the lesson though is that even if the goo play was evaluated by the simulation as not the best play, you kind of see why it actually kind of was, because the fact that your rack is not in position to capitalize on this move in the near future doesn't really matter. You're putting this on the board because of the long-term benefit that it confers. So simulation is a very short-term process. There's a lot of noise in the way that our computer engines simulate, but I certainly don't think so. When Josh made this play of goo, it was actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 turns later that he ended up using it. Simulation is not really going to understand the value of that as much. So just really impressive. That was an absolute classic of a game. I can say also that it looks like the pairings are up. Austin, are you seeing that as well?
Yes, it actually is pairing up Ed with Harshan, it looks like. I
Yeah, I
think
see
what it
that.
is.
It's interesting. Um, so probably, I mean, I don't know. It's for me, when I watch like an NFL broadcast or an NBA broadcast and they bring in the ref, you know how like if you're watching an NFL game
Yeah.
and they're like, "Well, all right, tell us why they made that call." That's what I need to interpret the pairings. Like I don't really know like who should
Yeah.
play who. I just call the game. So I feel like we need. Does anybody out there want to be our
Yeah,
like
because
Gene
because
Steratore?
because I think that this also means that Josh doesn't really have any chance of winning now because he's a game behind Ed and his spread is way too low to overtake Harshan. So one of those two are going to win, and
Yeah,
even if Josh wins both games, he's not going to really overtake on spread. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused by that. I don't know if anyone is potentially like querying this, or if any
yeah.
of I shouldn't be saying about querying any of the pairings. But yeah, I definitely would have expected the top two players to be being separated on this occasion, and if they both win, then fair enough, because they'll go to the final game and go at it. But I feel like this does not necessarily give um, Josh or even Rashid a shot at winning this title as the pairings are.
Yeah, I'm making that argument right now, and we'll see if there's any kind of change made or not. I mean, it's tough. There's
Yeah,
never any perfect answer to these questions, but we'll see. I've mentioned it to Lupin, our event organizer. We'll see what he says. It's definitely up to him.
yeah, for
Um,
sure. I mean, we're just watching the game and we're just bringing the coverage to you, but I mean, we're both relatively experienced tournament players. So we kind of need to see like if this is really what they're going to be doing. Doesn't quite look like the right thing for me to say. If you want to be completely you know or, uh, objective here in terms of letting all four players have a good shot or letting everyone have a good shot at winning this. I feel like Josh has to play one of the players with the high spread and or the person that has a win above him. I think that's really what needs to happen here. But I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Let's just cut to a quick break. I'm trying to coordinate. I'm
Sure.
asking like Josh if he agrees with the pairings and stuff like that. So we are definitely very, very close
Yeah.
to getting this game. We're going to take a very brief break and figure out what's happening with the pairings, and we'll be right back with round 24, these climactic last couple rounds. You can go back.
Yep.
Okay. So we got our pairing. We talked it through. It's hard to come up with the perfect solution, but it is going to be our number one and number two players, Ed Martin versus Harshan. After all, I think I had thought that it was going to be. It was suggested that it would be King of the Hill. We have some other matchups that are not straight King of the Hill, but hard to fault too much with the number one and number two players squaring off right now. So we'll get everything ready. And this is, have we actually seen the two front runners actually play on the stream yet, Austin? I'm not sure
I
we
don't
have.
think so. I don't think so. From what I remember, I think we've seen plenty of games with both Ed and Harshan in, but not together. So yeah, this will be a first for us to watch the top two players playing, and the winner of this game. Well, I say the winner of this game, but if Ed wins this game, by any decent margin. He's got a good shot at just holding on to the title here. He's 230 points up on the spread and a game ahead of Harshan. And then effectively it would depend between Lewis and Josh as to who the other person would be that would be on 17 wins behind him. So big game for Ed here. He doesn't necessarily have to win this, but this goes to show that Harshan does need to win this himself.
Oh,
And
wow.
Golden's has come down from Ed here.
Nice start. I'm just getting everything ready here. I promise that I'll get that up to speed, but certainly Ed drawing a bingo to start things off is exactly what he would want in this pivotal game.
Very much so. And I've just also put out a prediction in the Twitch chat. And maybe I've given you enough time to see what the first move is. But I put it in favor of Ed by 10 points. So if you think that Ed's going to win this game by at least 10 points, go for option one. And if not, any other result, vote for option two. So get voting on that on my Twitch channel if you haven't already. You've got about 4 minutes to do it. So yeah, Ed has played Goldens here. I think Harshan is actually putting this on hold. Maybe this is just a very strange looking word, which doesn't normally get played that often. It has to be said. But also Harshan doesn't have very good tiles as well. So you can see that Harshan is on put Ed on hold, and he has not picked out any tiles. He's currently just waiting. I think Ed can pull out replacement tiles if he wants to, but it looks like it's a challenge.
Interesting. That's surprising, just because these letters are mostly low point letters. This is a word that I'm sure Harshan has seen before, but there's so many words in there that sometimes some of them kind of slip through the cracks, or you can go from 100% confidence to 99% confidence very quickly. So he's going to challenge just to make absolutely sure, and that's going to give Ed 5 extra points on the scoreboard. That's what we mean by 5-point challenge.
Yep. Golden could sound like a word that doesn't get pluralized. So yeah, I think that's what he is probably thinking about here. But yeah, again, if you're not sure about a word, then you should definitely challenge it, especially at this stage. You don't want to be leaving phonies on the board that are phony bingos, and which can heavily swing a game. So a relatively low price of 5 points in the grand scheme of things. If you're not sure about it, you should just challenge it. And often than not, you might actually be right. So yeah, this leaves Harshan in a bit of a weird spot here. He's got so many vowels. You could play something like Odea above the D, E, N, and S of Goldens, which scores only 19, but it gets rid of 3 of his vowels and keeps things kind of contained a little bit.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, these are the classic racks that are the most difficult in Scrabble, where you've got these good low point tiles, no bingos, how many tiles did you play? Every successive tile that you play after the first can bring you further and further away from bingoing. I think if Harshan wanted to maximize his bingo chances here, maybe the best leave that he could get would just be if he plays OE, all of the other stuff combines pretty well with some of the consonants on the board. Maybe he gets an ING bingo with his IN. Certainly the letters in Goldens are all pretty good for playing longer bingos, so you don't want to block them, but you also don't want to score nothing either. And I'm curious, we'll see what Ed's rack is when it updates. That obviously still the first rack.
Yeah, I mean, Harshan's definitely thinking of things like Odea. You can also play Oni, O-N-I-E, in that same spot for a little bit less, 2 points fewer. That's also another option. It also doesn't give away a potential big spot for the Z on that triple letter square, making ZAS. Instead, with the ES there, you can't put ZES. And it just said the ING spot is pretty lucrative if you keep those on your rack. And yeah, Harshan's going through those permutations, or maybe just kind of play, as you said, playing OE somewhere, keeping 5 good tiles that would combine well with the letters on the board.
He's taking a while.
Yeah, he is taking a long time. He's taken 3.5 minutes already. Again, some of that time was to put Ed on hold, but a low has come down, which does take a D hook as well, a load.
That's got to be on his mind here, is that
sure.
This does take a D, and he has one, so.
Yeah. 6 points though is a bit of a sacrifice of points.
It is. It's a tough one. I mean, these
Yeah.
are the turns where I find myself making the highest number of plays that are not approved by computer
Yes.
analysis.
Same
It's
here.
really hard to nail those plays and find the perfect balance between scoring a small number of points and maximizing your chance of drawing a bingo. We'll see what Harshan draws. It's very important to his winning chances here that he draws something nice and get back in this game quickly. But the nice thing for him is that with his leave there, and he's actually, what has he drawn there? It looked like he might. Did he
Huh.
block his only? Did he block his only letter
Oh.
that gives him a bingo here? No, he has Sia Enid. Sia Enid.
Oh, yes, that's true. Yes,
So
he has something. Yes.
he has a
Um,
bingo, a very weird looking bingo, I might add. So if you're looking at these letters, if you're looking at this and you're saying that's a word, yeah, it is a word, and it's a word that Harshan's definitely going to know because all these nice low point tiles, the longer words that contain those letters, are the
but
ones
look
you're
at it.
gonna. But oh, look at that! It gets blocked as well. So Harshan,
Yeah.
not the
It's
start, not the play he wanted to see.
Yeah, he could have put the EX where he is, or even could have shifted it over to the left 3 spaces, making Dex. I think that doesn't quite score quite as much, so I think that was the main factor why Ed played that there, and it kind of obviously obscures the N and floating tile and just completely blocks that S as well. So I think that was the reason why Harshan kept those floaters open, playing a low, just playing through one tile. He doesn't completely destroy the floating tiles that are on the board. But yeah, this is a very strong play for Ed, keeping 5 very good tiles and is relatively close to a bingo for the next turn.
Yeah, he's just as close as Harshan is right now. They both have
Yes,
very nice bingo tiles, and in fact, they both have the IN combination on their rack,
they
so
do.
both are pretty likely to get that bingo to the G. And actually, you can see that Ed has drawn a bingo to
Yep,
the G, as well as 7 letter words.
aileron. Yeah, yes, aileron to the right of Sax, so EA and XI. So yeah, it looks like bingo's going to come down for Ed no matter what here. It really depends on really what Harsha plays. He's going to play Dinnick, keeping AE. Okay, so that at least forces Ed to play something like regional through the G of Goldens, and maybe some of the other bingos through the C like Monicera.
True.
Um, but yeah, it now is become pivotal in terms of what Ed plays now and what Harshan's going to pick out next.
He
Because he just played 5 tiles as well. He's going to blow up the rack a little bit.
Yeah, he opens himself up to some scary possibilities of drawing a ton of vowels and being in really, really bad shape here. And again, the stakes of this game are
Huge.
If Ed wins this, I would say he isn't absolutely ironclad,
Yeah,
especially if one of the other 16 win players wins by an absolutely massive margin. Everybody's going to be rooting for Harshan to narrow this gap so that
yeah.
Ed wins narrowly. Maybe Lewis Mackay can win by an absolute blowout and get himself into position where he could then blow out Ed in the final game. That's I mean, everybody is rooting for Harshan to come up with a huge comeback in
Yeah.
this
Oh,
game.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, if Harshan loses his game, I think Ed's win percentage of this tournament is well into the 90s here, especially with a big win, or if the difference was maintained to the end of the game right now, then I think Ed is like 99.999% chance of winning here. He would need to basically avoid a 300 or 250 point loss in this next game. But yeah, Ed is really kind of hoping that he wins by, well, I guess if he wins by a lot, and then Josh wins over Lewis, and then he can't really be overtaken on spread by Josh because his spread is about 600 less. So that would be the ideal situation for Ed. He can't actually clinch the tournament here, but he can at least put himself in a position where he will be pretty much pretty much standing 1 foot off the finish line, and
Yeah,
he'll pretty much clinch it from there.
an overwhelming favorite for sure.
Oh,
So
now he is for sure. And right now, yeah,
yep. So yeah, Ed drawing not the best tiles, but at least good balance. He's probably going to be able to score decently, and I wonder if he has any nice overlaps in the area that Harshan just played. I can't see it off the bat, but Harshan playing
think
Eek,
so.
it looks like a reasonable option for Harshan here, keeping very good bingo tiles, including the ER combination. He's very, very likely hoping to draw a bingo ending in ER that goes right here. There are still plenty of other places. There's this E right here. You could draw an S. This is a valid word. So the board is definitely not totally closed down for Harshan to continue a comeback. And I might add, neither blank has been played, so you could see Harshan go on a bit of a spree here if he's able to draw one blank and then the other.
Yeah, I think so. Very good analysis there. Harshan's now drawn into something. But Ed could block that left side by playing Vrot, V-R-O-T, making Ren, Oka, and Tel. That completely shuts down that left side of the board. It doesn't address the top left side of the board, but at least some hard-hitting parallel players that could potentially fit along Eek would be completely neutralized with no hooks with the V and no hooks with Tel. That spot is just dead. So, and it also gets rid of the V and the O that he doesn't really want. So it kind of does a lot of good things for Ed and scores pretty well as well, 28 points. So that puts him up by about 140 after this.
Yeah, I do like that play a lot. The computer engine has no problem just continuing to play offensively with Javier, which gets rid of your H and V in one go and scores 32 points. But Vrot scores 28, which is not a huge sacrifice, and it has all those defensive benefits that you just mentioned. So there are a lot to commend this move. I do feel like Ed has shown himself to be a pretty cagey, pretty good defensive player, so I bet that he would like this move if he spots it, but it is kind of a weird combination. Not so many words starting with VR in that order. So, and actually you could see that Harshan's drawn the first blank after all.
Yeah, yeah. I guess we're expecting a bingo to come down from Harshan. Not sure if there's any bingos onto the E of Goldens. That would really open
Yeah,
things up.
Bleuâtre.
Oh yes, that's a good one
I'm sure I
to play
mangled my French pronunciation there. I apologize. That wasn't the sneeze. That was me attempting to say the pronunciation of a word. But yeah, I do think Harshan is definitely bingoing there. And I don't think that anything Ed can do will address that. The board is too open. There's bingos all over the place. So Harshan's going to bingo. And will he draw the second blank afterwards? And what are we about to see here? Torah. Okay.
That does a good job of actually closing down.
It scores well. It scores well too, and it sets his
general.
V. It sets his V up kind of
Yep,
nicely.
it does, yes. It scored a lot of points too. It's 35 points. I think that's his highest scoring play. So yeah, he instead of moving up by 140, is now about 150 ahead after this turn. But yeah, this is a very strong play from Ed. Maybe he's keeping hold of the V because he wants to block with that on another turn potentially. Again, we said that Vs are not generally good tiles to have, but if you're defending a lead and trying to close down a board as quickly as possible, the V is a good tile to have. But as he's not played Rot in the bottom left corner, able words have now become available for Harshan, so you can play Akka and Bell as able words there, and then if you kind of work backwards, the R goes with Ran, and you can play something like durable or curable in that spot, opening other bingo lanes to the left of the D or and onto the E of durable. So this gives Harshan a very good lifeline. Scores 85 points, puts him to within about 60, and opens up more lanes. So this is like almost the perfect play for Harshan to come back with here.
Yeah, it's true, and I'm very curious. What will Harshan choose if he plays in this spot? He has Urable blank, durable here.
Yeah,
Normally,
difference
in
there.
a close game, you would probably consider not wanting to allow plays like this. So you can play curable in this spot. The C will totally block off the action in that quadrant of the board. But given that Harshan needs to come back, and also you might even do it in an even game as well, just because both of these options allow large possible plays through the E here. So if you're going to make one open spot, you might as well allow for a second one so that no matter what Ed does on his next move, you at least are going to have a possibility of using a triple word score yourself. So I think I'm favoring, for a variety of reasons, I think I'm favoring durable over
Yeah.
curable here, but I could easily see Harshan just not want to address this spot at all. It's only a 5-point sacrifice to play my mangled word, Bluatra, to the E of Goldens. So, all right, he's reaching for the slip. His
All
time
right,
is
here we
ticking.
go.
He's pretty low on time for this early. So you need to move things along so you have time to actually complete your
Here
comeback.
it is.
And there we have our answer.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, I kind of would have preferred durable because it's definitely easier to bingo through that E, keeping it open. It makes the board a lot more dangerous for Ed, to kind of if he even if he wants to try and close down the board, that you really don't know where to go next. I think it's very difficult to actually kind of bingo to the left of Eek, and Ashan did have the right letters for it. So from that point of view, in terms of keeping the board as open as possible, I think durable would have been slightly better. Again, I don't know if Harshan even saw bingos on that left side or not. Maybe he just was spent all that time looking for bingos through that E. But again, this is still a very strong play. It gets the job done in terms of getting a bingo down and opening the board. And yeah, he's going to be hoping that he's going to draw other better things here. But Vral is a very, very strong play from Ed here. 28 points, getting rid of the V, O, and the U, and he's on the way to getting a bingo himself.
Yeah, for sure. That's a word that is very, very useful. The V and U don't appear together very much, so the words that have those two letters become out of outsized importance compared to other letters of that length, other words of that length, I should say. So nice job by Ed, and another bingo by Ed would just be pretty devastating for Harshan here. Harshan has to hope that he has dodged another bingo in this situation, because Harshan just got one down, but he needs to get more to get back in this game. And oh man,
Why? I don't think.
I don't think so. So Ed's close. He's very close. But I don't think he has anything playable here, if I'm not mistaken. So Harshan's going to live another turn before Ed gets that bingo down. And I wonder, what can he do with this J? It's so tempting, this spot here. Do we see him, play off the J very Josh
Oh,
Sokol-like and try to set up his A? Probably not. I think there's far too many A's unseen. And we know that Ed doesn't have one, and that setup would be very annoying to deal with. But Harshan, I don't think is going to do that. I don't know exactly what he is going to do here, though.
yep. Jar is definitely a play that Josh Tucker will play in a heartbeat. But in this situation, it's a little bit too early. There's still four more A's unseen from Harshan's point of view. And he's not necessarily got the best tiles to try and bingo down there straight away. He could play Jar and then Phrase, which would score like 50 odd points with that as well. Um, but at the same time, he could just play FAY in that spot, which is looking like what he's going to do. It doesn't
Yeah.
really give away anything. There's a K hook for Kaya, but the K's already been played, so blocks off a little bit on that spot. But he's going to keep the J and hopefully score well with it on the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, the J doesn't. I mean, the spot that Harshan just played in looks like a good spot for the J, but there actually really isn't anything that allows him to play. Certainly after Vru, that takes Taj out of the equation.
Yeah.
So even though
Or Raj, yeah.
Jar, yeah, well, Raj would have made RO either way. So
Exactly, yeah.
yeah, but yeah. So the J spot looks so nice with Jar there, but there isn't really a way to do much with it. So the question remains: Harshan doesn't want to keep the J, but for 40 points, he's going to do it, and he has to hope that somehow he gets something good with it. And I don't know, it's going to be tough for him to do too much with the draw he's just received with the two eyes.
Yeah, it's not great. He could play Urived through the V. That looks like a pretty strong play for
Oh,
Harshan.
that's a
Um,
classic word that probably drives a lot of the Newer players to Collins, a little bit crazy. This is one of these archaic past tenses, which is, I think, pretty cool. Some players prefer that the words in your dictionary have been spoken within the last 300 years. That I don't really have that requirement, but yeah, so that would be a pretty nice looking play. Of course, it continues to hold on to the J, so that's
Yeah,
tough, but for enough points, you'll do that.
I think so. And I don't feel like Ed is really going to be playing through that V on this turn. He's going to be looking to play off his U and G and O in some way, shape or form. There's lots of different options where he can play at least some of those tiles, but none of them score particularly well. So it's pretty difficult in terms of what he would do here. His highest scoring play is to play Ensu to the right of the R, O, and U of Ru, and also making Yeah. So it's a four tile kind of overlap, which would actually block your Rived. It's the only a reasonable move that would do that. So it really depends if Ed is really going to go and push the boat out for keeping the difference up a bit, because now he's starting to look over his shoulder. He's 55 points ahead, and a lot of his players are not going to score much, maybe around 15 or 20 points or something. And a bingo with Harshan on the next turn potentially would put them back level again. And this game is definitely nowhere near over.
It's not. That second blank is still lurking. We know neither player has it. It's absolutely still up for grabs. That's kind of another nice attribute of Ensue. There are other plays for Ed that are a little shorter. Unfortunately, none of these plays use the U, but something like this, I'm not sure I like this that much because, again, is a hook, so I don't necessarily think we're going to see Ed make this play. Well,
But he is.
literally as I say that,
Oh, he's playing Goen.
oh
That's not
my
a word.
God. Oh, this is a huge swing. Oh my God. We have to go
Wow.
back. We have to go
Wait a
back.
minute.
Harshan putting his
Oh, he
tiles
knows. He
down. The
realizes now.
clock has
He's
been
not even
moved.
going to check it.
Ed is not even going to the challenge machine. That is an incredible lifeline for Harshan
Ooh.
here. Ed getting Goen mixed up with similar variations like Doen, Doen, and maybe Foen as well. There
Yeah.
are a number of words that fit that pattern. And rather than Urived, we're seeing
Okay.
Jivey go down up top.
That's
But
good.
either way, taking a zero score of a phony on that turn is a huge swing in Harshan's favor here, as Ed is going to have to continue to slog through this rack. And now Harshan picking up Jivey and thinking better of it, Austin.
Yes, Jivey definitely improves his percentage of bingoing. He's now going for the Uriv, so he's already shown that he has the J, which will play into Ed's thinking here in terms of that if he has the J, he probably isn't going to bingo on the next turn. But yeah, Ed putting his head in his hands many times whilst Karshan was playing there. But in the end of the day, you just have to shake it off and keep playing the best you can from here on out. And don't forget, Ed is still leading this game. He's still leading the tournament. He's still leading this game. You cannot kind of capitulate in this moment. It's not like the games that we've seen early today where it's been completely one-sided. This is finally looking like a close game that we have on our hands, and the tournament is on the line. If you can beat your closest competitor in Harshan, who is right behind you and breathing down your neck, I think you need to keep going here and play and make sure that you play valid plays. But he's playing Eng here, keeping Enosu. He's trying to bingo with that, I think.
Yeah, it's a reasonable play. It scores actually 17 points is not even that bad considering the weak
Oh,
options on offer. But oh my gosh, with the aid of that extra draw, Harshan
yeah.
has landed the second blank. And let me flip this board for everybody so you can just see. This is a huge, huge swing. He's got a few options here that are really interesting. Of course, he's going to want to keep that blank and score well with his J, but if he wants, he could dump all of it right now, burning his blank as an R and play Jawaris through this A for 64 points, which is essentially a bingo score as well. I'm not sure he's going to do that. I think it's probably better for him to just dump the J somewhere and go for maybe even a harder hitting bingo with that second blank. But Harshan is very much alive, except look at Ed's draw. He's drawn beautifully.
Yeah, he's got some good tiles here. Does he have a bingo? Um, Not
No,
sure.
it looks like he may
Oh, he
not
has.
actually have one
He's
after
he's
all.
close. But yeah, yeah. I mean, Jaguars is very tempting, especially it being that many points, and all the other options are not particularly great in terms of what you're leaving behind. You cannot really get rid of the J and the W together in one turn. So if you play something like Joel, Jol, or even Jolt through the L of Bluatra, you will still keep hold of the W, and the Ws are not particularly amazing tiles to bingo with anyway. So you might just take the chance of just bingo or playing Jawaris and keeping the T, and you might even draw favorably from that, and even draw the S and bingo again.
Yeah, amazing. I do think that JOL is a very strong play. Oddly, that would get rid of these two letters, leaving the W, but there are certainly many draws, especially if Harsan draws an
Yeah.
E. Maybe he ends up playing something like Blowiest or something like that from the B, which would be incredibly damaging of a play. That would exactly, something like, EO, right? Like that's
Yeah.
definitely possible for him to draw and would just be an enormous swing. And
I'll be going
he
for it.
is he is going for it. This is a great find. I think this is absolutely a reasonable pathway forward here. Jawari is burning the blank as an R to just get all that clunk off his rack and score 64 points. And you can see he's going to surge into the lead here. Amazing, amazing game in progress.
Wow, yeah, yeah. This is really turning out to be a big game here. But yeah, Harshan has moved into the lead despite being a long way behind after regional, and yeah, it looks like it's a
And a
challenge.
challenge. It's going to get Harshan
Yeah,
an extra 5 points. So the 5 points that Harshan gave Ed for Goldens are coming back onto the scoreboard in Harshan's favor, equalizing.
yeah. So yeah, you spell the word with Jawaris, so Jaw instead of Jow. So there are definitely other ways to spell this. This could be the reason why Ed was challenging that. Maybe he wasn't sure. But yeah, both challenges from both players now kind of negate themselves. And yeah, it now moves Harsha up to instead of 28 ahead, he's now 33 ahead. But Ed has got some work to do here now.
Yeah, he does. And the crazy thing is, with those nice bingo tiles, he just does not have any playable bingo. And what that means is that he's really going to struggle to score very well. So Harshan keeping a T on his previous play, I'm so curious to see what he's going to draw. If Harshan manages to pick something good, he could basically cement his comeback in this game here. If he gets a bingo down before Ed, we don't have super, super much of the game left. We're about a third of the game, 35 unseen tiles. You see it in the lower corner. I am not sure what I favor here from Ed's POV.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an easy move for him. He does have plenty of time to think about it. Um, if he really wants to, as we see, Harshan's tiles are not exactly as good as he would have hoped them to be.
Yeah.
But do we care about like a play like MOU? Is that seems kind of weak, but it sets up his E for Mue with a good bingo leave. I don't really know what Ed should do.
Yeah, it's kind of slim pickings here. But those three tiles are really the ones you want to get rid of in this situation. And yeah, to be honest, Moo is really the only thing that I think is really doable here in terms of Ed going for a bingo and getting it soon. He needs to play off those at least two of those tiles. And that really is the kind of to me the best combination of score and doing things there. But
Couple suggestions of
yeah,
Musin. It's a reasonable idea. Putting the M on the
yeah,
double and scoring well, setting up your S.
shortage of vowels as well. If you look at the unseen poll, there's 12 vowels, 23 consonants. More likely, it's going to pick out
True.
uh, two consonants to one vowel, that kind of ratio. So, keeping two vowels might not be the worst thing in the world. And also that we can see that out of those 12 vowels unseen, Harshen is holding five of those. So,
Oh, wow.
really in the bag, there's actually seven vowels and 21 consonants in the bag. So, obviously, Ed doesn't know that, but that's really a 3-to-1 ratio here. And
Yeah.
Musin actually, if you kind of have literally all the information available to you, would be a great play here.
So I just put my little chicken scratch on there, and you can see the actual contents of the bag: 3, 5, 7 vowels, and all
Yeah.
those consonants. And there is that play of moo, which we suggested. So Ed is now finding himself down on the scoreboard after being up the whole game. And I think he is realizing that a play like this is justified to go for a bingo here, setting up a nice new lane that hooks a bunch of different things, but certainly his E and his S on his rack will allow him to play a lot of the 7-letter bingos he draws. I just want to point out that Dinnick, even though a lot of words ending in IC
Yep.
are adjectives, that's actually a noun. This is a valid word to play here too. So the S is quite useful, and you can see Ed has drawn a bingo that looks like it will at least play down low on the board if he's sure of that hook.
Yep, he's got botines as well at the
Oh,
top.
even better.
Um,
Yikes.
yeah, so yeah, because like from his point of view, he kept INES. There's so many A's, there's so many T's unseen. So for those that are studying their sateen stems, so you have those six tiles and then any other letter. Most other letters will combine with those six tiles to bingo. So he was banking on picking out at least one of those tiles, or maybe even two, and then being able to bingo there. But he now has the option to play snotty and etapes. I guess that's how you pronounce it. But this scores very well, 33 points,
Nice play.
which puts Harshen up by 50 for the time being.
Yeah, amazing how things change. So even after Ed bingos here, which he has a couple options, as you said, Austin, he has Bottines up here for 83 and Snotty right here for 82. I certainly think Ed is going to spot at least one of those two options. It's only going to put him up by a little bit more than 30. So if Harshan draws something nice, keep in mind too, there is a gigantic Z spot right here. So all Harshan would need is ZE after that play. He doesn't even need a bingo. He will more than equalize, as we see Snotty is about to go down for Ed. Nicely spotted.
Yeah, this has a little bit of a defensive element here. Obviously blocking that S hook and kind of obscuring that S hook for Dinnick as well. There's only a 1 point sacrifice, so arguably you could say it's worth it. Harshen is just drawn into Intime and Miniate.
That's so
Yeah,
painful. It's so painful
yeah.
to have two 7-letter words on your rack and even have an
Go
E that
anywhere.
you would potentially be able to play. Anything with an E would fit with Mue, but Harshan does not have anything playable here. That being said, he's still very, very much close in this game. I do wonder whether he's going to try to play something in this spot, like MEIN, setting up his T, or maybe just add the T. There's a couple different options here. Maybe he's going to leave this open and try to be the one who draws the Z. But if Ed picks it right now, that could be another huge swing back in his favor.
But look at the tiles left from Harshen's point of view. Only four vowels out of 16 consonants. So
Yeah.
Harshen knows that he's holding half of the vowels left in
And
this game.
no E's.
Yeah.
So
I was also going to
no,
mention that,
this spot is
yeah,
totally
this,
harmless.
yeah, this and all the letters left, there's apart from the A, there's one of each. So he doesn't really need to worry about
Oh,
duplicating tiles also. So yeah, Harshen is I mean, I know he's a little bit behind, and it really depends on what Ed gets here. So Ed's drawn actually three of those
he
vowels.
drew 3 vowels, which is amazing. That's an
Just the
amazing
A,
draw for him into
just
this
the A
bag.
in the bag,
So
and no Z, no Z.
yeah. So this is
Wow.
crazy. So no, so 3 of the 4 vowels. That's a great draw for Ed here. Both
Yeah.
players are going to be very aware of that. But Harshan is so close on the scoreboard that really, I feel like Ed is going to struggle to get a bingo together holding the W and the H, and what is he even going to draw? Whereas Harshan is very close. If he's just able to play his M, maybe just MI somewhere, I'm not sure where yet. If he's able to play something like that, he is way closer to bingoing because he has that last E. So I do feel that even though Harshan's down on the scoreboard, his winning chances are absolutely still alive.
Yep, and also don't forget that that Moo does take an S and also a P that Ed has on his rack. I'm assuming that Ed is going to play something like WHOP, WHOP, next to the E of a tape, so he will score a lot of points and keep some vowels. So Harshan, yeah, he's going to be up against it on the scoreboard. So I think that Harshan will need to try and bingo as soon as possible here. But at the same time, he could draw into Q, V, Z, C, and F all at the same time, potentially. And it would depend on whether or not Harshan can actually pull out that last vowel that's actually in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, maybe an idea for Harshan is to just play aim here, and that is
Yeah,
exactly what he
what he's
does.
doing.
This does so many good things. One, it denies easy access to this triple for Ed. He was
Yeah.
definitely wanting to play, as you guys have said in the chat, and as you said, Austin, WAP there would have been really nice to score well, open nothing back. Now that's been denied. Harshan also keeps that last E. If he does draw the Z, this spot is still open to him. No E's that Ed can possibly have. So os is the critical word here. That is a valid word. No other hooks go in that spot. So I'm so curious to see where the game unfolds from here. I'm just so grateful that it's been another banger here in round 24.
Yeah, really happy to see a close game here. The score's now only 13 points in it. Ed's looking at I'm sure he's looking at the score sheet and is like, what is the main thing that I need to defend
Whoa!
against?
Crazy
Uh,
draw.
yep, Karshan draws the Z, the important Z there, but he also draws the Q and the F. He should be able to get rid of the Q in multiple places, but the Z will go down next to Ms and O's, or maybe he might play the N potentially as well, because there's two, well, there might be another N lurking in the bag. Um, but yeah, there's a big immediate threat with that Ms and Oz spot. But it really depends if he might play something above Oz like WOP and that will actually block it
Yeah,
potentially.
something like that. AWOL, another
AWOL, yeah,
option. The
yeah,
worrisome thing about AWOL, of course, is it would use two
yeah,
vowels off of his rack. He's going to want to keep as many vowels as he can. Both players are looking at unseen tiles that are incredibly consonant heavy. Both players' perspectives are seeing that. The current perspective that you're seeing is Ed's. So from Ed's POV, there are 1, 2, 3 vowels and 14 consonants. So using two vowels he knows would get him into trouble. So maybe, as you suggested, Austin will just look that maybe this is the play here. This word is, I think, valid in the Collins
yep, it
Dictionary.
is. Yep.
So AWOL, another option. These plays would do very well to basically take that big Z spot away, and it would force Harshan to come up with something different.
Yep, and something like WOP would actually have the additional benefit of blocking off the hook to Moo and blocking off a few other bingo lanes, maybe through that L potentially. But it's important that he has to put the W above Oz because the other constants he has, the H, L, and the P, all still allow the E to go underneath it. So he has to start the word with the W, and I think that should become apparent that that WO something or something in those spots would have to be played in order to block that Z spot. So yeah, I'm expecting Ed to be at least be aware of that threat. But especially from his point of view, there's only one. Obviously, there's only one Z in the set, but there's only one E left as well. So he's probably weighing up what's the chances of Harshan actually having both of those tiles at this current moment. It's probably not that high, but yeah, it really depends on what Ed thinks here.
Yeah, absolutely crazy situation brewing. I just want to point out, and he's
Oh, he's playing
he's
wow.
just gonna play WoW. So I wonder if he's just kind of tunnel visioning a little bit. Maybe he's not appreciating the danger of the Z spot. But either way, Harshan's got very high scoring options available right now. I feel like given the situation, he probably needs to play Zen as opposed to just ZE, even though You don't like making another S hook, but you have to do it to get rid of as many consonants off of your rack as possible. And you don't want to play Zine there because you really, really need that I.
Yep. So another thing also is that if he keeps the N, he still maintains the opportunity to play Sank
Oh, yeah.
bottom
Yes,
corner or QIN.
for
So he might
sure.
actually need that N
Yes.
for the next turn. But yeah, that's I think the maybe the deciding factor here. I think he's going to keep the N, and he might end up having to set up an S hook on the next turn to get rid of this Q. But still, this is an absolute hammer blow for Ed now because instead of being 30 odd ahead, he's now 30 behind, just like that.
Yeah, crazy situation. I'm so curious to see if Ed draws the S. That's going to be huge for him because, as you all pointed out, as you pointed out, Austin, playing this N normally would look better in a vacuum so that you can possibly get your hands on more vowels, but you would then lose the ability to play sync in this spot. But if Ed draws the S, that might not be so bad, but maybe he won't have enough vowels to even do anything with it. The best thing he may have is something down here if he only has one vowel left. So I'm sure part of that, oh, Harshan draws the S.
Oh,
Wow, absolutely crazy. Ed's rack hasn't been updated just yet. I know that on WoW, I think he had AHILP as his rack, so we just have to see what his next two tiles are. I've taken them off his rack. 15 tiles unseen. It's actually less
yeah.
because I haven't given him those two tiles that he drew yet.
Arguably, it's actually more important that Harshan drew the A. He actually took out both of those, that last vowel from the bag, and left the C and the B and the V all in the bag for Ed to play through. So these vowels that you see on both of their racks are going to be the last vowels that you see in this game. They don't really know this yet. They must be aware of this danger that they have to really savor those vowels that they have on their racks. Harshan also has the opportunities to play QI next to the I regional if he wants to maintain some good tiles and even threaten a bingo out of nowhere, really. But yeah, it's definitely looking very good for Harshan now with this spot, and you can see that Ed has just got his tiles. Well, his tiles are now updated on screen for
There we
you.
go. We got him now.
Yeah, what's he gonna do with that? And again, he can't really use too many vowels. Giving something like plinth through the eye of Dinnick saves your vowels. But the 6 tiles in the bag, maybe plinth will allow you to maybe go for those letters potentially. But he's going to go with thin.
And at least keeps it one vowel and scores
Yeah.
decently. And the nice thing about it, I guess, it does create some hook potential. He has an A, maybe Harshan doesn't. So the CH re-overlaps. I guess the best thing you could say for it is it blocked the sync possibility, but Harshan definitely is going to have other options now because he drew so flexibly there.
Yep. So yeah, it blocks QIN as well. So he's now reduced Harshan's options to playing just QI or QINS either onto its or moves as like decently scoring players with the Q. But yeah, there's only 2 tiles unseen now from Harshan's point of view. So it's possible that he could just play off the Q and he would actually be in very good shape because he has 2 vowels. And look at the tiles left. I mean, just not even looking at as rack, but the tiles left. He's left the
this is music to Harshan's ears here. This pool because you could even see Harshan just play if here, and the reason he would do that is it would set up cats either here or one spot lower even for potentially more points,
really good.
And it would play up here as well. So just having the patience to see that Harshan can play this and then have multiple places to play a very high-scoring move, whereas Ed is going to really, really struggle with these terrible letters. Of course, we do know that if Harshan plays that, he's going to draw the V out of the bag, which makes things a little more difficult for him. But either way, Harshan, with all these goodies, the Q is now, like, he'll have potential to do something with it. If he wants, maybe a more normal / human move would just be to play QAT right here and get rid of it now and not mess around. But either way, Harshan in the driver's seat here at the tail end of this absolutely wild game.
Yeah, and Ed knows now. It's likely, relatively likely, he's not going to pick out the vowels from the bag, so he knows he's got to really make that last vowel that he has on his rack count. So if you do play something like if, he's going to go down by about 30 points, and then all he can do is play next to it with his vowel, and then he can't do anything else after that. But yeah, as we say that, Harshen is down to his last
Yeah,
100 seconds now.
I worry about
So
that.
he's gotta get moving, but in the grand scheme of things, he's actually in very good shape here. And even if he does go overtime, he should be fine. But he's about to put down cats. It sets up his eye as well next to
That's
it.
true. Not a bad idea. He's got the last I, so any good tile he draws there, if he draws the B or something, he could play fib once Ed uses the last
Yeah.
A if he were to do so. So this makes some sense here to really
Yeah.
increase the value of that I. I don't
He
know if
also got
that
the B and the
was
D,
yeah
so
the
have something there.
yeah, that's not the maybe it's not the winningest play that he could have had there, but I think it's pretty likely that it's going to get the job done with this 30-point lead. And Ed also having pretty clunky tiles, but maybe is there some crazy sequence on this board somewhere that could get Ed out in two, scoring enough points?
Ooh, it's very
It
difficult. It's
doesn't
very
seem
difficult.
likely, but you got to
Yeah.
believe if you're Ed.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to try and get as many points as possible here. And also, don't forget that they're playing for, they're probably going to have to play again the next game. And the spread difference is actually going to become a big factor here. There's a 230-point spread gap now. So essentially, a combined spread of 116 for Harshan in this game and the next game, if he can win both, would ensure that Harshan, apart from if Lewis manages to win by a lot of points, will overtake Ed in the standings. So every point that Harshan can get out of this end game is going to be huge and will make his life a little bit easier for the next game, which potentially is going to be both of these players. The only other thing that could happen is if Lewis wins by 140 points more than what Harshan wins now, Lewis will overtake Harshan in the standings, and it most likely will then be Ed against Lewis in the final. So yeah, Harshan's really got to try and squeeze out as many points as possible, and make sure that the magic number in terms of how much he needs to win by in the final game is not quite as high as it needs to be.
Yeah, all absolutely true. Harshan with and both players now. Ed is thinking, I mean, if I'm in Ed's shoes, I'm going to be thinking to myself, do I have any possible way to steal this? And unfortunately, he really has no way to address very simple plays that Harshan has that he set up with his play of cats, of vid, something like this. Maybe you can play a sequence in the top part of the board,
Yeah.
some combination of like garb here and then clap through here is going to score decently, but again, down 30 points, this just isn't enough to get the job
Yeah.
done. And I don't really see where else with just this lone vowel. I don't see where maybe Ed will try to play something down here, but then where's he going to play his other consonants? So it's a grim situation, and man, what a game. And it feels like Ed was off to that crazy start where he
Blinding
had the
start,
two
yeah.
bingos in 3 turns, and then he just lost enough momentum with that phony in the mid game. And maybe also with this play of wow, he had an opportunity to block the Z setup that got past him there.
Yeah, other things that Ed could do is make use of that P hook for Moop. He could play something like Calp or Carp, which would give Blag or Brag through that A in the
Yeah,
in the, in the double letter square. But
some combo there.
that might be giving all I think Harsha needs to do is play something like Fan, and then that leaves Vid next to Cats or Div next to Dinnick, making Dits and Ish. So Harsha can easily neutralize or stop Ed from playing out on that turn and try and get a bit more spread points from him. But Ed is now moving down to his final 30 seconds, and he's likely to have to play 2 more turns. So if he goes over time even more, then that plays more into Harshan's hands here.
Yeah,
But Ed is
time
not looking
penalty.
like he's not looking to play anything yet.
Yeah,
He's
he's
a bit
got
up and
a. I
down.
think he just snuck a peek at the timer and he's going to now play. And that is about as good
Okay.
as anything. I think technically this
Yeah.
is going to allow Harshan to do something through
And
that A if
yeah.
he wants to block. But either way, a solid attempt by Ed, but that's not going to be enough. And
Yeah.
nor was there a way to salvage this game at this point.
Yeah. Fan or Van here would be, I think, the optimal plays. You just got to keep the ID and big tile here so you can play um Fid or Vid or Diff next to the QA of Cats or the IC of Dinnick. Either one would, I think, do fine here.
Yeah, it's
But yeah,
his only outplay is the reasoning there. It's CLP is going to be left on Ed's rack. Blocking Calp or Clap, like you said, and saving the play here would be optimal for Harshan. Again, the time, you just don't know whether you can calculate that fully. I think that is what he's thinking here. He may just decide to take the absolutely guaranteed win and play Vid and let Ed go out in this spot, even though that's not mathematically optimal. It is a win, and of course, while you do want to win by as many points as you can, oh,
yeah,
look
he's
at
not.
this.
Oh, what's he doing?
He's going to play
Find?
Finn or.
Wait,
Oh
what's he doing?
boy, he needs to. Whatever it is, he's got to play it. Did he just stick himself with a
No, he's got
V?
VAR. He has VAR on the far left.
Okay, okay, okay.
But could Ed block that? I don't know. He doesn't have enough time to work it
He has
out.
no time. That's crazy. Okay, hold on a
Oh
second.
wow, that was
So
yeah.
Find actually might have opened the door to
Because he
Ed
has
there.
Zap.
Yeah,
He has
yeah,
Zap,
it doesn't win.
Lich.
It wouldn't win him the game. So no,
Oh
Harshan didn't just like blow the game there. But if we just
yeah.
cut to this from the analysis board, so the
Hmm.
situation here at the very end is after Harshan plays Find, he's stuck with just a V that only plays in this one spot right here where Carr would block it. Then Harshan would have to pass his turn and Ed would be in a situation knowing he's going to get 8 points from Harshan's V that he could probably, on a different board, maybe there'd be a chance at it. But in fact, he doesn't have a way to grab that many points here. His best
Yeah,
positions
he
for
has
his L
Zap.
and P would be Lich with the L for 10 points and Zep with the P, but he would need slightly more. So what would that lead to here? Pretty darn close.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's
the
gonna be like one
optimal
point.
the optimal end game for Ed after this blocking the V spot, Ed would lose by 1 point.
Yeah.
Anyway, the players didn't have enough time to work all that out. So potential if Ed somehow galaxy brained that with like less than 10 seconds left and was just, tiles flying. The crazy thing is if Ed somehow figured that out in that quick of a time, Harshan has no time. He would have to like pass instantly, like hit his clock. Like if Ed could somehow have figured that out and blocked this spot that quickly, maybe you push Harshan over time, and that
Yeah,
might
you could win that
actually
way.
win you the game.
Yeah.
But man, crazy in either case. This was another classic game back to back with round 23. We've just had two amazing games on the stream, Austin. I'm feeling pretty good headed into the last game.
Yeah, very much so. So just for everyone here, what was the actual final
Yeah,
score?
yeah. Let me go back. So Find was played, and then Clap as
Wow.
the end game. So the final score is
Okay.
Harshan 455 to Ed 441 in a game that Harshan trailed 171 to 34 after Ed's first three moves of the game.
Okay, so that's a 14-point difference, assuming that the players agree with the score that we see here, which means that Harshan will stay in second place. Lewis did beat Josh Sokol by 38, so
Yeah.
the top three will stay in the same position. So actually, I think Josh still stays in fourth position. Um, but so it's basically as you were right now. The top four places are still in the same, and actually I think Rashid is also in the same position. So top five are actually haven't changed in terms of position, but they've all kind of bunched up even more now. You can see. But yeah, with that win, that now means that Harshan needs to win the last game. I'm sure he'll have to play against Ed in the final game. He has to win by 101 to tie the the title, and 102 to win the tournament outright. So yeah, it's not exactly impossible. We've seen some blowouts on the stream already today. Um, and then yeah, I mean Lewis is kind of lurking there as well, but maybe his spread's not quite enough. But yeah, we'll have to see what unfolds in the final game here.
Yeah, absolutely insane. We know this result is going to come in shortly and show the updated Harshan flip flopping with Lewis, really. So that win will propel Harshan to second place only. Ed remains in first going into the final game, even after that. That's happened a few times now where a player has experienced a crushing loss on our top streamed board and yet retained first place. So it's kind of a lesson of like, yeah, these things happen. What hits the fan. But if you're still in first place, you have to shake it off as quickly as possible and realize how much you still have to play for. So
Yeah.
we are this close to the finish line here. I don't know. I guess I assume there still are a lot of other placements yet to be decided. So I do think that we're likely to need to wait until all these games are complete. But I'm pretty sure we're going to get a rematch of the two players we just saw in the final round. So I don't know if we even need to go anywhere. We could probably just cut back to the board and just sort of wait patiently for the players to be, decreed that these two players are playing again, which I fully expect to happen.
Yeah, we just need to make sure that the board camera is working. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's back again. But yeah, that was an interesting game. Ed was up by 150 almost at one point there, and ends up losing that game. And yeah, I think that Goen
Yeah.
play there really kind of messed him up potentially mentally. Then kind of gave the handed the initiative to Harshan. But do you have the game still up, or are you started
Oh,
to?
I do. Yeah, I can.
Um,
I can definitely bring it
right.
up so we can
I
look at
was just
it.
wondering. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
let's
actually
take a
just
look.
wondering
Oops.
if what the optimal outplay for Harshan was in terms of playing Van, and how much would he have won by
Oh, sure. Yeah,
as a result.
let's look at that. So we can cut to from Harshan's POV in this end game when he played Find, which was sort of a panicked play at the very end of the game. He certainly would want to play that V and just avoid being stuck with an unplayable V at the end. So this would be after Ed plays grab here.
Yeah,
The optimal play, given that Ed with his CLP, this is the only place that he can play all three of those letters. So Harshan, as you suggested, is supposed to play Van or Nav,
yeah,
one of these things. It actually doesn't really matter which of any of these two tile plays that you play in this spot. Then after that, Ed is supposed to play Zep, it looks like, just because that's probably the most points he can score. And then from Harshan's POV, he plays Fid for 29, which gives him a win of 479 to 431. So Harshan won this game by 14, but the optimal sequence would have led to him winning by 48. So a solid number of points left on the table, but that happens in time pressure.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, and again, Harshan is just making sure that he wins the game. It's quite possible that he wasn't 100% certain of the letters that were still on Ed's rack. Maybe he's running a bit low on time to kind of figure that out or to confirm. But yeah, that is about 35, no, 34 points.
Point difference
In terms of
between the
square.
two
Yeah,
sequences. Yeah, yeah, it's
yeah,
not.
34-point difference. So instead of having to win by 102, he could have been going into the last game having to win by 68, which is definitely a lot more doable. And we'll have to see going into this final game if this end game might have saved Ed from potentially losing the title. I mean, it could always be just an Ed win in this last game, and it wouldn't really matter. But if Harshan ends up winning this game or the last game by somewhere between 68 and 100, this end game could have been pivotal to who decides
Determined
who is the
placing.
winner. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Wow, crazy. That's absolutely true. And I mean, this is why the players that are really fast and precise and really maximize every point. I have Nigel in mind here, but there's definitely other players that are really, really consistent. Adam Logan also, I feel like he plays his end games extremely accurately. Dave Wiegand, another one. There's definitely a lot of players that just are always winning those tiebreakers based on just getting those every point available to them in their games. Obviously, Harshan and Ed have both been doing that. Their spread is extremely good, as is Lewis. If we get back to the standings, you can see the numbers, those 4-digit numbers. They're so nice to see after your name in the standings, but it's very, very difficult to amass a number like that in a field like this.
Yeah, very much so. Everyone is very, very, very good here. Some of the very best players in the world are in this field, and even some of them are not even shown on the scoreboard here. There's some are further down. Um, but yeah, this is turning out to be a very exciting finish. Again, when Ed went to a 13-0 start, don't forget, he's gone 4-7 since then, and he is still leading the championship. So again, there's still all to play for here, and it's exactly a 200-point spread. So I guess they must have, in theory, must have miscounted one of the turns more in favor of Harshan here. So 100 points, very easy for you guys to remember here. 100 points is the magic number in favor of Harshan. That will tie up the tournament, and any point either side of that will decide the winner between Ed and Harshan.
Wow, crazy. So the pairings in the last round are straight King of the Hill for real now. These two are playing, these two are playing, these two are playing, and on down. So we are going to have a rematch, which does admittedly make it very difficult, but far from impossible for Lewis McKay to win the tournament, which is kind of crazy to think about. But let's say Harshan were to beat Ed by 1 point, he would move up to 17-7 plus whatever 1277. That would require Lewis to win by not all that much. It would not be that crazy for him to win his game and pass this. He would need to win by 118 points. That's very, very doable for a player of Lewis's caliber. So, in any case, I'm sure the players know now at this point who's playing who. I think it's actually everything is the same except the records and even the placements are the same. So I'll just get that updated. But I have every expectation that this ultimate game here, round 25, our final game of the tournament, to determine I'm not going to say all the marbles based on what we just said, but most of the marbles. Certainly, if Ed wins, that's very, very likely to be that's it. It's going to be hard for Lewis to win by 300 points against Josh Sokol. If Harshan wins, he'll need a little bit of help, either from Josh, well, just from Josh. He needs Josh not to get blown out, and then Harshan will be the winner. So, dang, it's come down to this, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, we weren't. I mean, it was a long way ahead, and we were kind of like bracing ourselves that this might be over way before the final game. But as for you guys watching, this couldn't have really have worked out much better in terms of from a viewership standpoint. Three players tied at the top, and a very, very closely fought division here for the rest of the top 10, and even just outside of the top 10, for players that can actually reach the prizes. So. This is shaping up to be as good as we could have hoped for, and all we can hope for is a great game for the final round.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I think some questions about how much Harshan needs to win by. If Harshan wins this game, the amount that he needs to win by is contingent on how much Lewis wins by, I think.
Yes.
So it's hard for Harshan to know for sure. Of course, he would just wants to win by as many points as he can. But if he gets word that Lewis has totally blown out Josh Sokol, then yeah, he is going to have to win by a certain amount. It's really up to Lewis to put some pressure on Harshan by blowing out Josh Sokol. Of course, Josh with a ton to play for as well. If he is able to come away with a win against Lewis, who just beat him in the previous round, by the way, that's going to secure him a very high finish in a huge Collins tournament, which is an amazing milestone for a player that, of course, in North America, we all know Josh Sokol is phenomenal, but to have such a result in a really big Collins tournament so quickly after switching, very impressive by him, no matter what happens in round 25.
Yeah, very much so. Again, yeah, it's so really Hashan needs to win by at least 101 points to overtake Ed, and he needs to win by uh or Ed, how much is it? 116 points from Lewis. So as long as his spread is 116 points within 116 points of what Lewis wins by, he will win the tournament. So there's there's a little bit of pressure from that side. Especially if Shashan wins by very little, Lewis winning by somewhere between 100 and 150 is definitely doable. And I don't actually think Lewis has been winning or leading this championship at all at any point during this tournament. So it would be a very opportune time to take the lead if that kind of set events happen.
Yeah, you just need to be in first place at the end of the
right time.
tournament. Doesn't
Yeah.
really matter how long you're there, of course. So
Right place,
anyway,
right time. Yeah.
here we go. Got our players. I'm sort of imagining with all the numbers and permutations. I'm imagining that image of Zach Galifianakis from The Hangover with all of the whatever the numbers flying out of his head and around his head. But suffice it to say, if Ed wins, that's it. It's basically he's punched his ticket. He'll be the winner. If Harshan wins, he is right on the doorstep and is somewhat reliant on the result of Lewis McKay versus Josh Sokol. But either way, these guys need to win this game if they are going to win the tournament. So we shall see. We're ready. No need to delay. Just confirming with our staff on site that this is the game we want to watch. Unless you guys want to watch Lewis versus Josh, I don't know. I don't think I think this is probably the big ticket, so we'll stick with this.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing some kind of announcements just before the final game, which is why Ed has turned around, and it looks like a lot of people are just kind of looking towards what's happening here. They could just be like just going through the final things, little bit of housekeeping that needs to be done, make sure that they'll get the scores in and stuff like that. But yeah, this is going to be a very exciting game. Any mistake or misstep will be magnified many x-fold here. But again, Ed has he's odds on to win this. He just needs to avoid a big loss here to Harshan. But yeah, I mean, Ed has not been in the best form over the last 10 games or so. So who knows? Who knows of where they are mentally? But we'll soon find out. And again, a lot of this will come down to the luck of the draw too. Harshan may just never get a chance to win by 100 odd points, or Ed might just not have a chance to do anything. It could just be a blowout. Who knows? But yeah, we'll soon find out. I've just been running some ads on my Twitch channel just so that we get the ads out the way, and we're not going to have any ads during this final game. So hopefully those ads have ended for you. But yeah, just as a quick plug, we should definitely go ahead and subscribe to Will's channel on YouTube if you don't already do so. He puts out some incredible videos weekly for you guys to watch, and there's a lot of videos for you to kind of tune into. And if you're watching on Twitch and don't already follow my channel, please go ahead and do so. We're trying to grow all the channels of all the Scrabble channels around here so we can grow the game and bring it to the masses and make sure that people are aware of what's going on with the Scrabble world. And yeah, it looks like we're soon to start this game, and they're actually doing some more. Looks like they're doing some more announcements. Maybe potentially some players that may have already clinched their divisions.
They just asked everybody, clap if you are a follower of Austinio9 on Twitch, and that's why everybody said, yes, me, I am. That's what happened there.
There we go.
Yeah. So,
all right. I'm also going to put out a prediction right now with the betting line. It's not going to be anywhere near 100, but I'm putting the betting line this time in favor of Harshan. So I'm going to put Harshan winning by at least 10 points. So this is the Twitch prediction now. If you think Harshan will win by at least 10 points, go ahead and vote for option 1. Any other result of this game will be option 2. So go use your channel points wisely, get predicting. You've got about 5 minutes to do so, and this will be the last prediction of the tournament. This is the last game.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. As you said, Ed's made a couple mistakes, but then again, I mean, the pressure of this particular type of moment can get to anybody. Like we saw Harshan in Game 7 of the World Championship Finals play a phony 3 against David Eldar. So it's
Yep.
tough. These are human beings. We measure ourselves sometimes against Nigel because he is our, goat of Scrabble. And of course, we know all of his incredible abilities over the board, but perhaps the most amazing ability that he has is to simply not care about being in situations like this, seemingly at all. He
Yep.
doesn't care. He doesn't care at all, and that matters a lot, right? So obviously, it's easier not to care when you're also able to play at an incredibly high level on a game in game out basis. You can just be like, all right, well, I'm going to play amazingly like I do every time. But yeah, it's definitely it definitely helps to be able to stay calm and relaxed. And most human beings are going to be aware that this is it. This is the big scenario. You got however many people. Thank you very much to all the people watching on YouTube and Twitch, as Austin said. But you have however many people watching now, and who knows? Maybe you're going to get Scrabble history if you do something stupid. Now there's that. No, I'm just kidding. I don't like doing videos about that. I would like to do things about people doing brilliant things, and hopefully we see something like that in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we're finally poised to see some great Scrabble here. And let's just see, I guess. Let's just see what they have to offer here. If they do their customary, Arshin does his customary handshake before the game starts, and he puts his little headphones out the way as he kind of G's himself up with some music. And yeah, here we go. Ed has drawn some tiles, and the timer has started.
Very nice. Let's do it. So of course these are the racks from the previous game. Those are gonna shift hopefully quickly as soon as we see. So Ed started out last game with Golden's a bingo. Wonder what he's gonna draw this time. Is he gonna? I think the odds of getting a bingo are, I don't know, something like I don't remember. It's like
Like 1 in 8 or something.
one in, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 1 in 10 in the North American and close to 1 in 8. And we're certainly not going to see
Not a
the
bingo,
bingo. Oh, but
but it's
look
a
at
blank.
that. Sorry, I'll try to
Yeah.
fix this. That's from our annotators on site. I don't know if anybody's listening to the stream on site, but you got to be careful with the spaces on the rack. So I fixed it there. But Volk,
Yeah.
certainly a solid play to start.
Yeah, very much so. Looks very good there. Keeping DT blank looks very conducive to bingos, and that blank can obviously be used in S to hook onto Volk, which is not a hook that Harshan has on his rack. And yeah, there's not really much available for Harshan here. Maybe something like Foggy that would keep IRT. That would at least be conducive to bingos there, and it doesn't really give too much away, since obviously you can't put any hooks onto Foggy. Um, and yeah, you're playing through the soul vowel that's on the board. Maybe this time they can save up those vowels for this game instead.
Yeah, that was crazy how the previous game shook out with that vowel shortage at the very end. And
There it is.
yeah, there you go. This says a lot when you're playing Foggy for 13, and it actually is very, very likely to be your best available play. At Scrabble, sometimes you've got a wealth of incredible high scoring options. Other times you got to play something for 13 points. And looks like okay. So Ed drawing, I think, a few too many consonants to have a bingo here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're assuming that he has the blank, which was on his rack before. I don't think it got taken off his rack, but
Yeah.
yeah, he's looking to get rid of the W and the Y. So something like Yawy, Y-A-W-Y, or Y-A-W-N-Y, Yawny, look pretty strong here to get rid of the W and the Y,
Yeah, either
which
one.
actually A-W-N-Y were actually the four tiles he just picked up. So he might end up playing them back off again and roll the dice on getting another bingo.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just gonna see. Yeah, it looks like we will add the. I'm gonna add the blank
Okay,
to
so
it.
Yawy.
Okay, yaoi instead, keeping the N, playing things a little bit tighter, keeping the extra bingo tile. Even though keeping three consonants and a blank might expose you to again another turn of having too many consonants next turn, but If you do draw vowels, maybe your odds of getting a bingo down are slightly higher because you kept more good bingo tiles together. Oh, look at this. Muriate. That's a bit of a troll here, as Harshan, I think, with a 7-letter bingo on his rack, and the board is far too constricted to play it.
Yes, and actually very this is the reason why you play kind of to the right of Yoi, because if you kind of do that, you don't give away so many points with an A. But if Ed actually played Yoi to the left, Murate would have actually fit underneath the white AW. So again, important placement of which way you go with Yoi. It kind of looks like it doesn't really matter that much, but in this case, it's actually going to save him on that front.
It's a great point. Yeah. Wow. Um, so Amu for
Yep, looks good.
21 goes down. So both players are certainly
Looking close.
Ed with his blank is knocking on the
Yeah.
door of bingoing, but it's going to be very difficult to bingo on this board without an S now. I really feel like there's no open tiles. Ed continue there you see he continues to struggle with consonants. I think he would have been very happy to get rid of this N and switch it out for a vowel right about now. So that would have, the butterfly effect from there. Though, of course, we would not have seen Amu go down as things would have been different. You can't do that in Scrabble, really, with, butterfly affecting too far. You could do it maybe on a one turn to the next basis. But either way, this is a tough situation here for Ed, and he's going to play ads, which
Okay.
is an aggressive play to make, especially without that E hook to this, Austin. What do you make of this one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, at the same time, I'm kind of looking at what options he has, and he really doesn't have any great playable options for many points. This is actually his highest scoring play, and he preserves the vowel that he has and the blank. Um, so I mean, it looks kind of weird playing that. There's no hooks for the Z to hit the triple, so it's fine. It's really mainly just any words like go across the Z to hit the double word square, or any hooks making the E hook for ads, um, which Harshan does have, but he doesn't have a bingo here. He's also going to be struggling a little bit with what to do next. Um, but yeah, it really depends on what Ed picks out now. I mean, they've actually been picking out a lot of consonants. Maybe Ed is due for some vowels to be picked up here.
I would say so. First of all, if I'm Harshan and I see Ed play this, I'm a little worried. This looks like a
Yeah.
very strong play. I would certainly not imagine that Ed does not have an E at all, that he just has a blank. Now, of course, given that he just played DS, he might have drawn an E. The odds are likelier of that than any other tile in the bag. There are no E's on the board either. So easily, Ed could end up with an E that he didn't have when he played this. But I would be sorely tempted first to try to block it, but how do you even do that? You can't put a tile here. If you play something like OE, you're not making things that much better for yourself because you're giving up place to the triple. Maybe he would play something like a we in this spot just to take the sting out of it a little. Of course, you don't want to use both of your E's, but if you're really worried that Ed has something strong in that spot, like if he has a bingo that doesn't have an S in it, but it ends in ER or ED or something like that, you would be blocking those by playing a we, which is one option. But you could have a totally different tack here. You could play zoner to this Z to score points and not worry about fishing. There is a we. I wanted to throw one more thing out, Austin. What would you think about just playing your O right here with OK? That's kind of crazy
Oh,
too.
that's an okay play, I think. Keeping Endite, Endite, which combines very well with a lot of tiles to bingo next to the O. Especially since you don't have an S on your rack, it's going to be very difficult to do anything otherwise. And it kind of also keeps the E spot open for ads. So I mean, at the moment, he's got rid of both of his E's, and he has no real immediate way to bingo if he doesn't pick out another E or S. We just see Ed just play jog,
Very
getting rid
quickly.
of the J. It really is either going to be that or Jack, JAK. They're the only two real options here, and it's actually not a bad time to pick up the J and score well with it, whilst Harshan is kind of struggling with kind of very low scores. But he's keeping very good tiles though. NATT blank should bingo fairly often. He's just drawn the E. So yeah, he's going to be very close to something at this rate.
Wow, so there you see kind of the downside for Harshawn. He definitely gave Ed a lot of respect for that play of ads, trying to block it at all costs with the most defensive play. I really do think that is a very sensible play, but you see what kind of happens to his rack now is that it feels like without those E's to provide flexibility, it's not looking as good. I wonder. Oh man, he's so close to like long words ending in IZE. It's not quite like robotize or something like that would be a lot of fun to see be played. He doesn't really have anything like that. Maybe he'll play something like Bonds here, which doesn't feel great, but at least would get rid of one of the two ends. Really cagey set of positions to start this game.
Yeah, this is it's kind of they're just kind of if there's like a boxing match, they're just kind of probing each other right now in terms of like what's going to be who's going to hit the first big one here. But yeah, something like bronze would be good, or even bronze, which is what Harshan has done. It looks like it's a bit more difficult to underlap if he wants to play that. If he wants to underlap in a more effective way, he could play bonds or bonza. At least that way, the B and the O are next to each other, and ending words with ER, ED, ES, all those kind of things would fit. But really, likelihood of IER, IES bingos underneath bonds, which Harshan does not have really any of those tiles. He just has the I. Pretty unlikely for Harshan to hit that spot particularly well. But he's keeping NIT on his rack, and he's going to try and delve into the bag and hopefully get one of those S's of blanks.
Yeah, it's so interesting too because I'm trying to figure out did this play actually make the difference between it did. So let me just work this out for you. So from Harshan's, let's go from Ed's perspective here. So had Harshan played bonds instead of bronze, we would be seeing nut meat go down as a bingo.
Yeah.
Now, normally you would think that after bonds, it's a little bit easier to bingo because ED, ER, other things like that actually fit. That's why bronze is so nice because it makes it so much more difficult. The two consonants together make it a lot tougher to get all the overlaps that you need to play a bingo. So that is a huge difference here. Had Harshan just not played the R, we would very, very likely be seeing Ed bingo here, but instead Harshan has bought himself another turn to try to get his rack in order, and unfortunately doesn't look like it's gone super well.
Yeah, so that kind of makes it one each really, because technically, if Ed played Yori on the other side, which I don't think he would ever have done, but Muriate for Harshan would have come down. But in this case, it's kind of evened out pretty quickly with Nut Meat not coming down either for Ed. So so yeah, it's just kind of just finding that bingo. Whoever can get that bingo down first will draw first blood. Harshan looks like he's a bit further away from getting there right now. MNA, again, a very kind of weird word that would, for the if you're not studying Scrabble words, definitely a weird word that's scoring 19 points, getting rid of the M, and one of his other consonants here, keeping ETT blank. But yeah, he obviously fancies his chances to bingo with that blank, making it an S or as on a future turn.
Yeah, for sure. And it's actually surprisingly difficult from Ed's POV to find a play that doesn't. First of all, he had no bingos, so he has to find a non bingo play. And it's kind of difficult to find a play that doesn't give something nice back to Harshan there. Like other plays that he could have made instead of the weird looking mana there. Of course, with the N, he could have played something like Bronzen and Nat. The computer engine likes that before simulation, but in no circumstances would you ever open a triple there. But if you're looking in this spot, if you play TA, that gives you a lot of hooks of the E, the I, the U would all hook if you just play TA trying to undouble your T's. If you play something like Menta right here, it opens a triple. If you play Menta here, it gives you the O Menta hook. It's actually really hard to find a play. Maybe Meta is okay to use at least one of your two T's, but even that isn't ideal because you put an E out in space, which you don't love to do. I don't even there's flaws with almost every option, Austin.
I think so. I do really like bronze in here because a lot of vowels you actually can bingo through with a blank ass. It's like maties or mutates, things
So
like
just
that.
dumping just
Just
the
dumping
N.
the end, yeah,
Yeah.
just dumping the end looks very good. Doesn't give anything really away.
Oof.
But we see Harshan now opening up an eye in a very tantalizing position
Yeah,
here.
we know Ed has a blank. His rack hasn't updated yet, but this is huge. We know he has a blank on his rack, and if he's drawn well, this could be a devastating turn of events here in this game. Let's see what Ed has. I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, he's got ETT blank, so if he draws out relatively better, slightly better than average, he might have something through that eye to hit both triple word squares, and in theory, it might be game over for Harshan in terms of the tournament. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, Harshan, his hand has kind of been forced here
Did we see
with
Ed just
two
kind of
eyes.
reach? Yeah, he's reaching toward the blank slip.
Blank.
This, again, the rack. I'm sorry for the rack not being updated, but
Oh,
you
there
can
we go.
see
Looks like he's on
here,
timer.
here it comes. And it is just
The dirtiest.
dirtiest. Yeah,
Wow.
pretty simple. I'm pretty sure that's a D. I don't think it could be anything else. And an 113 point play.
Wow.
But look at that. Binocle for Harshan. He's not out of it
Okay.
yet.
Yep. Binocle will fit next to the D of dirtiest, so at least he has an instant comeback. And I mean, Dirty's got 113, but Binnacle will score 85. So it's only about not even 30 points difference. So Harsha's still in this game. Let's not count him out just yet. But this actually does give a spot for Binnacle to come down. So it must be nice for Harshan to at least have something to respond with. And he's now about 50, he's now 54 points behind. So he needs another bingo to come back, but that's definitely not an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, I mean, he already did it. He will really earn it if he comes away with the win here,
Yeah, for
because
sure.
this game is sort of, very similar to the previous, where Ed has leaped out to a nice big lead, and Harshan's going to have to battle back, but he did just achieve that very thing. So, again, this rack for Ed is the previous one. I've asked why it's updating so much slower this game. Hopefully, we can get on that. But yeah, we'll see, hopefully. The second blank is lurking. It's going to be a huge deal. If Ed picks it, you just feel like that will almost cement his victory right away. Harshan really, really needs it. And wow,
Oh,
that is
okay.
not the draw that Ed wanted to see here. A really gross set of letters with a Q that looks like it's going to be very hard to play.
Uh, yeah. This Q only plays with QI and Binnacle, and that's literally the only place you can play. So
Oof.
it's probably worth playing something like View if he wants to score something. Even extending it to Viewer, something like that, or Vower through the O of Binnacle. I mean, there's a few options here, but nothing particularly great. But at least he can still score some points. Looks like he's just going with Viewer. So Viewer keeping the P and the Q, allowing to draw into the bag and hopefully get some I's or U's onto his rack for next time.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Burning through as many tiles as you can to try to pick up some help for that Q. There are 3 U's available to be drawn from his POV, just this one on the board. And wow, are we going to see toe piece? Oh my
Yes.
God.
That E, yeah. Wait, what? Okay.
I
So yeah, this is the difference.
think.
This is the difference between playing View and Viewer because View actually gives away, I mean, technically a slightly more difficult way to bingo. But
Yeah.
did Ed really need to play the ER there?
I like it. I like that choice because you really want to get a U or an I or an AT or some help for your Q. I don't think you can know that E in that position is going to be the difference between Harshan immediately answering with a bingo or not. I like it. I think it's a case of Ed making the right play, and it's just not going to work out that well for him. But again, Harshan's got to see this. Um, I this is just a huge moment here. Of course, even if he doesn't see, so just for the record, to show you guys what Harshan's looking at with this rack. He has toe piece through this E, and I really think he's going to see this if he looks there and thinks to himself, wait, I have a bingo. Even if he misses that, that would be pretty devastating for sure. But Covet in this upper left corner is still pretty good. It's not like a devastating, like the next best play after toe piece is just terrible, like a 10-pointer. But I definitely think that this is it. If Harshan wants to get this comeback, and there you see Ed has drawn his U to help out his Q, but so I really feel like Harshan's got to spot this, and I'm worried based on his body language and how long this turn's taking that he hasn't seen it.
Oh, he
Oh,
hasn't seen it. He's missed it. He's got Covet here. Again, with these tiles, you have already got two E's, an O, and an I. You're naturally not really looking through that another vowel, especially another vowel to make three E's. So it's very easy to miss. Again, if you told Harshan that there's a bingo through that E, he would immediately find it. I'm sure he would.
absolutely.
Um, but yeah, this is a miss. And again, don't forget that Harshan needs to win this game by 101 points to win the title. Again, he might not even be thinking about that at this moment. He's just trying to win the game.
So I
But
think I think
yeah, that's it.
our YouTube viewers keep saying that's not necessarily true, right? Like if he wins, he'll be at 18, Ed will be at 17, and he just has to stay ahead of Lewis if he wins.
Oh, that is. Oh yeah, that's also true. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So just for yeah.
Forgot.
So
I'm
he
just
does.
used to Ed being so far ahead. So
Yes, yeah,
yeah, you're right.
exactly. So yeah,
Okay.
Ed has been so far ahead, but in this game they both are on 17. So they just whoever wins this gets to 18 first. But either way, it definitely behooves Harshan to win this game by as much as possible, just in case Lewis wins against Josh by a lot. It'll be interesting to see if we have any boots on the ground who can help us with that result, because that's kind of important also to gauge this game, especially if Harshan manages to get back out into the lead here, which he wouldn't even have been ahead after toe piece. But I really, man, you just would have loved to see him get 30 extra points. Look at the score right now and imagine that he would have 30 extra points and maybe he draws that second blank before Ed. It's just it's a big swing. But if it sounds like I'm rooting against Ed, I'm really not. I just want this game to be really close going forward, and I think that toe piece would have ensured that. Whereas now, I do feel like Ed is still in pretty commanding position.
Yeah, so Topias would have had an extra thing that Queen through the E of viewer wouldn't have really been an option. But he could still play Queen here, but at the same time, well, he actually has Tok to play that instead, which is a lot more defensive. And in this case, it's a big he could have potentially have missed that by playing Queen through the E of viewer because Harshan had Equip and he would have
Oh
hit that
yeah.
triple pretty hard. So very nice that he played Tok then, kept things a little bit more contained in this move.
Yeah, if you don't see that play, then you kind of have to play queen to get rid of your Q in a good way. And as you said, Harshan would have pounced on that hard. So nicely
Yeah.
done by Ed to avoid that danger. And Harshan's in a tough spot. These tiles have not gotten too much better for him. He's kind of close to a bingo. He's got ED. He's got a U. I do feel like, yeah, you just look at the score and you feel like, man, those toe piece points and maybe he could pull that second blank. It's just such a different game. But he still is very much alive here. He just really needs to get a bingo soon. Maybe I'll cut to the unseen tiles just to see what it is that he's looking at from his perspective. It looks like kind of a weird imbalance of look at all those A's and I's. I think overall these tiles look pretty good though. 3 S's and a blank. Not too many ugly letters like the V, the W. Those are all gone.
Yeah, that's right. And again, with this Volk and Amu hook on the right side of the board, especially with so many S's unseen, both players have no S's and no blanks. So both players are probably again kind of equally as far away from a bingo as each other. They probably have like maybe 4 good tiles, and then they want to try and get rid of 3 of them each right now. So it could come down to a race between who can actually get that S and bingo first, and that might actually set the tone for the rest of the game. But Harshan, yeah, he's in a bit of trouble here. He really needs to get rid of this U. He's looking to play, is that Petty?
Interesting. Okay, so he
Something on the
plays
lane, yeah.
petty. This, yeah, I'm sure the
Hmm.
idea here is that now you've created another place to play a seven-letter bingo, but I do worry that the U on the rack is going to be a hindrance going forward. I would
Yeah.
have liked to see him try to get rid of that U. Where to do that, I'm not 100% sure, so maybe he just couldn't find a great option that ditched the U in a safe way. So hold on, let me just make sure the board is flipped. But I mean, other ideas to get rid of the U are very aggressive and probably foolhardy, like something like Bronzed and Do would have gotten rid of the U. But that seems a little bit crazy. Although in this particular scenario, would have worked out decently as Ed would not have had a really devastating play through that E. I don't think very many human players would make that move. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a tricky one. Maybe there isn't a great way to use the U and not open stuff up.
Yeah, I think yeah, a lot of the say higher scoring players use bronzed and opens up the triple to some degree, or even plays underneath ads, allowing parallel players underneath ads and maybe NE or NU. So everything in that area for Harshan in terms of what to do there was actually going to end pretty badly for him. So he definitely played something that was a bit more kind of a more normal human play, although he kept ENU, which doesn't play above the eye. He had to kind of rely on his draw to do that. But yeah, he ended up drawing another U and two H's, so something like Hoo Hoo might be seen on the board at some point just because it gets rid of so many of those kind of bad tiles. But yeah, he definitely needs a little bit of help with drawing some S's and blanks here if he wants to come back and win this.
Yeah, no question. There are those goodies are still there. We know they're not on Ed's rack. Of course,
Yeah.
as you suggested, when you're talking about Harshan having the play of hoo hoo, that means things aren't going the best for you. It means you got two U's and two H's, which basically precludes you from having a bingo available. But Ed is going to struggle to score very well here, and that's something that can only help Harshan as he tries to fight his way back into this game. Ed's got those low point letters. He has the P. That's it in terms of higher scoring letters. Hopefully we can get the players back. I'm just going to make a note.
There it is.
Oh, that was fast. Okay, good. Hopefully that remains the case. But yeah, what to do? It's tough because with those letters, again, a lot of what the engine is suggesting are all of these hooks to bronze, which no human is ever going to do. You're not going to play in this spot and give your opponent such good stuff. But where then should Ed even play? Parallel to viewer, that opens up this triple. It's tough. It's on this particular board. Both players are probably terrified that the other one has an S and it's going to land a big play in this spot or maybe something here. But without an S in their own control, there's not a ton they can do about that.
Yeah, it's yeah, they're both it's like again one of the meme of Spider-Man pointing at each other with you
Exactly.
have the S, I have the S, you know. But yeah, I mean Ed has lots of options here in terms of playing off his tiles, but they will all open up something in response, either opening up an S hook or just something that's not an S hook and makes it even more dangerous. And you're not really in a good enough position to be able to kind of counterplay those kind of moves. It's really difficult to decide what to do. I mean, my initial thought was to play Pook onto the K, but that also gives an S hook as well, and that's not going to be particularly amazing. Another option I thought was maybe Opa or Apo next to the alley of Binnacle. Maybe you just kind of play thing, just get rid of some junk tiles and just keep it closed. That is probably my option of what I would play if I was sitting there. But again, there's nothing particularly amazing to with what Ed has here, and he's obviously thinking that too. He's taking about 4.5 minutes on this turn.
Yeah, brutal turn.
Yeah,
I would say an odd move that actually looks kind of nice. And there it is. There is the suggestion of
okay.
Pook. I actually feel like this is a very, natural instinct to play a move like this. Try to obstruct the Volks hook, which is the best S hook. It also gets in the way of this sevens lane that Harshan made by playing Petty. So there is much to commend it in that regard. I'll just throw out the move the engine liked for Ed was to just play onto here. And the
Oh,
reason that that's
yeah.
kind of nice is when you draw a bingo starting with a P and a vowel, it's going to play in one of these two spots every time. So that's why it probably likes that move. And look at that play. Harshan is going all in
Yeah.
on this position here. Ed's got an N, so he and O's as well. Well, he just used his O's, but he has an N, which he'll be able to overlap on top. The only question is how hard.
Do you infer that Harshan has an axe here? The axe is still
You
unseen.
could, you could. Ed,
Harshan played that very quickly too.
that's
So
true. That's a
yeah,
very
a bluff.
aggressive play by Harshan. I wonder if it's warranted. I mean, he was not down by so much on the scoreboard, but he's down by enough that maybe an aggressive option like that actually is warranted here. I just wonder, like, would it have been that crazy to just not play the other U? It was the last U. You can't draw and you can't draw a W, you can't draw a V, you can't draw another U. That makes the U a little bit less toxic. We all hate the U, but mostly because of how poorly it synergizes with some other key tiles in the bag like that. And
Oh wow.
just Anna, that is like the best case scenario for Harshan, really. Like, apart from exchanging, that doesn't even score very much, Austin.
Yes, exactly. And again, highlights that Ed doesn't have the X. And he's probably like, okay, Harshan probably has it. Um, but you can see that Harshan just drew two of the S's onto his rack, which is well, so we can see that Ed kept AERT with that, so he drew too many A's. Um, but yeah, this is I mean, in terms of like making this game close, this is good news for us because Harshan is closer to a bingo now than Ed. But yeah, A and A played there. Oh, Tadia is now an option for Ed.
Oh, this could be
Um,
it.
yeah, it plays next to Pook as a parallel play and plays underneath NU. So they do play in the same spots. It's just a matter of does Harshan ever play down there? And I don't really know if he will, to be honest. I mean, he could play parallel players down to hit bulks potentially. I don't even know if there are any. But yeah, this is a potential game deciding move.
Yeah, totally. It feels very unlikely. I mean, from Harshan's perspective, these tiles are pretty good, I would say. Pretty much all good bingo tiles with the exception of the F and the X. Every
Yeah.
single other tile you would consider to be a strong bingo tile. So Harshan has to know that, the odds of Ed having a rack that could easily bingo on him, but he can't be worried about that because he's trailing on the scoreboard. He has to hope that somehow Ed, maybe he's got AAIII or something like that, right? Like it's definitely possible. And I don't think with the two S's on his rack, I really doubt he's going to block this area because he wants to get a bingo with Spook himself. So I'm pretty sure he's going to play something else. I wonder if he'll go for something crazy like Noel, Would that
Oh,
be, or I don't know if you would tack the S on or something like that. That would score a lot of points. And because so many good bingo tiles are here, maybe you can get away with it. Maybe you can draw that blank. But yeah, certainly Ed is on the precipice here with bingos that play right here.
yeah, I think so. And again, the good thing about playing Tadia next to Pook is that it doesn't give away anything back, and it kind of stays kind of out the way of any floating tiles. But yeah, Harshan's down by 58 points here. It's just a matter of what he really wants to do. And you can make an argument for going in multiple ways here. He's going to play longs and a wheel, so that kind of keeps ES as a very good leave in terms of what he wants to do here. 26 points moves him to within about 30, but Ed is definitely licking his lips here. So instead of Tadia, it'd be Tarried. I think would score slightly more.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is almost the sun is setting for Harshan here, I think.
That, yeah, tarried is going to be pretty devastating. It's going to come down fast. No way
Yeah.
Ed's missing this. And Harshan's going to get the bad news. And really, there at this current juncture, there are 10 tiles in the bag. So after Ed's play here, there's going to be 3. I guess it's possible that Harshan will draw something like X blank and be able to score well somewhere that I'm not even sure I see with the X right now. Maybe he'll be able to play like EX and threaten bingos somehow, but this is definitely a huge, huge blow for Ed to strike this late in the game, and he goes up by over 100 points after this. This looks like Ed is right on the verge of closing things out, weathering a 5-game losing streak to win this very, very difficult tournament, the International Scrabble Classics, I should say.
Yeah, and again, with a wheel that does not take an ass hook to reach the triple, I'm wondering if maybe something like EL would have been good here, setting up that S. But again, ads would have come down as well, so arguably Harshan was kind of doomed from that moment on. But yeah, there's still this. Well, we don't know what Ed has on his rack here, but there's still a blank on scene from Harshan's point of view. Harshan has
Oh, there
actually
we
drawn
go.
very poorly.
There's the rack. Okay,
Um,
updating it now.
yeah, so there's 3 tiles left. I don't know if you just play something like Taxi on the top and then just hope for the S. I don't know, top for the blank. I don't know. It's kind of difficult to do anything at this stage.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine anything winning this game at this point. Anything that you could do that would score any number of points is probably likely to use up too many tiles. Harshan really has a maximum of 3 that he can use here because he needs to retain the threat of bingoing on his final move. There are a number of plays that score decently well, but they use too many tiles, like taxes in the upper right corner, and even Zerasia through the R of tarried, which is pretty crazy. Can't play those; those just lose on the spot. I don't really know what wins in any scenario here. This is tough. It looks like this is what it's going to come down to for Harshan. And I just keep thinking about toe piece. How is the game different
Yep.
after that play?
Yeah, it would definitely have changed things because, as we said, you couldn't play Queen there, but you also couldn't have played Tok there too. So, as a result, Ed would have had a bit of difficulty playing off his cue. And again, with difficulty playing off cues, you might run into a bit of danger from there on. So, again, it's all a matter of like what could have happened. Um, but yeah, I think Harshan, I mean, if you really want to go for the win, I think you play something like Taxi at the top onto the T of Tarried. You empty the bag, but
And
I
pray to
mean,
draw S blank or something?
yeah, something like that. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know what else. I mean, it'll get blocked, but it might not be that easy to block unless you play something through the R or the of Tarried to block it that way. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, there's not in situations like this, you're down by a bit over 100. It feels like maybe if you were creative enough that you could find some play that might get this done, but ultimately, this situation is so grim that I mean, I guess what I would do in Harshan's case is probably just play EX and hope to draw some like blank F or I don't even know what, something really good. Maybe there's some crazy play that you can fish for if you draw something perfect. And you probably need Ed to kind of brain freeze too and go for a block instead of score any number of points because if he tries to score, he's probably going to outrun you anyway. So this is tough. I feel like this was a pretty interesting game for sure. A lot of cool decisions. Obviously, rounds 23 and 24 were absolute classics, so it's very difficult to measure this one against those two, but it still has been a pretty interesting game in its own right. But yeah, it's tough because tournaments coming down, a 25 round tournament, Scrabble isn't really designed for one game to take on all the marbles. It's much more reasonable to think of a set of 25 games in its totality, all the different swings and things you could have done differently in those games. But yeah, it's a tough feeling for Harshan for this game to come down to this. And it's not going his way, but kudos to Ed, like I said, for weathering the storm.
Yeah, very much so. Another factor here is that Harshan does need to worry about his spread. He has a 116 point advantage over Lewis McKay. So he's obviously hoping that Josh Sokol beats Lewis and doesn't have to worry quite as much. Um, but yeah, if he ends up losing by more than 116 more than Lewis does, he could actually fall behind him as well in the standings. Um, and I don't think there's really any danger of Josh Sokol overtaking Harshan on spread, even if he wins. So yeah, he'll have that in the back of his mind. It's a 116 point difference between him and Lewis in third place, and we're at around that kind of number right now. So as long as he stays within 116, he'll be okay, I guess, if Lewis loses. Um, but yeah, I think he might end up just what did he actually do? He played Axe onto the Binnacle, so he will empty the bag here, keeping AEIS. We'll see what he has. We actually don't know what Ed's rack is yet.
Yeah,
Uh,
I've asked to try to get it fixed. I don't know why.
okay, so we have he
Oh, we
Harshan
have
did
Okay,
yes.
yeah, we have Harshan's rack updating.
So
Okay.
Ed has the blank.
Yeah, he has frailty, I guess, something frailest, something like frailest will
Oh, he
play
has
for
another
him.
bingo here. Yeah.
Yeah, he's so yeah,
Ooh,
sorry, Ed,
okay.
if I can I'll update it myself. Let me just see if I can do that. I should be able to. So Ed's rack is
Yeah, it's AFILRT blank. So he
yeah,
has frailest or flairiest onto the S of longs. Other bingos are airlifts as well. They're both all of those are the only bingos playable. 62 points. And this does put Harshan in reasonable trouble now in terms of losing out on second place, if even if Lewis loses.
yeah, this is a big loss on the scoreboard, so I'm quite sure that Ed is going to see his bingos here. He's probably looking. It's funny because I don't think this really matters to Ed at this point.
Nope.
His spread is such that if he wins this game by even 1 point, Lewis McKay would have to beat Josh Sokol by 300 odd points to pass him. So
Yeah.
Ed doesn't have to do this. This would just be a kind of obviously he's not obligated, but I think as a competitor, he's always going to do his best to play well on each and every turn that he plays, so he's not about to tank. But he has nothing to gain, and Harshan has everything to lose by getting blown out. And I say everything, he has like one placement in the tournament, but
Yeah.
there are something like 11,000 pounds, which is something in the realm of like $15,000 at stake in
Yep.
this tournament. I haven't talked about that very much, but there is financial, stake in how well the players perform. A lot of people ask, is it possible to be a professional Scrabble player just by playing? And the answer currently, maybe someday, it won't be no, but the answer is pretty much no, unless you're Nigel Richards. But still a lot on the line, nevertheless, even if it's not enough to make a living. So we'll see. I think
Yeah.
Ed's just looking, and I'm sure he's eventually gonna. I'm sure he's eventually going to play a bingo here. I have little doubt about that, Austin.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Harshan has daisies in his rack. I don't know if that potentially is clouding Ed's vision in terms of what he has on his rack. Even if Ed just passes his turn and Harshan plays daisies for 69, 69, 66, Ed will still win by 3 points. So the only way he can really lose is if he goes overtime or decides to
And passes.
pass and challenge a move of daisies and amus, which would never happen.
Yeah.
So this is not, yeah, he's going to play frailest here. And yeah, I think he was probably just soaking in the fact that he has already won this tournament and just kind of sitting back before he kind of makes another move. But frailest rounds off this tournament. This is the last move of the last game, and Ed has won this game just as confirmation here. 471 to 306, a win of 165 points. And that means that if Lewis loses by more than 60, I think, around 60, then Hashem will keep hold of second place.
All true. So certainly, this is essentially tantamount to Edward Martin is your champion at the inaugural International Scrabble Classics 2024. Huge congratulations to him. He was very impressive throughout. 15-1, 13-0 start by him, and pretty amazing job from a psychological standpoint. From that point, 15-1. He lost 5 games in a row, only to rebound with a bunch of critical wins, none more so than this against Harshan. And commiserations to Harshan. I know perhaps those familiar with my YouTube channel have seen Harshan coming up just short at the World Championship Finals against David Eldar. And here he is either going to come in second or third. But he has won many a huge tournament, including Austin, the UK Nationals, at least once, I think.
Yeah, I think he's won it twice. I think
Yeah.
he's won it twice. Yeah. But yeah, Hashan's a fierce competitor. And he's always at the top, at the very top of these tournaments whenever these things take place. And yeah, I've got to say big congratulations to Ed Martin for winning this tournament. I mean, if you want to say the grand scheme of things, he was leading from pretty much from the very start, moved out to a 13-0 record, and even went to 15-1. Took a bit of a slide over the past day or 24 hours or so, I guess, but held it together and still finishes out on top with a 18-7 record. So that's very impressive on his part. And he'll win the Ellie Dangor Trophy plus £2,000. So well done to Ed.
Yeah, great performance here. This is a tournament that is absolutely stacked from top to bottom with amazing players. I think for me, the one thing I would want to do before we kind of sign off here, I know they're going to have the award ceremony, but what I would love to see is the result of the Lewis Mackay and Josh Sokol game, just to make absolutely sure and see how the top standings have shaken out. So we know the result of this game was Ed beating Harshan by quite a lot of points. And I'm just curious to see where Lewis and Josh shook out. I don't know. I can just ping Josh and figure that out. But maybe while we do, we can just cut to the analysis board and kind of show. Looks like maybe it's time for us to say goodbye, because I think they're tearing things down here. So essentially, barring some kind of insane. How about this? Here's my deal. If Lewis Mackay defeated Josh Sokol by 400 points in round 25 to secure an incredible victory in this event, I will be sure to make a Scrabble history video about that. So watch my channel for that. But barring some kind of insane lightning strike type of event like that, it's going to be Ed Martin as our champion this year. So as we've been saying, kudos to him. Kudos to Harshan for an amazing performance. You see all the other top finishers. Yeah, so I think that's going to do it for us here on stream, Austin. That was a hell of a ride. I think we've earned some nice lunches and naps and things like that. But kudos also. Huge thanks to our team on the ground at MGI. Luke Manowalabi, the president and founder of MGI. Love working with him as our partner. He does an incredible job hosting these events. Thank you, Lukeman, for everything you do. And apart from that, any final plugs before we say goodbye?
Yeah, just a quick plug for your channel. Well, we're watching, a lot of people are watching on your YouTube channel. So again, if you've been watching this at any point, or if you have watched any of Will's videos at any point and you haven't already subscribed to his channel, you should definitely go ahead and do so. And he'll be churning out many more great videos for you to watch. And also on my side, because of my Twitch channel, again, if you've enjoyed the stream, feel free to give me a follow on there as well. I'll be streaming twice a week, as always, which would include tomorrow and on Thursday. So every Tuesday and Thursday I stream. So plenty more live stuff coming my way as well. And feel free to join in with that action as well.
Sounds good. And with that, appreciate everybody for watching across all of our platforms. And until we stream again, Will and Austin signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed, and have a good rest of your day. See ya.